Chapter 1, Put down the brick and pick up the phone. I've been reborn? And I've been reborn 10 years ago, on this day when I did the right thing? In the dim alley, Chow Koen looked at the date and time displayed on his phone, and his fist immediately clenched into a tight fist. 10 years. He had dreamed of returning to this day. 10 years ago, when Chow Koen passed through this alley, he happened to encounter Bai Jing, the mother of the school beauty Wang Shanshan, being bullied by 3 thugs. The school beauty Wang Shanshan was not only Chow Koen's classmate for 3 years in high school, but also the goddess he had been pursuing for 3 years. In fact, in order to continue pursuing Wang Shanshan, Chow Koen had deliberately filled in the same university and major as hers in the recent college entrance examination application. Seeing that the 3 thugs clearly intended to rape her, Chow Koen didn't even think twice, picked up a brick and rushed over. Thanks to his regular exercise and a net height of 1.82 meters, Chow Koen was not at a disadvantage despite the 1-on-3 situation. In fact, after a scuffle, he directly knocked all 3 thugs to the ground. After subduing the 3 thugs, Chow Koen intended to call the police, but was stopped by Bai Jing. Because she was worried about her reputation. Although her innocence had not been tarnished by these 3 thugs, if this kind of thing got out, the wind would be completely out of control. Once it got into the mouths of the neighbors, it would likely turn into a rumor that Bai Jing had been bullied by 3 thugs. Chow Koen put himself in Bai Jing's shoes and thought about it for a while, feeling that it might indeed bring her this kind of gossip, and ultimately he had no choice but to report it to the police. However, the next morning, the police came to his door and arrested him. It turned out that one of the 3 thugs had been seriously injured in last night's scuffle and had died. However, Chow Koen was not worried. Because he had read about the law in this area. When stopping lawbreakers who are raping, kidnapping, or killing, and causing casualties to the other party, it is not considered excessive defense and does not entail any legal liability. In other words, not only did he not have to bear any responsibility, he was also considered to have acted courageously. However, he was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment. This was because Bai Jing did not admit that she was being raped. She said that the 3 thugs were just asking her for directions, and that Chow Koen had rushed over and started fighting with them like a madman. Thus, a good deed of courage turned into a murder case due to Bai Jing's false accusations. Since then, Chow Koen has been charged with murder and has begun his 10-year prison sentence. As he recalled this memory, a murderous gleam flashed in Chow Koen's eyes. 10 years, do you know how I've spent it? Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang Yifu, you 3 are waiting. I will make you unable to survive, unable to die. At first, Chow Koen thought that framing him was just Bai Jing's personal act. It wasn't until after he was imprisoned that he learned by chance that it wasn't just Bai Jing who had framed him for murder, but also her daughter Wang Shanshan and her husband Wang Yifu. The whole family of 3 was involved. In fact, Wang Shanshan, the goddess Chow Koen had been pursuing for 3 years, was the mastermind behind the frame-up. So for 10 years, he has dreamed of chopping up the 3 members of Bai Jing's family. Of course, he won't actually do it. Because that would be too easy for them. As the saying goes, to get revenge, you have to be patient and wait for the right moment. He would take his time and slowly send Wang Shanshan and her family to their doom. Only in this way could he get his revenge. Seeing that it was almost time, Chow Koen looked around and ducked behind 2 rubbish bins not far away. If he remembered correctly, Bai Jing would soon be dragged into the alley by those 3 thugs. Sure enough, Chow Koen had just hidden behind the 2 trash cans for less than 5 minutes when a whining sound accompanied by noisy footsteps sounded. At the end of the alley, 3 thugs were forcibly dragging a plump young woman in. It was Bai Jing. Covering their mouths, lifting their bodies, and hugging their legs, the 3 thugs quickly dragged Bai Jing in. In fact, it was less than 2 meters away from the trash can where Chow Koen was hiding, so he could see clearly. More than half an hour later, Chow Koen walked out from behind the trash can in the alley. Looking at the video he had taken on his phone, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And Bai, I don't think your husband wants to see this video, do you? After saying that, Chow Koen laughed, then walked in the opposite direction from Bai Jing. Half an hour later. In an old residential building, Chow Koen walked out of the bathroom with wet hair. In front of the full-length mirror, looking at his naked body, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise. What a good age, what a good body. There were no ugly scars winding and twisting all over his body. There was also no centipede-like stitched wound on his face that ran from the left corner of his eye across the bridge of his nose to the right corner of his mouth. Everything was so beautiful. Finally, after staring at himself in the mirror for nearly a minute, Chow Koen lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa to think. after being reborn, he definitely wanted to take his revenge. Compared to Wang Shanshan's family of 3, he would never let them go. However, since God had given him a chance to be reborn, he could not just use it for revenge. After all, there were other things in life besides revenge. For example, good food, good wine, and women. 10 years in prison had cost him a lot, and there were too many regrets to make up for. So, in this life, apart from revenge, he also wanted to enjoy life. And whether it was good food, good wine, or women, they all needed the same thing: money. So, while revenge was important, making money was equally important. Of course, he wasn't thinking about earning money by doing some menial work. Thanks to his 10 years in prison, he knew a lot of ways to get rich quick. However, most of these ways were too risky. Otherwise, those people would not have been in prison with him. Therefore, he needed to filter carefully to see if he could pick a few less risky ones. Chapter 2: A Golden Secret That No One Knows. Time passed slowly. Because the time span was as long as 10 years, and there was too much and too mixed information, Chao Cohen didn't find a good way to make money until he had smoked a cigarette. However, he was in no hurry, so he lit a second cigarette and continued thinking. He had experienced many ups and downs during his 10 years in prison, and his mentality had long since become as stable as an old dog. Finally, halfway through the second cigarette, Chao Cohen seemed to have thought of something, and a sparkle appeared in his eyes. Yes, at this point in time, the gold buried by Lao Sanlei has not yet been discovered. Lao Sanlei was Chao Cohen's cellmate in prison, and he was also serving a life sentence. He was sentenced to life imprisonment because he robbed 2 gold shops and, in the process, paralyzed one of the shopkeepers. If Chao Cohen remembers correctly, Lao Sanlei had been in prison for more than 2 years by this point. However, Lei Lao San's case did not end with his imprisonment. Because he hid the gold he had stolen and never handed it over. Even until the 3rd year of Chao Cohen's imprisonment, the police only broke through with Lei Lao San and found the gold. A total of 54.7 kilograms. Thinking about this, Chao Cohen's mouth could not help but lift up. Normally, at this point, no one other than Lei Lao San knows where the gold is hidden. Unfortunately, Chao Cohen was an exception to the rule. As an old prison mate who had spent 10 years with Lei Lao San, he knew exactly where the gold was hidden. Because after the gold was found, Lei Lao San kept talking about it all the time, as if he had a broken record. I was so stupid, really, how could I have said it? If I don't tell them where the gold is hidden at XXXX, they will never find it. In that case, Chao Cohen's ears would have grown calluses from listening. He would even have been unable to forget where the gold was hidden. Old Lei, I'll consider this gold as protection money from your previous life. After all, if I hadn't protected you in your previous life, you would have been beaten to death a long time ago. After saying this, Chao Cohen took a drag on his cigarette and smiled, then took out a piece of paper and wrote something down with a pen. It included the time, place, and the method of getting rich. Slowly, as the time continued, one after the other, the ways to get rich were listed by Chao Cohen on the paper. From 1 at the beginning, to 2, to 3, and in the end, it directly filled the entire sheet. And the information contained within was even more complex and diverse. There were points in time to buy which stocks. There were points in time to buy which funds. There were also points in time to go to a certain place to save a certain person. There was even an item to go to a loan shark. Finally, Chao Cohen stopped writing after he could no longer think of any other ways to make money. Looking at the piece of paper in front of him, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift up. These are the capital he needs to enjoy life. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse in the corner of his eye, as if he had discovered something, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Hiss. There are 18 days left until the establishment of the Yundong Special Economic Zone? This seems to be very important news. Chao Cohen stared at the news solemnly until 4 or 5 seconds had passed before he spoke again. It seems that the plan needs to be changed a bit. The establishment of the Yundong Special Economic Zone is an opportunity that cannot be missed. With 18 days left, I must get this Yundong Special Economic Zone thing done, otherwise the losses will be too great. Forget it, let Bai Jing and her family of 3 big dogs have their peaceful days for a few more days, and I'll deal with them after I've finished with the Yundong Special Zone. Chao Cohen had originally wanted to go after Bai Jing's family first, but then he realized that the matter in Yundong was more urgent. In that case, he would finish the matter in Yundong first and then go after Bai Jing's family. Having made his decision, Chao Cohen immediately took out his phone and booked a ticket on the high-speed train to Baihe City from the app for the next day. Early the next morning. On the soft, big bed, Chao Cohen stretched comfortably. The soft bed meant he didn't have to worry about being attacked in the night, and there was no prison guard to wake him up with a whistle. It was simply the most restful and comfortable sleep he had had in 10 years. After washing up, Chow Koen went to the living room and first performed a starting pose, then slowly began moving. It looked like he was practicing Tai Chi, very slowly, but the movements had nothing to do with Tai Chi. This was Chow Koen's third year in prison, and he had learned it from a Taoist monk who had been imprisoned. The Taoist priest's name was Yang Ping, and he was in prison because he was suspected of multiple rapes. Yang Ping was the Taoist priest at a small Taoist temple in Yun province. The temple was quite prosperous, and there were always infertile women there praying for children. Yang Ping, taking advantage of his position as the Taoist priest, often scared these women who were praying for children, saying that the reason they could not get pregnant was because they had evil in their bodies. They could not conceive until the evil was removed. Many women fell for this and asked Yang Ping to help them get rid of their evil karma. Under the guise of getting rid of their evil karma, Yang Ping took advantage of these women. What's more, these women not only let him have sex with them for free, they also had to pay him money as an offering. Some of them even gave him 30,000 to 50,000 yuan at a time. This is downright shameless. It wasn't until 3 years later, when a woman reported the case to the police, that Yang Ping was caught and sent to the same prison as Chow Koen. At this point, Chow Koen, who had been in prison for 3 years, had already gained a position of power in prison and was one of several people not to be messed with. He also had a few underlings under him. Yang Ping knew that a strong criminal like him could be easily bullied in prison if he didn't have anyone to protect him. So, on the first day he entered prison, he took the initiative to seek protection from Chow Koen. The set of moves Chow Koen is practicing now is one of the many benefits Yang Ping sought from him when he sought asylum. Yang Ping said it was a set of moves to strengthen the body and mind. At first, Chow Koen thought Yang Ping was just running out of ideas and could offer no other benefits, so he came up with this set of moves to fool him. However, after practicing it, Chow Koen was surprised to find that it really works. After practicing it, his body feels warm and indescribably at ease. Moreover, since practicing this set of moves, he feels that his body is getting stronger and stronger, and he doesn't feel cold in winter or hot in summer. However, what has always puzzled Chow Koen is that this set of moves seems to be useful only for him. Because not only does he know this set of moves for strengthening the body and health, everyone around him has also learned it. However, this set of moves has no effect on them at all, including Yang Ping. As soon as winter arrives, Yang Ping, like everyone else, is still shivering with cold. Moreover, after familiarizing himself with it, Yang Ping confessed to Chow Koen that these were indeed not moves for strengthening the body and cultivating the mind, and that they were recorded in an unnamed book he found in the Taoist temple. They are useless. He even advised Chow Koen not to practice them. In response, Chow Koen just smiled slightly. Because he knew that if they were useless for others, they could be useful for him. So, he practiced them for 7 or 8 years. Before long, after practicing the set of moves, Chow Koen let out a breath and stopped. He felt warm and comfortable all over. However, Chow Koen's expression was not very satisfied. It was really strange. He always felt that the set of moves was incomplete. He had practiced the set of moves for 7 or 8 years, and it was so familiar that it could not be more familiar. However, for some reason, he always had a feeling that the set of moves he practiced was incomplete and only a part of it. As for why he felt this way, he himself could not say. In fact, he had even asked Yang Ping about this more than once. But Yang Ping had always answered with conviction that these were the full moves. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Chow Koen shook his head. Forget it, I'll just take the time to go to Yun province. That bastard Yang Ping probably hasn't even learned the full moves, so I still need to get my hands on that nameless book. Chapter 3, Settle It with a Slap. 9:30 a.m. Carrying a black backpack, Chow Koen boarded the high-speed train to Baihe City. Perhaps it was because it was the middle of summer vacation and many students were traveling, there were basically no empty seats in the carriage. Soon, Chow Koen found his seat. It was a triple seat, and his seat was at the very end, by the window. However, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a somewhat fierce appearance was sitting in his seat. The middle-aged man was watching videos on his phone while tuachui eating melon seeds, and his other foot was on the seat next to him. It was as if the word inconsiderate was written on his face. And at the very outside of this triple seat row was a girl wearing a short skirt. It can be seen that because there is such an inconsiderate passenger next to her, the girl seems a little constrained and cautious. Chow Koen walked 2 steps to the middle-aged man and smiled. "Brother, you seem to be sitting in my seat." Chow Koen felt that he had made himself very clear. Moreover, he had also been very polite. However, the middle-aged man in front of him just raised his eyelids and looked at him, then continued to look at his mobile phone, while Tuochui spat the melon seed shells outwards. He didn't hang up on him. Seeing this, Chow Koen's smile on his face became a little embarrassed. He laughed and repeated, "Hey, man, you're sitting in my seat, so please move over." Worried that the middle-aged man hadn't heard him, Chow Koen deliberately raised his voice. And as his voice increased, several passengers sitting nearby immediately looked over. There was a distinct note of dissatisfaction in his voice, and it was likely that there would be melon to eat. The short-skirted girl next to him even nervously opened her mouth as if she wanted to persuade Chow Koen, but in the end, she didn't dare. When Chow Koen said it a second time, the middle-aged man seemed impatient and frowned as he put down his phone. "What are you screaming about? What do you mean your seat? Can't you see I'm sitting here? Are you blind?" As soon as the middle-aged man said this, more people in the vicinity looked over. In particular, the short-skirted girl next to him was so scared that she went and tugged Chow Koen's clothes, hinting that he should not lose face. After all, no matter how you look at it, this middle-aged man is not someone to mess with. There is no need to start a conflict with someone like this. But when he heard the middle-aged man say this, Chow Koen suddenly laughed. "Damn it! It's been a long time since I haven't heard someone dare to talk to me like this." If his cellmates in prison knew about this, they would probably laugh at him for the rest of their lives. After all, the mighty Scar brother was actually intimidated by a little punk, and it would be laughable if people found out. Seeing Chow Koen's smile grow even wider, the middle-aged man thought he had caved in and disdainfully rolled his eyes, picking up his phone again. Just as he was about to continue eating melon seeds and watching videos, suddenly, a strong hand slapped him right in the face. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was directly thrown forward by the full force of the slap, his head slamming against the moving train's carriage. With one slap, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned red and swollen, with 5 clear fingerprints bulging out, as if the fingerprints were eager to be imprinted on it. Not only that, in addition to a clear slap mark on his face, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth were split open by the slap, and blood was dripping down. The middle-aged man subconsciously covered his face and looked at Chow Koen, only to find himself staring into Chow Koen's eyes. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and it felt as if all the blood in his body had turned cold. My God! What kind of eyes are these? It was full of murderous intent, blood, and violence. He couldn't imagine what a person with such eyes had been through. Almost instantly, a choice was made in his head. Give in. Definitely give in. Because this person really would kill him. He even felt that one of his feet had already stepped onto the line of death. Clean this up quickly and get out of here. Chow Koen's face still wore a faint smile, and his tone was full of unquestioned authority. At this moment, the middle-aged man, startled, hurriedly got up, quickly gathered up the rubbish nearby, put it in a bag, and then left the carriage as if his life depended on it. There was complete silence all around. The few passengers nearby were stunned as they watched the scene. In particular, the girl in the short skirt, looking at Chow Koen in a daze, her mouth slightly open, her face full of disbelief. My goodness! He is such a handsome young man, but he is also so violent. This is just too manly. I love it. If I had a boyfriend like this, I would definitely feel safe. As she thought about this, the short-skirted girl's eyes were about to sparkle with stars. Chow Koen, on the other hand, didn't care at all about the stares of the people around him. It was as if he had done something insignificant, and he went directly to his seat, sat down, and closed his eyes. The journey was still quite a long one, and they wouldn't arrive in Baiha City until 4:30 p.m. Moreover, there were other activities planned for the evening, so he needed to conserve his energy. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he noticed movement around him. Chow Koen opened his eyes and saw a well-mannered boy sitting a little nervously between him and the girl in the short skirt. He had seen this boy before, standing next to the girl in the short skirt. Seeing Chow Koen's open eyes, the boy hurriedly explained this is my seat, we are together, we have tickets. As he spoke, the boy hurriedly gestured to the girl in the short skirt next to him. Oh, together. Chow Koen nodded a little, didn't say anything, and closed his eyes again. Seeing this, the boy let out a sigh of relief, took out a bag of snacks from his bag, and handed it to the girl in the short skirt next to him. Ting Ting, here, these are all your favorite snacks, eat up. Looking at the snacks the boy handed her, for some reason the short-skirted girl felt an inexplicable wave of annoyance. All you know is eat. Apart from eating, what else can you do? When you see someone stepping on your seat, you'd rather stand than fight with them. Are you even a man? Look at other people. See what other people are doing. Can you show some backbone? Can you be a man? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. The girl in the short skirt pushed away the snacks the boy handed her. What for? I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. After saying that, the girl in the short skirt closed her eyes directly. Seeing this, the boy smiled sheepishly and could only stuff the snacks back into his bag. 4:30 p.m. By City Station, Chow Kun carried his backpack and walked out of the exit with the crowd. Since it was still early, he took a taxi and drove along the outer ring road of Baiha City. It seemed that he was confirming something. After driving along the outer ring road of Baiha City, he got off the taxi in the city area. At this time, it was already 7 p.m. Just as Chow Kun was about to find somewhere to eat, suddenly, a pleasant female voice came up. Hey, what a coincidence, we meet again. Chapter 4, What a Good and Virtuous Daughter-in-Law. Hearing a female voice behind him, Chow Kun subconsciously turned his head to look over his shoulder. As a result, he saw the girl in the short skirt on the moving train, smiling and greeting him. Unexpectedly, he ran into another girl. Chow Kun was taken aback and returned a smile. Hi, it's you, what a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. The girl came up to Chow Kun with a smile on her face. What, are you alone? Yes. Chow Kun nodded with a smile, and you? Why isn't your boyfriend with you? The girl pursed her lips and said, he's angry with me. I don't want to be with him today. Chow Kun laughed and didn't reply. By the way, have you eaten yet? The girl continued. Not yet. Chow Kun said, I was just about to go. What about you? I haven't eaten either. The girl said joyfully. In that case, let's eat together. Together? Chow Kun looked the girl up and down. In terms of appearance alone, the girl was above average, scoring an 80. However, her figure was quite good, with a thin waist, a perky butt and long legs, which would score her at least 90. If only her breasts were bigger, her score would go up even higher, but unfortunately they were just barely B-cup. Sure. Chow Kun agreed after just a little thought, it would be good, as the two of them could chat and kill time while eating. On hearing this, the girl laughed even more happily. Oh yes, I heard that there is a restaurant nearby that makes good food. Do you want to go and try it? Sure, you lead the way. Time flew by, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. In the restaurant, at a table by the window, Chow Kun stopped eating contentedly. He had to admit that it was really delicious. Of course, to be precise, he now found everything delicious. After all, his mouth had been tortured by prison food for 10 years. So, as long as it wasn't some kind of dark cuisine, he would find it delicious. And through this meal, he also learned some information about the girl in front of him. Li Tingting, a sophomore, took advantage of the holiday to travel with her boyfriend. Currently, her boyfriend had been dumped and his whereabouts were unknown. Tasty, right? Li Tingting looked at Chow Kun with a smile, very happy with the contented look on his face as he ate. MMM. Chow Kun nodded and gave a thumbs up. It really was delicious, and he hadn't had such a good meal in at least 10 years. Chow Kun was telling the truth, but Li Tingting burst out laughing when she heard him. If you haven't had such a good meal in 10 years, you must have had a hard life. By the way, what are you going to do next? Next? Next is to wait for the time, wait until the middle of the night when there are not many people, to go digging for gold. Of course, Chow Kun definitely couldn't say that out loud. I don't have any plans. Chow Kun said, having just eaten, that he might need to find a place to rest for a while. On hearing this, Li Tingting almost subconsciously said, why don't you go to the hotel where I'm staying and rest? As soon as she had said this, Li Tingting seemed to react to what she had said, and her pretty face flushed red in an instant, as she hurriedly explained. I didn't mean that. What I meant was, you can go to my place and sit for a while and enjoy the air conditioning. Li Tingting was extremely embarrassed as she explained and kept stealing glances at Chow Kun with her eyes. Chow Kun laughed and said, okay, I'll go to your place for a while, but will your boyfriend be angry when he finds out? As the saying goes, 2 years in prison and a sow will outdo Diao-chan. Chow Kun had been in prison for 10 whole years, so it was absolute nonsense to say that he didn't want a woman. In fact, when he had filmed by Jing and the three thugs last night, he had almost rushed out to become one of them. And now, when a beautiful woman invites him, naturally he won't refuse. No way. Li Tingting hurriedly said, he doesn't even know which hotel I'm staying at, he won't find us. After she finished speaking, Li Tingting's face turned red by 3 points. Oh no, the more she speaks, the more she reveals herself, and it seems that her intentions can no longer be hidden. Seeing this, Xiao Kuan smiled, didn't say anything else, and directly left the restaurant with Li Tingting, heading to the hotel where she was staying. 1 a.m. In the hotel room, Xiao Kuan lit a cigarette and started to get dressed while smoking. Li Tingting, who was lying on the bed listlessly, said, actually, my boyfriend is really good to me. He's just too weak, not at all like a man. If he were as bloodthirsty and manly as you, I could love him to death, really. Xiao Kuan laughed a little while getting dressed. In fact, you can't look at things too one-sidedly. You have to know that being cowardly has its advantages, and being bloodthirsty has its disadvantages. At the very least, cowardly people don't get into trouble on a daily basis. Besides, nowadays the social security situation is so good, what's the point of being bloodthirsty? How often in a lifetime does one need to be bloodthirsty? So being cowardly is quite good. It doesn't get you into trouble. As long as he treats you well, that's enough. On hearing this, Li Tingting thought about it for a moment and then burst out laughing. You're a strange one. You played with someone's girlfriend, but you still find the time to say a few kind words about them. Xiao Kuan laughed heartily and said, that's right. You can't just play with someone's girlfriend for no reason. We're gentlemen. Okay, you rest now. I'm leaving. Seeing this, Li Tingting said with reluctance, hey, are you really leaving? It's late at night. Where are you going? Xiao Kuan waved his hand, didn't answer, opened the door, and left. As she watched Xiao Kuan leave, Li Tingting reflected on what had happened for a while before taking out her mobile phone and releasing a number from the blacklist. As a result, as soon as she released the number, the phone rang. Li Tingting pursed her lips a little and answered the phone. An anxious male voice sounded. Hello, Tingting, where are you? Li Tingting pouted, idiot, of course I'm sleeping in the hotel. It's already 1 a.m. You don't think I'm still out wandering around, do you? The male voice laughed, so, you're not angry anymore? I've long since stopped being angry, Li Tingting said in a coquettish tone. You really are something. I've blocked your number, and you don't even know to borrow someone else's phone to call me? He. The male voice giggled again. Li Tingting pouted and continued, hey, when you ride your bike in the future, can you stand up and pedal? Ha? The male voice paused for a moment, what bike? Tingting, you want to ride a bike? Li Tingting helplessly covered her forehead, what? What I mean is. Do you know that kind of man who stands up and pedals his bike really hard is really manly and very attractive? Air. The male voice sounded slightly innocent, Tingting, do you want to see me ride a bike? Li Tingting was speechless, who wants to see you ride a bike? I'm trying to tell you that your bike is about to be pedaled to death. After saying this, Li Tingting hung up the phone angrily. On the other side, Li Tingting's boyfriend looked at the phone with a puzzled face. His bike was about to be pedaled to death? No way. His bike has been at home all along, in perfect condition, and has never been lent out. Could it be that, while I was away, my parents lent it to someone else? And Li Tingting happened to see that person riding my bike violently? That must be it. It must be that when that person stood up and pedaled furiously, Li Tingting happened to see it, otherwise she wouldn't have mentioned it specifically. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt warm in his heart. Tingting is thinking of me. Hey, what a virtuous and good daughter-in-law. Chapter 5, Getting the Gold. 2 a.m. As a third-tier city with not much nightlife, Baihe City had long since quieted down at this hour. Even in the city center, there was only the occasional sound of a car passing by. And on the outer ring road of Baihe City, it was even quieter. It was not uncommon for an hour or two to pass without a single car. There was only darkness and silence. At this time, on the western section of the outer ring road, a figure with a backpack was speeding along the roadside on a shared bicycle. Because Xiao Kuan had to dig up Lao San's stash of gold tonight. And the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. So, to be on the safe side, he didn't even take a taxi, and rode a shared bicycle to get here. It wasn't long before he arrived at a fork in the road in the western part of the city, and Xiao Kuan stopped. He looked around, made sure there was no one around, and then rode his shared bicycle directly towards the fork in the road. After riding for about 200 meters, he stopped again in front of a boundary stone that said Heezy Village. The base of the boundary stone was a stone nearly 2 meters long and 70 to 80 centimeters wide. The top of the boundary stone was a stone more than a meter high and 30 to 40 centimeters thick, and it recorded the origin of Heezy Village. This time, Chow Koen did not change places again. First, he hid the shared bicycle in the woods nearby, and then took out a military shovel he bought in the city in the afternoon from his backpack, and dug behind the Heezy Village boundary stone 1 meter away. At this time, it was late at night, and there was no one on the West Outer Ring Road, let alone this small side road. Finally, after fighting for 30 minutes, until he had dug more than 1 meter deep, when Chow Koen shoveled again, a clang came from the bottom. Hearing this sound, Chow Koen was overjoyed and quickly dug with his hands. Soon, a tattered cloth bag was dug out by Chow Koen. Inside the tattered cloth bag were a number of irregularly shaped gold bricks. Seeing these gold bricks, Chow Koen's mouth could not help but rise. "Damn, Lao San Lei, you son of a bitch, you actually buried it so deep. I almost thought I dug in the wrong place, but fortunately I persevered," he said, and opened the backpack he had brought with him, putting all the gold bricks in. After doing this, Chow Koen climbed out of the pit and looked around. Seeing that it was still quiet and no one was around, he simply put the backpack on his back and rode his bike away. 3 o'clock in the morning. An inconspicuous DD car left Baiha City. And sitting in the back of the DD car was none other than Chow Koen. Having obtained the gold that Lao San Lei had hidden, there was no longer any need for him to stay in Baiha City. His next step was to cash in the gold. To do this, he had to go to another city. He chose a DD car because with over 50 kilograms of gold on his person, he would not have been able to pass through security checks on a train or plane. 2 days later. In front of the Antique Street in Miang City, over 1,700 kilometers from Baiha City, a black Volkswagen stopped. The driver in the driver's seat had bloodshot eyes and looked tired. After all, it is not easy for anyone to drive for 2 days. Of course, the pay was also quite considerable. In addition to the normal fee, Chow Koen also gave him an extra 2,000 yuan as a tip. It was worth it. "Brother, we've arrived, you can get out of the car now. I really can't hold on any longer. I need to find a place to sleep well soon, my butt is numb from sitting." Hearing the driver say this, Chow Koen felt the same way. After all, he had also been in the car for 2 days. It really is quite uncomfortable. "Okay, sir." Chow Koen smiled as he opened the car door and got out, saying, "Then hurry up and find a hotel and get a good night's sleep." "Okay, and you be careful too." They said their goodbyes, and the driver hit the gas and left directly. After watching the driver drive away, Chow Koen turned around and looked at the Antique Street behind him. It was already 4 p.m., and there were not many people left on the Antique Street. Seeing that it was getting late, Chow Koen didn't delay any longer and went in with his backpack. As he passed by stall after stall, Chow Koen soon reached the depths of the Antique Street. Suddenly, as he passed in front of a shop called Wen Bao Zhai, Chow Koen stopped and pointed at a painting, saying, "Boss, how much is this painting?" The shop owner, seeing that he had a customer, hurried over. Seeing the painting Chow Koen was pointing at, which hung in the doorway, the shopkeeper immediately made an admiring expression. "Oh, my, young man, you have a good eye, you can tell at a glance that this is our shop's treasure. To be honest, this painting is by Zhang Daqian." Before the shopkeeper could finish, Chow Koen interrupted him by holding up 5 fingers. 500 yuan, will you sell it? Air. The shopkeeper's expression became slightly embarrassed, and he laughed, saying, "How about a little more? This is a high-quality imitation with a seal. Just 500. Chow Koen said, "If you won't sell it, I'll go look at another one." "Fine." Seeing that Chow Koen had set the price, the shopkeeper didn't waste any more time and simply sold it to him. After all, 500 yuan is a profit. After buying the painting, Chow Koen did not linger. He continued all the way to the depths of the Antique Street. Finally, when he came to a shop, he stopped again. This was a shop that recycled jewelry, gold, and antique calligraphy and paintings. The shop was not large. Moreover, compared to ordinary recycling shops, the decoration of this shop was not luxurious at all, and it could even be described as simple. The only thing that was relatively distinctive was the door plaque. The entire door plaque is jet black, and in the middle is a white lotus flower. If it weren't for the name of the shop written on it, most people would subconsciously mistake it for the sign of a shop selling funeral clothing and coffins. Chow Koen stood in front of the shop door and looked up at it twice before pushing open the door and stepping inside. Inside the quiet shop, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. There was only one middle-aged man in his 40s sitting behind the counter. The man wore rimless glasses, was on the thin side, and looked refined, giving off a very gentle and elegant feeling. When he saw Chow Koen carrying a backpack, he immediately stood up with a smile on his face. "Young man, are you here to buy something or sell something?" Recycling stores don't just recycle, they also sell to the public, although recycling is the main business. Chow Koen looked at the middle-aged man and then at the surveillance camera in the store before speaking. "Boss, I was referred by a friend. If it's convenient, how about we go somewhere else to talk?" As he spoke, Chow Koen directly pointed to the door behind the shop owner, signaling. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was surprised for a moment, but didn't say anything, but instead came out from behind the counter and locked the door behind him. After hanging the closed sign, the middle-aged man came to Chow Koen's side and elegantly made a gesture of invitation. Without saying another word, after making the gesture, the middle-aged man led the way, and was the first to walk through the door behind the counter. Chow Koen followed suit, carrying his bag. Chapter 6, 22.45 million yuan in the account. Compared to the ordinary decor of the shop, the room behind the door could be described as luxurious. Chow Koen followed the middle-aged man through the door, and it was as if he had arrived in a very high-end living room. The soft carpet made no sound when stepped on. The magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling, as if it were daytime. On the surrounding walls hung paintings and calligraphy by famous people. In addition, there was a tea table for brewing tea, a wine cabinet for storing wine, and a cigar humidor. There was also a woman wearing a sexy cheongsam. At this moment, this woman was boiling water to prepare tea. Seeing this woman, Chow Koen couldn't help but widen his eyes. What a superb woman! Judging from her age, she is only 24 or 25 years old. Not only is she pretty, but her figure is also explosive. Everything is just right, her waist is so slender that it can be held in one hand, and when she moves, it is like a gentle breeze blowing through the willows, giving a sense of softness and weakness. It is as if she is made of water. Without exaggerating, compared to Li Tingting, whom he met 2 days ago, she is miles ahead. What's more, despite her great figure, she is wearing such a sexy cheongsam. The slit went all the way down to her waist. As she walked, the cheongsam fluttered, revealing just a little bit of her body. Who could resist? Chow Koen took a deep breath, looked away, and surveyed his surroundings. No, he couldn't keep looking at this woman, or he would have an embarrassing reaction. Although he had just let off some steam with Li Tingting the other day. That was just a drop in the bucket. Think about life in prison, think about the scenes of fighting in prison. Bloody scenes appeared in Chow Koen's mind one after another. It really worked, and the restlessness and impulse in his heart were quickly suppressed. When he entered the room, the middle-aged man changed his appearance. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect that you were one of us. In that case, let's get to the point. First, let's see the goods." "Good." Chow Koen nodded and threw the backpack on the ground. Hearing the dull sound of a thud, the middle-aged man perked up immediately. He hurriedly squatted down and opened the backpack. SSSHH. As the backpack opened, the middle-aged man let out a gasp of surprise when he saw the golden nuggets inside. The next second, he turned his head to look at the sexy cheapo woman and said, "She, make some good tea." The woman in the cheongsam nodded and smiled slightly, then brewed 2 cups of tea and brought them over. The middle-aged man inspected them and made a gesture of invitation to Chow Koen. It wasn't until the two of them were seated that the middle-aged man spoke. "I didn't realize your goods were so hard. Let's talk about it then. How much is your shipment?" 54.7 kilograms. Chow Koen said, "All of it is 999 grade." The middle-aged man nodded slowly and mused, "And the price? What price do you want to sell it for?" Chow Koen smiled and said, "Of course, it depends on the market price here. How much can you pay?" "Well." The middle-aged man frowned slightly and muttered, "Since you were referred by a friend, I'll give you a friend's price, 410. This is the best price I can offer." When the middle-aged man said this, 2 words popped into Chow Koen's mind. What a rip-off! Before coming here, he had checked the gold price for the day, 478 yuan per gram. If it were a normal gold recycling store, it would give him no less than 440, 450, or even 460 yuan per gram. But here, it was only 410. Even so, Chow Koen would still choose this place. Because he urgently needed the money and urgently needed to exchange this gold in his hands. A normal gold recycling store simply did not have the ability to swallow this gold. Even if he sold it separately, it would not work. Selling such a large amount of gold would definitely cause a large sum of money to enter his bank account in a short period of time. At that time, it is likely to attract the investigation of Uncle Hat and cause unnecessary trouble. But if he sells it here, he does not need to worry about this kind of trouble. Because this place is specialized in this. Good. Chow Koen finally nodded and said that 410 is 410. Seeing Chow Koen agree, the middle-aged man's mouth corners rose up. Since you've agreed, you sit down first, I'll go check the goods, it won't take long. With that, the middle-aged man took the gold that Chow Koen had brought in, and divided it into 3 batches, and took it to a workbench in the corner. After all, it weighed 54.7 kilograms, more than 109 caddies, and his body was not as strong as Chow Koen's, so he couldn't take it all at once. It wasn't until 20 minutes had passed that the middle-aged man returned to Chow Koen. He was beaming with a smile. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with the purity of the gold. The goods are fine, and they are indeed 54.7 kilograms. This works out to 224.2 million and 7,000. In that case, I'll round it up for you, brother, 224.5 million. Is that good enough? Good enough? Looking at the middle-aged man's mouth, which was harder to suppress than an AK, Chow Koen almost wanted to punch him. He had made at least 2 or 3 million from this wave, and he had the nerve to say he was good enough? Yuck. Of course, although this is what he was thinking, Chow Koen definitely couldn't say so. Then I'll thank the boss. Chow Koen smiled, just in time, I also have a painting here, the boss can help me appraise it. Saying this, Chow Koen unfolded the fake Zhang Daqian painting that he had spent 500 yuan on the road to buy. It's fake at a glance. However, the middle-aged man looked very carefully, and only after a good look did he exclaim. Good stuff. I didn't expect that this is actually a genuine Zhang Daqian painting. In that case, I'll pay you 22.45 million for it. How about it, my young friend? Chow Koen laughed heartily and nodded, of course. Next came the invoicing and transfer of funds. The invoice stated that a Zhang Daqian painting in Chow Koen's possession had been purchased for 22.45 million. And as for the gold. What gold? Chow Koen was there to sell the painting, and he had never seen any gold. And as for whether the painting was a genuine Zhang Daqian work, it didn't matter at all. With antiques, it's all about personal ability and luck. Some people can pick up bargains, and naturally, others have to be allowed to make a fool of themselves. So even if the shop owner spent 22.45 million on a fake, it was completely reasonable. No matter who came, they couldn't find anything wrong with the transaction. Therefore, the 22.45 million in Chow Koen's hands were earned cleanly and can withstand any investigation. At 5:30 p.m., Chow Koen walked out of the antique street with a relaxed expression. Looking at the text message on his phone about the bank card's successful deposit, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. 22.45 million. He finally got this initial capital before the news from Yundong District was released. Otherwise, if he missed this windmill in Yundong District, not only would he not be able to make money in Yundong District, but his next money-making plan would also be affected. Thinking about this, Chow Koen hailed a taxi and went straight to the airport. This place was, after all, a foreign land to him. Now that he had the money, there was no need for him to stay. However, he hadn't yet decided where to go next. He had originally wanted to go to Haicheng first, but this place was too close to Kunming in Yunnan province. Chapter 7, The Pretentious Taoist Priest Yang Ping went to Haicheng, naturally heading for Yundong District. The reason Yundong District is called Yundong District is because it is just a district of Haicheng. Chow Koen has been rushing around these past few days, anxious to turn his gold into cash and also to prepare for Yundong District. And going to Kuan City in Yun province is to go to Yangping. At this time, Yang Ping is working as a Taoist priest in a small Taoist temple in Kuan City, Yun province. If he took a plane, Chow Koen would be able to arrive at Yang Ping's Taoist temple before 9 p.m. In other words, if everything went smoothly, he would be able to get the secret manual he had been practicing for 7 or 8 years tonight. However, in that case, he would not be able to arrive in Haicheng tonight and would have to set off for Haicheng again tomorrow. In the end, it would delay his trip by 1 day. So, he hesitated. Should he go to Haicheng or find that son of a bitch Yangping? Finally, as the taxi arrived at the airport, Chow Koen also made a decision. He would go find Yangping, that son of a bitch, and get the secret manual first. Because it happened to be the evening rush hour, they got stuck in traffic for a while, and the flight to Haicheng had already taken off. So there was no need to choose. Now there was no other choice but to go to Kunming to find Yang Ping. 8:55 p.m. On the edge of downtown Kunming, in front of a small Taoist temple that was only twice the size of an average farmhouse, a taxi stopped. Chao Koan got out of the car, looked at the already closed temple, and walked straight over, knocking on the door a few times. Before long, a Taoist priest in his early 20s opened the door. "Believer, our temple is closed today. If you have any business, please come back tomorrow." After saying this, the Taoist priest casually tried to close the door, but Chao Koan reached out and stopped him before he could do so. "This young Taoist priest, I know your master Yang Ping, I need to see him about something urgent, please make an exception." This seemed so natural coming from Chao Koan that the Taoist priest hesitated, and finally let him in. Since the Taoist temple was not very big, it didn't take long before Chao Koan followed the Taoist priest to a room. The Taoist priest knocked twice lightly on the door and said, "Master, a believer who knows you says he has urgent business with you and has brought someone with him." "Well, let him in." A familiar voice came from the room, and the young Taoist priest then pushed open the door, stood to one side, and made an inviting gesture. He indicated for Chao Koan to go in. Chao Koan was not polite, either, and strode in, while the young Taoist priest did not follow, but simply turned and walked away. At this time, there was an incense burner burning in the room, and a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged on a cushion on the floor, his eyes closed. It was Yang Ping. Seeing Yang Ping's arrogant appearance, and the fact that he didn't even open his eyes when he himself entered, Chao Koan almost couldn't control himself from giving him a kick. "Acting like a fool. What kind of look are you giving off, you son of a bitch, as if I don't know? Back in prison, weren't you the dog's leg who called everyone Scar brother?" Yang Ping did not keep Chao Koan waiting for long, just 3 minutes, and he opened his eyes. Of course, it might also be that he saw through the slits in his eyes that Chao Koan was impatiently picking up the incense burner. He could tell that the person who had come was no good. If he continued pretending, his head might roll. Yang Ping gave an apologetic smile and said, "Sorry, I was doing some homework and was rude." Chao Koan, on the other hand, put the incense burner down with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. No, I'm the one who's sorry for disturbing you at this hour." "No problem." Yang Ping waved his hand generously, stood up, and said, "By the way, I wonder what urgent matter this benefactor has?" There are many terms Taoist priests use to refer to ordinary people, such as benefactor, believer, and layperson. So whether it's a believer or a benefactor, it means the same thing. Actually, it's not an urgent matter. Chao Koan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, saying, "I have come to see Master Yang because I want a book he has in his hands." "A book?" Yang Ping's expression was a little surprised. "Yes." Chao Koan nodded, saying, "A book with no name on it, which records some moves for strengthening the body and keeping fit." When Chao Koan said it was a book with no name on it, a flash of surprise directly crossed Yang Ping's eyes. Although it was fleeting, it was still captured by Chao Koan. Yang Ping pretended to ponder for a while and shook his head, saying, "This benefactor, I do have some books here, but they are all classics of Taoism." "There is no nameless book as you say. Have you come to the wrong place?" Chao Koan was not at all surprised to see Yang Ping not admitting it. After all, in his timeline, the two did not know each other at all. No one would easily give something to someone they didn't know. "I can buy it." Chao Koan said to Yang, "You can name a price, I'm willing to buy that book." He had just received 22.45 million yuan, so he was now very confident. On hearing this, Yang Ping shook his head with a wry smile. "My good sir, it's not a matter of money, but I really don't have the nameless book you want." Seeing that he was willing to pay for it himself, Yang Ping still refused to admit that he had the book, and Chao Koan was a little unhappy. "You son of a bitch, did I give you face? You don't practice that stuff, so what are you hiding it for? Fine, you won't give it to me. Fine." Chao Koan laughed, took a couple of steps forward, closed the distance with Yang Ping, and whispered, "Yang Ping, do you want me to help you count how many decent women you've slept with in the past 4 years?" Chao Koan knew Yang Ping's situation inside and out. His entire crime spree had lasted 7 years. That meant that, up to this point, he had been committing crimes for 4 years. Of course, Chao Koan didn't know how many decent women Yang Ping had slept with in those 4 years, nor did he know any of the victims. But for Yang Ping, this was already enough to shock him. Sure enough. After hearing Chao Koan's words, Yang Ping trembled, as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at him with wide eyes, full of panic. Chao Kun smiled slightly and continued, according to the provisions of our law, do you want to take a guess how many years you can be sentenced to? As soon as Chao Kun said this, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yang Ping swallowed hard and didn't say a word, and hurriedly ran out. After 2 minutes, Yang Ping ran back in a panic. Unlike before, in his hands at this time was a yellowed book. Yang Ping handed the book to Chao Kun with both hands, his voice trembling. Just now, I was blind to your greatness. Please, I beg you, give me a chance. I swear, I will change for the better and start over. Seeing Yang Ping's frightened appearance, Chao Kun suddenly felt a burst of relief. Damn it! You're going to defy me. You won't take a toast, but you'll take a punishment. Chao Kun didn't say anything, just gave a faint, nasal grunt, and then took the book from Yang Ping's hands. Chapter 8, Damn, my appetite has suddenly increased. It's so heavy. After taking it, Chao Kun discovered that the paper of this book was not ordinary paper, but the kind made from cowhide a long time ago. Moreover, the paper had obviously hardened and turned discolored, so it was obvious that it was quite old. It must be at least a few decades old. It might even be 100 or 200 years old. After all, if such cowhide paper is properly preserved, it can indeed last this long. Unexpectedly, it was a book with such a long history. Chao Kun carefully flipped through it in front of Yang Ping. As a result, the more he read, the more his brows furrowed. In the end, he even wanted to beat Yang Ping up. Because, there were a total of 72 movements recorded in this book. Chao Kun had only learned 14. Even among these 14 movements, 3 of them were not standard and were wrong. At this moment, Chao Kun felt his blood pressure rising. In his previous life, he had asked Yang Ping countless times over a period of 7 or 8 years. As a result, Yang Ping had sworn every time that those were all the movements. He called 14 out of a total of 72 movements, all of them? What's more, 3 of those 14 movements were wrong. No wonder he had felt incomplete every time he practiced, and that something was wrong. So, for 7 or 8 years, what the hell was he practicing? And in this book, in addition to these 72 movements, there are 36 special movements. They are the kind of movements that men and women do together, like those in an erotic picture scroll. And Yang Ping never even mentioned these 36 movements of men and women together. Of course, Chao Kun doesn't blame Yang Ping for hiding these 36 movements. He told the truth. Their situation in their previous life was indeed very special. Not to mention women, they could not even see a female animal normally. Therefore, even if Yang Ping had told him about the 36 actions, it would have been useless. Seeing Yang Ping standing before him, trembling, with sweat dripping from his forehead and running down his chin, Chao Kun finally resisted the urge to beat him up. Forget it, for the sake of our affinity, I will give you a chance to make amends. Remember, don't mess with those women in the future. They are already pitiful enough trying to bear children, and it's despicable of you to take advantage of them. And I'm not just trying to scare you. If what you did was to be uncovered, you would never get out of prison for the rest of your life. Okay, now that I've said all this, you better watch yourself. After saying this, Chao Kun clipped the book under his arm and walked out. Seeing this, Yang Ping gave a start and hurriedly chased after him. Brother, what's the rush? Stay a little longer. Oh yeah, I have 2 cans of good tea here. I'll go get it. I also have a few shopping carts here, worth tens of thousands of dollars. Take them, I won't be needing them. Damn, I knew Yang Ping was lying, but I didn't realize he was hiding so many actions. 10:30 p.m. In a 5-star hotel room in Kunming, Chao Kun was lying on the bed, cursing Yang Ping while flipping through the anonymous book. After practicing the secret manual for health and fitness for 7 or 8 years, he finally got the complete version today, so naturally he had to learn it quickly. After all, he knew better than anyone else what effect this secret manual had. Moreover, 10 years in prison had made him understand that having a strong fighting ability was sometimes more important than having a net worth of billions. Perhaps it was because he had practiced for many years, and although he had only practiced the first 14 movements, the so-called 1 leads to 100 principle meant that Chao Kun did not find the next 58 movements difficult. Soon, after half an hour of familiarization, Chao Kun got off the bed and began his first attempt. Because there were so many new movements, and sometimes he could not remember them accurately, this first attempt was a stumbling mess, and it took nearly 20 minutes to complete the 72 movements. The second time, it went much more smoothly, and it took just 14 or 15 minutes. The third time, it was even more silky, taking a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes is also almost the limit for this set of movements. If you do it faster, it may lead to some movements not being done properly. You can't do it for the sake of speed, you have to do it for quality. And after doing these 3 rounds of movements, Chao Kun immediately felt the difference from before. It was similar to before, and he felt warm all over, but this time the warmth was more comfortable, as if his whole body was soaking in a hot spring. His skin, muscles, and bones seemed to have turned into dry earth, crazily absorbing this warm energy. Although Chao Kun knew that this description was strange, this was indeed how he felt. At the same time, it felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, allowing an unimpeded flow of energy. Seeing that it was still before midnight, and not feeling sleepy, Chao Kun was about to continue with the 4th round when suddenly, his brow furrowed and his face became strange. He was hungry. How could he get hungry so quickly? Before coming to the hotel, he had just eaten, and had eaten a full 3 caddies of cooked beef. How long has it been? Damn, why am I so hungry so soon? Chao Kun touched his stomach, shook his head in puzzlement, and opened the bag on the tea table. When he left Yangping's, because he hadn't eaten yet, Chao Kun bought some cooked beef from a cooked food stall. He only wanted to buy a little, but who knew that it tasted so good that he just bought 3 caddies and ate his fill. He even felt so good that he bought 3 caddies to take home and eat tomorrow. He was now opening the 3 caddies of cooked beef. It was really strange. This beef couldn't be some high-tech miracle, could it? How come he was hungry again so soon? Cao Kun mumbled as he chewed, and in no time at all, he had eaten all 3 caddies of cooked beef. Without thinking too much about it, after he had eaten, he practiced the 72 postures again. First time. Second time. Third time. He became more and more proficient with each repetition, and each repetition took about 10 minutes. Just as Chao Kun was about to practice the 4th time, suddenly, he paused and his face once again became strange. Shit. Hungry again? Feeling his empty stomach, Chao Kun's expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. How long had it been? Half an hour. He had only eaten 3 caddies of cooked beef half an hour ago, and he was hungry again? Damn it, could it be that I've encountered something evil? Chao Kun had always been an atheist, but what happened today made him think in this direction. Because he had only eaten 3 caddies of cooked beef half an hour ago, and now he was hungry again. This is ridiculous. Wait. Suddenly, Chao Kun thought of another possibility, and his expression became grave. Damn it, could this be a side effect of being reborn? Chapter 9, 72 Ways to be a Loser. Apart from being possessed, the second possibility that Chao Kun thought of was caused by his identity as a reborn person. After all, apart from being possessed and reborn, there was nothing special about his situation. And compared to the two, Chao Kun would rather be possessed. Because if it were a consequence of rebirth, he simply couldn't bear to think about what his future would become. 3 caddies of cooked beef, a full meal, and he's hungry again in half an hour. Does that mean he'll have to eat every half hour from now on? 24 hours a day, 48 meals? Then he won't have to do anything else all day, just eat. Just thinking about such a life made Chao Kun feel scared. What's the point of a life where all you do is eat? So he'd rather it was a case of being struck by evil than a side effect of rebirth. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Kun opened the cupboard in his room with a heavy heart and took out 2 buckets of instant noodles and 2 hams. No matter what, he had to fill his stomach first. After all, he was really hungry. 5 minutes later, the 2 buckets of instant noodles were ready. Because he was a bit annoyed, Chao Kun naturally wasn't in the mood to chew slowly, and he devoured the 2 buckets of instant noodles like a whirlwind. After finishing the 2 buckets of instant noodles, he didn't practice the nameless set of moves again, but lay on the bed, timing the seconds and waiting quietly. Boredom was boring, but since it had already happened, he had to face it. So, he planned to experiment first and see how long it would take for him to get hungry after eating. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye it was half an hour. With a surprised sound, Chao Kun sat up from the bed. Half an hour had passed, but he still felt very full and not at all hungry. A look of doubt appeared on his face, and Chao Kun muttered, "Could it be that I've overthought this? Is it actually not a rebirth after effect at all?" After talking to himself, Chao Kun continued waiting. Finally, after another half hour had passed and an hour had passed, Chao Kun let out a sigh of relief. An hour had passed, and there was still no sign of hunger. It seemed that his hunger was not caused by rebirth. But if it wasn't caused by rebirth, what caused him to get hungry so quickly just now? 3 caddies of cooked beef, and he got hungry in half an hour. Could it be that he really had been possessed? Although being possessed was indeed one of the answers Chow Koan had prepared, as an atheist, it was still a bit hard for him to accept. At that moment, he glanced over and saw the nameless book next to him. Instantly, his mind was electrified, and an incredible conjecture appeared in his mind. He looked at the book in disbelief, and said, "Holy cow, could it be that these moves caused this?" Chow Koan clearly remembered what kind of reaction his body would have after practicing the full set of 72 moves. It would feel warm, like soaking in a hot spring. His skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs were like the parched earth, greedily absorbing the warm heat. Even just now, he felt that his description was a bit strange. But now, he felt that he was probably not wrong. Because, the real situation was probably just like this. The real effect of this set of moves was probably to quickly digest the food that was eaten. Digested food is converted into a special kind of energy. This special energy can then be directly absorbed by the body. If this is the case, then it matches his feelings exactly. Of course, whether this is the case or not, it needs to be verified through experimentation. Upon thinking this, Chow Koan immediately assumed a starting position and began practicing the set of moves again. 10 minutes later, after finishing practicing the set of moves, the corner of Chow Koan's mouth couldn't help but lift up. It really was caused by the set of moves he practiced. Because, just now, he hadn't felt hungry at all, but after practicing this set of moves, he could already feel hunger quite clearly. It turned out that this was the real way to unlock this set of moves. Food is converted into energy, and the body absorbs the energy, thereby strengthening the body. This is so cool. In other words, from now on, he no longer needs to deliberately train his body. As long as there is enough food, that's enough. At this thought, Chow Koan grinned and immediately picked up the landline in his room and called the front desk. "Hello, does the hotel have anything to eat right now?" "Oh, there's a chef on duty, but he can only make simple meals." "Then bring me 300 eggs, 200 hard-boiled and 100 fried." "Yes, that's right, 300 eggs." "You heard me right. Tell the kitchen to hurry up and cook them and bring them to me as soon as they're done." As soon as the phone hung up, Chow Koan immediately picked up the nameless book on the bed with joy. Unexpectedly, these 72 seemingly ordinary moves, when combined together, could produce such miraculous effects. If that was the case, then the 36 moves for men and women recorded at the back must not be purely awkward. Unfortunately, Li Tingting was not there, otherwise, she would definitely be more than willing to let me experiment on her. The next morning at 10 o'clock. Chow Koan left the hotel, hailed a taxi, and went to the airport. He felt that for a long time in the future, he would not want to eat eggs. 300 eggs had been enough to fill him up. In fact, when he finally finished the last 20 eggs, he felt like vomiting. It was as if he was hungry, but he just couldn't eat anymore. He never would have imagined that just a few days after being released from prison, where he had been starved for 10 years, he would suddenly become a picky eater. But the result was good. After this night of eating and drinking, his body was now obviously stronger than before. Before, the 54.7 kilograms of gold was quite a burden to carry. But now, he found things of almost the same weight, or even heavier, and carried them without any stress at all. He could clearly feel that his physique had definitely improved. Not only that, but his figure had also become better. Although his figure wasn't bad before, it had become even better after this night's transformation. The lines of muscle on his body were clearer, and the whole person looked more masculine and stronger than before. And this was just the effect of one night. Another thing is that the energy provided by different foods is completely different. Take beef, instant noodles, and eggs as examples. Eating as much beef as he wants can support him in practicing the set of moves 3 times. Eating as much instant noodles as he wants can only support him in practicing once. In fact, he is already hungry when he finishes the last move. He can practice twice, but that's not enough to last until the third practice. He can only practice until around the 20th move in the third practice, and then he can't continue because he's hungry. So when he relies on the eggs, he has to stop and eat a few eggs to replenish himself after every 2 practices, otherwise he simply won't be able to continue with the third practice. For this reason, he has also given this set of moves a very apt name. The 72 Styles of the Food Bucket. Chapter 10, Lu Yuling provides excellent service. 3 p.m. Chow Koan walked out of the exit at Haicheng Airport with the crowd. Standing on the steps of the exit, looking into the distance at the city center, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The place where he was imprisoned in his previous life was Haicheng, called Haicheng No. 2 Prison, a prison that specialized in holding serious criminals. And now, he was back. Only, this time, he was no longer a murderer. I don't know if the second Haicheng prison will feel empty and lonely without him. Mr. Chow Cohen, this way, over here. Just as Chow Cohen was feeling these emotions, suddenly a female voice drew his attention. Chow Cohen turned his head and saw a sexy young woman wearing a white shirt, a hip-hugging skirt, black stockings, high heels, and a wedding ring on her finger, waving at him from a distance. It was the real estate agent Lu Yuling he had contacted online this morning. Yes. Chow Cohen has been tossing and turning for a few days, and the thing he came to Haicheng's Yundong district to do was buy a house. Although at this stage, the property market is not as hot as it was a few years ago, and in fact, house prices in many places have fallen significantly, Yundong district is about to become the exception. Because in a little over 10 days, an announcement will be made. Haicheng's Yundong district will be designated as a special economic zone. Many people may not understand what this means. Let's take a recent example to understand. In 2017, a place called Xiong'an was designated as a special economic zone. On the night the news came out, Xiong'an's housing prices went from 5,000 to 50,000 yuan, a tenfold increase. Some places saw a more than tenfold increase. Even places with poorer locations saw a 6 to 7-fold increase. And speculators and investors from all over the country flocked to Xiong'an that night. It is no exaggeration to say that that night, it was impossible to get a plane ticket or train ticket to Xiong'an. In fact, many people drove thousands of kilometers overnight with truckloads of cash. Yundong District, another special economic zone after Xiong'an, will be even crazier than Xiong'an was in 2017. This is because the global economy is in a downturn. Many people have money but no investment projects, and they can only watch helplessly as the value of their money depreciates day by day. The emergence of Yundong District has given these people a target for venting. Therefore, Yundong District is bound to be even crazier than the previous Xiong'an. Of course, these are all things Chow Cohen learned from one of his prison cellmates. Although Haicheng No. 2 Prison is a prison for serious criminals, a serious criminal does not specifically refer to murderers and robbers. You can also become a serious criminal financially. Chow Cohen's cellmate was imprisoned in Haicheng Prison No. 2 because he made a serious financial mistake. Because he was only good at and understood economics, his cellmate usually talked about economic matters when they chatted. In addition to the events in Yundong District, they also talked about stocks and funds. In fact, this person provided 1/6 of the money-making projects listed on the page Chow Cohen had written. Looking at Lu Yuling, who was waving at him, Chow Cohen smiled and walked over in big strides. Yundong District was at least an hour's drive from Haicheng Airport. When the two had contacted each other that morning, Chow Cohen hadn't explicitly said that he wanted to buy a house, just that he wanted to take a look. As it turned out, Lu Yuling had even gone directly to the airport to pick him up. It seems that real estate business is really not easy these days. Manager Lu, you're too polite, why did you even come to the airport to pick me up? Chow Cohen laughed as he strode up to Lu Yuling. Oh, it's the least I could do. Lu Yuling smiled warmly and helped Chow Cohen open the passenger side door of the Volkswagen next to him. People in the service industry like us have to serve big bosses like you well. Chow Cohen laughed heartily, got into the passenger seat, and said, the main thing is that your service is just too good. You even came to the airport to pick me up. If I don't buy a flat from you, I'll feel bad about it. Are you serious? Lu Yuling's smile became even wider. If you really buy a flat from me, I'll be able to provide even more attentive service. Really? What kind of service? Lu Yuling gave a small smile, winked to Chow Cohen, and mysteriously said, you'll find out when you buy a house from me. It'll definitely be a service that satisfies you. After saying that, Lu Yuling helped Chow Cohen close the passenger door. Seeing this, Chow Cohen smiled and licked his lips. Indeed, young women know how to play. In terms of appearance and figure, Lu Yuling is similar to Li Tingting. However, she is more intellectual, more mature, and more attractive than Li Tingting. Her mannerisms, the little gestures of her smile and frown, and even her words all exude a unique charm. To put it bluntly, she is gorgeous. An hour later, Lu Yuling drove Chow Cohen to Yundong District. As a first-tier metropolis, Haicheng's Yundong District should not be bad, right? But in fact, at this time, Yundong District really wasn't doing well. Because the center of Haicheng's gravity was developing to the west, and Yundong District was on the east side of Haicheng, this resulted in an awkward situation for Yundong District. Whether it was entertainment, medical care, education, or any other aspect, Yundong district was far inferior to the other districts. This was evidenced by the housing prices. The housing prices in the other districts were basically all over 10,000 yuan, and many locations were over 100,000 yuan per square meter. Some were even over 100,000 yuan, 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per square meter. In Yundong district, there are only a handful of places where the price can break 10,000 yuan. The vast majority of residential areas have a price tag of under 10,000 yuan. Even in more remote areas, the price is only 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per square meter. It's not at all like the housing prices in a first-tier city. By the way, Mr. Chow, why do you want to look at properties in Yundong district? Lu Yuling continued driving while chatting with Chao Kuan. I'll be honest with you, although Yundong district is also part of Haicheng, the development here is really quite average, not even comparable to an average third-tier small city. Chao Kuan nodded with a smile. I know, but the houses here are cheap. I'm going to take a chance. If this area develops in the future, then the house I buy will appreciate in value. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible flicker of excitement flashed in Lu Yuling's eyes. As an old real estate agent who has been in the industry for many years, Lu Yuling basically knows in her heart who really wants to buy a house and who is just looking. And from what Chao Kuan just said, she keenly sensed that Chao Kuan really wants to buy a house in Yundong district. It's hard to come across a customer with such interest, so you mustn't let him slip away. With these thoughts in her heart, Lu Yuling unbuttoned a top button without making a sound. A faint cleavage was thus released without a sound. Chapter 11, 24 million, stud. Of course, what is meant by without a sound is only what Lu Yuling thought was without a sound. Little did she know that her little action had actually been seen by Chao Kuan. And Chao Kuan was not polite, staring straight at it. If someone deliberately lets you see them, wouldn't it be rude not to look? And he also gave a very pertinent comment. It's really white and really big. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling was taken aback, pretending to be surprised only now. She let out an exclamation, and quickly and bashfully covered her chest. Nasty, Mr. Chow, why are you looking around like that? She said nasty, but Lu Yuling's tone and actions seemed like she was being coquettish. Chao Kuan laughed and said, You undid it yourself. What? Lu Yuling said shyly, People are hot, where are you thinking? Chao Kuan nodded with a smile and said, Okay, my mistake, just drive carefully, don't crash. 10 minutes passed, and Lu Yuling stopped the car. Chao Kuan got out of the car and looked around, his heart filled with emotion. At this time, the location they were in was even in the eastern district of Yundong, but it was still relatively on the outskirts. Looking around, there was no trace of a big city, and it was barely a small fourth-tier city. Looking around, it had a strong suburban flavor. However, who would have thought that this remote suburb would become the center of Yundong Special District in the future? In the future, the starting price for housing in this area would be over 100,000 yuan per square meter. And this place was also the place with the highest and fastest increase in housing prices after the news of Yundong Special District came out. Because once the news of the Yundong Special Zone was released, many people could see how important the location was. After all, to the west is the direction of the city center, which is already full of development and has no room for growth. To the south and north, the terrain is not suitable for development, and the only mountains in Haicheng are to the south and north of Yundong district. The only way is to develop to the east. And while developing to the east, the center of the special zone will inevitably have to shift east as well. Therefore, once the news of the Yundong Special Economic Zone is released, a large number of people will flock here, and the housing prices here will multiply by more than 10 times in a short period of time, just like playing a game. Lu Yuling also got out of the car and came to Chao Kuan's side. At this time, she was even less covered up than when she was in the car, and simply opened the collar of her shirt to the sides, exposing a third of both hemispheres. She had already made up her mind that she would take Chao Kuan by any means necessary. The real estate business is so sluggish these days, and it's so hard to find a customer who really wants to buy a house. Chao Kuan glanced at the snow-white skin that Lu Yuling had revealed, and teased, Manager Lu, you've got quite a bit of capital. That's right. Lu Yuling puffed up with pride, but then she became a little disheartened, sighed, and said, Alas, this is all the worthless capital I have left. What's wrong? Chao Kuan asked curiously, sounding a little concerned. From the sound of your voice, have you run into some trouble? What kind of trouble could it be? Lu Yuling gave a bitter smile. When the real estate business was good, I did make some money. Then, without knowing the limits of my abilities, I bought an apartment in the city center with a mortgage, in a school district. One reason was for investment, and the other was to make it easier for our children to go to school when we had them. I took out a 20-year mortgage on that apartment, and I have to pay 8,000 yuan a month. However, who would have thought that just 2 years later, the real estate market would plummet, and my husband's work would become increasingly sluggish. Now, the money we both earn is barely enough to pay off the mortgage, and really, we are about to be so poor that we can't even afford to eat. Having said this, Lu Yuling did not forget to cast a miserable look at Chao Kuan. She looked pitiful. Seeing this, Chao Kuan smiled a little. She is worthy of being a young wife, she is better than a young girl. Her little gestures and expressions are really flirty. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Since Manager Lu has made yourself sound so pitiful, I'm afraid my conscience will be condemned if I don't buy a house from you." Hearing Chao Kuan say this, Lu Yuling's expression became even more pitiful. "That's right, Mr. Chao, if you don't buy a house from me, I'll really have to drink the wind from the northwest. You can't just abandon me." Chao Kuan nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's talk about the terms first." "Terms?" Lu Yuling's eyes showed obvious disappointment. Buying a house in this location would cost at most 1 million yuan. According to the current real estate market, Chao Kuan would need to pay an agency fee of 1.5%, and the landlord would also need to pay 1.5%. In this way, for a house worth 1 million yuan, she will get a maximum of 30,000 yuan. However, this is the ideal situation. Normally, it is impossible to get the full 3% commission. Because it is a buyer's market, there are many people selling their homes, but few people buying them. Therefore, those buying homes now are the masters. Since they are the masters, they naturally dare not take the full 1.5% commission on their side. At most, she'll ask for 0.5%. In fact, she won't even ask for 0.5%, and she won't take any of the commission from the buyer, only the sellers. In other words, she'll only get a maximum of 15,000 or 20,000 yuan in the end. With that kind of money, why would Chao Kuan want to bargain with her? He can't possibly think that with that kind of money, he can get her to sleep with him, can he? No way. At most, he can just fondle her a little and get his hands on her. She is a woman with a bottom line. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Lu Yuling tried to bargain a little more, speaking in a coquettish tone. "Mr. Chao, she is already in such a miserable situation, why do you still want to bargain with her? This apartment is nothing to you." Chao Kuan nodded with a smile. "An apartment is indeed nothing, but who says I'm only buying one?" "Ha?" Lu Yuling's expression froze for a moment. You plan to buy too?" "No." Chao Kuan shook his head. "I don't plan to buy by the set, I plan to buy by the money." "Buy by the money?" Hearing these words, Lu Yuling was confused. What does it mean to buy by the money? After working in real estate for so many years, this was the first time she had heard such a novel term. "Mr. Chao, I don't understand, what do you mean by buying by the money?" Chao Kuan looked into Lu Yuling's eyes and explained seriously. "By buying with money, I mean that I can now come up with 24 million, and I plan to use all of it to buy houses in this neighborhood, no matter how many I buy, until the 24 million is gone." Understand? Although he only sold the gold for 22.45 million, Chao Kuan still had some savings of his own. These savings were the result of his grandfather working hard all his life, saving and eating frugally for him. There were a total of 1.5 million, which, when added together, was exactly 24 million. And Chao Kuan planned to use the 24 million to gamble, all of it, to buy real estate in the vicinity of Yundong district. After all, it was a sure win deal. For every extra penny invested now, there would be an extra 10 cents gained in the future. In this situation, any fool would know to gamble. Chapter 12. What bottom line? I don't know. Lu Yuling looked at Chao Kuan in shock, feeling as if her mind was about to blank out. He wanted to spend 24 million on real estate in this neighborhood? Her rational mind told her that Chao Kuan was definitely talking nonsense. Because, whether it was the clothes he was wearing or the shoes he was wearing, he didn't look like someone who could come up with 24 million. And, this was the Yundong district of Haicheng. If it is a just needed purchase, there is not much money, and Lu Yuling can completely understand buying a house here. But someone like Chao Kuan, who wants to spend 24 million yuan here to speculate on the housing market, Lu Yuling can't understand at all. Because everyone in Haicheng knows that the current focus of Haicheng is on the west side, and the east side of the Yun district is like a stepchild, and in a short period of time, it simply cannot be taken care of. It is possible that in 5 or 6 years, or even 10 years, this place will still look the same. Because the development of the west side has only just started, the focus in the next few years is definitely not going to shift. Therefore, in the next few years, at least the next 5 years, it is very unlikely that anything will change on the east side of the city. And even when the development of the west side is complete, it doesn't necessarily mean that the east side will be next. Because apart from the east side, there are several other districts in Haicheng. It doesn't necessarily have to develop towards the east side. Therefore, using 24 million yuan to speculate in real estate here is not only a risky move, but also a foolish one. With that kind of money, it's better to just deposit it in the bank and let it earn interest. Therefore, reason tells Lu Yuling that Chao Kuan is definitely talking nonsense, and he absolutely cannot afford to use 24 million yuan to speculate in real estate here. However, intuition tells Lu Yuling that Chao Kuan is not joking. Because when he said those words just now, Lu Yuling could feel that he really meant it. If he really plans to spend 24 million yuan here to speculate in real estate. At the thought, Lu Yuling trembled with excitement. 24 million yuan. If it's all spent on buying real estate, even if Chao Kuan doesn't take a cent in agency fees, she'll be able to eat well just from the agency fees charged by the landlords. Because 1.5% of 24 million is a full 360,000 yuan. 360,000 yuan. That's more than enough to eat, it's practically gluttony. With this income, she can completely rest for the next 2 years. Manager Lu? Seeing that Lu Yuling had no reaction after listening to what he said, Chao Kuan called out to her. Lu Yuling snapped back to reality. She looked straight into Chao Kuan's eyes, swallowed, and said, Chao, Mr. Chao, you're not joking, are you? You really want to invest 24 million here to speculate in real estate? Chao Kuan smiled, took out his mobile phone, and showed his bank account balance. This was mainly to reassure Lu Yuling. Because, next, Lu Yuling's workload will be very heavy, and if she is suspicious, she may not do her job properly. In order to avoid Lu Yuling delaying his plans, he simply gave her a reassurance so that she could put her mind at ease and work hard. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million. Lu Yuling silently counted the money in Chao Kuan's account, and her whole body instantly became energetic. My goodness! He really has 24 million. See? Chao Kuan put his phone away and smiled. I've got the money ready, now it's up to you whether you want to make it or not. Think about it, I've been dreaming about this, please make it for me. Lu Yuling didn't care about any consequences, she quickly grabbed Chao Kuan's arm, her face full of flattery and a hint of seduction. You want to make it? Chao Kuan laughed, no problem, I can make it for you, but I have conditions. Accepted. Without waiting for Chao Kuan to say what the conditions were, Lu Yuling immediately interrupted him with a vow, saying, no matter what the conditions are, I accept them. If it was just an agency fee of 15,000 yuan, she was sure she had a bottom line. However, the current agency fee was 360,000 yuan, and she had no idea what the bottom line was. Chao Kuan laughed, don't worry, I'll definitely give you this job, but I still need to talk about my conditions. Lu Yuling was surprised. She had already agreed to all the conditions, so why were there still conditions? What are the conditions? Lu Yuling asked. First, I want to buy all 24 million into houses within 1 week. Lu Yuling was surprised. Within 1 week? That's too short a time. You have to know that, under normal circumstances, a house transaction, from the time the two parties meet to the time the transaction is completed and the ownership is transferred, will take a few days at least. And in a remote location like Yundong district, 24 million yuan can buy about 30 houses. In other words, you have to make sure that you close on 4 or 5 houses a day, otherwise. No. You have to close on at least 6 houses a day. Because the real estate center doesn't work on Saturdays and Sundays, you can only close on 5 days a week at most. Closing on 6 houses a day is really stressful, and you have to prepare a lot of materials. Second. Chao Kuan continued. The house I want to buy can only be limited to a few neighborhoods nearby, I don't want a house in any other neighborhood. Lu Yuling looked around and nodded. No problem with that. Real estate agents also have a scope, and hers is limited to a few neighborhoods nearby, otherwise she wouldn't have been contacted by Chao Kuan. Third, the house must be paid in full. If it's a loan, as you know, you need to go to the bank to repay the loan first, and there will be quite a few links in the middle, and the house cannot be transferred within a week. Lu Yuling nodded. I know, don't worry, I definitely won't look for a house with a mortgage. There's a fourth thing. Chao Cohen continued, "It's best if the landlord isn't a local, and it's best to choose the kind of landlord who is weak in Haicheng and is clearly here to speculate on the property market. The result is that a house that originally cost 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per square meter has just sold for a few days and become 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, or even over 100,000 yuan per square meter. Not many people can accept this result. If it's a local, it's likely that they'll raise their arms and call out, bringing their relatives and friends to cause trouble. Or force him to move out, or force him to hand over the extra profit." Although Chao Cohen was not at all intimidated by such scenes, it was ultimately a nuisance. Therefore, try not to choose the local ones, and pick those who are obviously outsiders speculating on the property. Although these people may also cause trouble, they are ultimately easier to deal with than a bunch of local relatives. Lu Yuling didn't know why Chao Cohen would add such a strange condition, but she still nodded and agreed. Chapter 13 Prison, University, Woman. Next, Chao Cohen and Lu Yuling talked about some minor details regarding the house purchase. After there were no more questions, the two of them simply parted ways right there. It wasn't that Lu Yuling's physical condition made it inconvenient for the two of them to have an in-depth conversation. It wasn't that Chao Cohen wasn't interested right now. Rather, Lu Yuling really did have too much to do right now. First, she needs to hurry back to pick out a house. She can't pick one with a mortgage, and she can't pick one owned by a local. Second, after she's picked out a suitable house, she needs to call each one to arrange a time to meet. Finally, she needs to prepare the paperwork for the transfer of ownership, which is also no small task. In short, there's no way she can communicate with Chao Cohen today. In fact, she'll be busy from now on, and she'll be lucky to go to bed early tonight. 5:30 p.m. In the suburbs of Haicheng, in front of a building that covered a large area, a taxi stopped. The door opened and Chao Cohen got out. Looking at the tall, cold and solemn building in front of him, Chao Cohen took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, leaned against the taxi and smoked in silence. This was the place where he had been imprisoned for 10 years in his previous life. Haicheng Prison Number 2. At this time, there were already quite a few familiar faces in the prison. For example, Lei Lao San, who had hidden 54.7 kilograms of gold and never confessed. Sun Fenggo, who had witnessed the murder of his mother as a child and had chosen to exterminate the entire opposing family when he grew up. Lu Deju, who had been imprisoned for raping multiple young girls, but was forced to become the prison bus driver. And Li Biao, a super male who was born with an extra Y chromosome. He had raped his mother, disabled his father, and thrown his neighbor from the upstairs, leaving him paralyzed. The violent Li Biao is either beating people up or on his way to do so every day. In the end, Chao Cohen gouges out his 2 eyes before he stops. However, Chao Cohen is destined not to go to prison in this life, and no one knows who will finally subdue this violent Li Biao. As scenes from his past life replay in his mind, finally, after finishing the 3 cigarettes, Chao Cohen stands up straight. He took one last look at Haicheng Prison Number 2, as if to say goodbye, before opening the car door and getting in. "Let's go, master, to Haicheng University." In his previous life, Chao Cohen had 3 major regrets. The first was being wrongfully imprisoned and unable to clear his name. The second was not being able to take revenge on Wang Shanshan and her family. The third was not having gone to university. For Chao Cohen, going to university was not just about gaining knowledge and qualifications, it was also his grandfather's lifelong wish. Chao Cohen grew up without parents and was raised by his grandfather. In the older generation's impression, going to university seemed to make everything in life stable. Therefore, sending Chao Cohen to university was the old man's long-cherished wish. Even until 2 years ago, when Chao Cohen was just a sophomore in high school, the old man's biggest concern before he died was whether he had been admitted to university. Later, although he was admitted to university, he was framed by Wang Shanshan and her family and sent to prison. So, he was never able to fulfill the old man's wish that he would go to university. This life, he finally has the opportunity to fulfill the old man's dying wish. Coincidentally, the university he applied to was Haicheng University in Haicheng. So, since he was already here, naturally he wanted to go and have a look at this place that he had not been able to visit in his previous life. 6 p.m. Chao Cohen got out of the taxi in front of the entrance to Haicheng University. Since it was the middle of summer vacation, most students had already gone home, and only a small number of students had chosen to stay on campus. Therefore, Haicheng University at this time seemed a bit cold. Perhaps the security guards were neglecting their duties, or perhaps the university did not restrict access to outsiders. Chao Cohen was able to walk smoothly onto the Haicheng University campus. It was indeed very beautiful. There was a soccer field with green grass. There were rows and rows of basketball courts, dozens of them. There were also bamboo groves and sycamore groves. And of course, there were rockeries, artificial lakes, and buildings for teaching and learning. It was much nicer than Haicheng Prison Number 2. As Chao Kuan strolled through the sparsely populated campus, he suddenly stopped as if he had discovered something. In front of him, next to a thick bamboo forest, a woman of peerless beauty and figure was holding a bottle of Jiangxiabai and drinking. She was also crying while drinking. Froggy! What a goddess! Chao Kuan rarely used the word goddess to describe a woman. Because, in his opinion, whenever the word god was used, there had to be something about the person that made them incomparable. Even the woman in the cheongsam he had seen before was only a peerless woman in his eyes. But the woman in front of him, he worshipped her as a goddess just by looking at her. Because this woman was far more beautiful than the cheongsam lady, and her figure was far more explosive. Even so, Chao Kuan couldn't help but think of something he found very interesting. Some girls are very rich and are born with a perfect figure. But this girl is a bit poor, she only has 2 Mercedes-Benzes. Seeing that Chao Kuan was looking at her, the woman said angrily while crying. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman cry before? Ha! Chao Kuan was stunned by the woman's harsh words. Was she scolding him? So cute! Are all girls who scold others so cute? Chao Kuan smiled. Not only did he not leave, but he walked over to her. What, dumped? A person drinking alone and crying like a child, Chao Kuan could only think of one possible reason: heartbreak. The woman wiped her red eyes and cried, Do you know how to talk? I'm the one dumping other people, and with my looks and figure, do you think you could bear to dump me? Chao Kuan thought about it for a moment and nodded. You're right. With her looks and figure, she definitely deserves to be called a beauty. Chao Kuan didn't know about other people, but if it were him, as long as the woman didn't do anything to offend his bottom line, he definitely wouldn't dump her. Just these 2 big cars, you can't drive them enough in a lifetime, so there's no way I'd dump them. Then why are you crying so sadly? Chao Kuan asked. This time, the woman didn't pay any attention to Chao Kuan, but instead took another sip of Jiang Xiaobai. Seeing this, Chao Kuan nodded and turned around to leave. In his previous life, he had been a lapdog for 3 years, but in the end, he had licked himself into prison. He had had enough of being a lapdog. So, forget it. Don't think that just because you're pretty and have a great body, everyone has to pamper you. Suddenly, Chao Kuan had not yet taken a few steps when the woman's voice sounded behind him. Hey, do you want to do it? Chao Kuan froze for a moment and looked back at the woman. Do what? Just take a look at the scenery in the depths of the bamboo forest. What scenery? Why are you as indecisive as a woman? If you want to come in, if not, forget it. After saying that, the woman got up and entered the bamboo forest. As he watched the woman's back as she entered the bamboo forest, Chao Kuan innocently touched his nose. Damn, this girl is so fierce, why? I have to go and reason with her. With that, Chao Kuan strode after her. Chapter 14, The Unlucky Landlord. 2 hours later. In front of the bamboo forest, Chao Kuan watched the girls departing back, his mood inevitably a little complicated. Because, he never expected that the girl was actually still being criticized for the first time. If the girl had had a lot of experience, then he would not feel any psychological burden at all. They had just met each other, and it was just a friendly exchange. There was no question of who had taken advantage of whom, let alone who was responsible for whom. But the fact that the girl was a virgin made it harder for Chao Kuan to feel at ease. Although the girl had left after the encounter, she had left very decisively, without saying anything that would make him responsible. It was as if she were the one who had behaved badly. However, the more the girl acted like this, the more uncomfortable Chao Kuan felt. He always felt that he should do something. But what could he do? He didn't even know the girl's name. It wasn't that he didn't ask the girl for her name, he did, but the girl didn't tell him. He even asked the girl why she was drinking alone and crying while drinking, whether she had been bullied. In the end, the girl didn't tell him the reason, and she also asked him to leave the school quickly. This is because Haicheng University has security guards patrolling at night, and they are very aggressive towards outsiders. Chao Kuan was very surprised. How did the girl know that he was not a student at Haicheng University? Did he look like a mature member of society? No. Although his soul is indeed very mature, his body is only 18 years old after all. In response, he also asked the girl how she could tell that he was not a student at Haicheng University. In the end, the girl didn't tell him. As he watched the girl's back grow farther and farther away until she disappeared, Chao Kuan suddenly laughed at himself. Really, a girl is so carefree, but I'm a guy, why am I still so worried and insecure, just like a woman? After saying that, Chao Kuan shook his head with a smile and walked away. 10:30 p.m. In a 5-star hotel room in Haicheng, Chao Kuan walked in carrying a large bag of food. After tasting the sweetness brought by the 72-style meal bucket, he is now more and more looking forward to how strong his body will eventually become. Therefore, he has set himself an exercise plan. He must exercise for at least 3 hours every day. And 3 hours, according to the speed at which he hits the 72-style meal bucket every 10 minutes, can be hit 18 times. Each time he does it, he needs a pound of cooked beef as a base, so 18 times means he needs to prepare at least 18 pounds of cooked beef. Of course, he didn't actually prepare 18 pounds of cooked beef. After the experience of eating eggs last night and feeling sick, he definitely wouldn't make that mistake again. So, he bought different types of food tonight. There are dumplings, steamed buns, kebabs, steaks, pizza, burgers, crayfish, and all kinds of other delicacies. Eating a variety of foods will ensure that he definitely won't make the same mistake with eggs again. The next morning, 7:30 a.m. As she watched Chao Kuan walk out of the hotel, Lu Yuling yawned and helped him open the passenger door. Seeing that Lu Yuling was exhausted and had dark circles under her eyes, Chao Kuan couldn't help but tease her. "What, your husband came home last night?" During their conversation yesterday, Chao Kuan learned that Lu Yuling's husband was on a business trip and would be gone for a few more days. Lu Yuling gave Chao Kuan a resentful look. "Bah! Do you know what time I was busy last night? It was 3 o'clock. I went to bed at 3 in the morning and got up after 6. I slept for a total of only 3 hours, and I was almost exhausted." Seeing Lu Yuling's resentful look, Chao Kuan burst out laughing. I know you worked hard last night, but it's all for the money, right? Think about the money, this little bit of tiredness is nothing, right?" Lu Yuling smiled with pursed lips when Chao Kuan said this. He was right. The reason she was so tired was to make money. And in the face of the 360,000 yuan agency fee, this tiredness was nothing. Not to mention staying up until 3 a.m., even if she had to stay up until 3 a.m. for a month straight, she would be willing to do it. That's true. Lu Yuling gave a little hee-hee laugh, got into the car, and said, "Anyway, I'll take you out to dinner first, and after we eat, we'll go meet the first landlord." After saying that, Lu Yuling put the pedal to the metal and drove directly away from the place with Chao Kuan in the car. 9 a.m. The window seats of a coffee shop in the Yundong district of Haicheng City, Chao Kuan and Lu Yuling walked over. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s was already waiting. He is Chao Kuan's first landlord to meet today, Huang Jiahao. Huang Jiahao, a native of Guangdong province, invested 8 suites here with a sum of money when the real estate business was good a few years ago. When he bought it, it was 8,500 yuan per square meter. He thought that the price was low enough and would definitely be a sure profit. Who would have thought that a few years later, not only had the price of the suites he bought not risen, it had instead dropped to 7,700 yuan per square meter. The 8 suites, each of which is an average of 130 to 140 square meters, have lost 800 yuan per square meter, which means a loss of 8 to 9 million yuan for the 8 suites. Seeing that the prices of houses in Yundong district will not rise for a long time, Huang Jiahao decisively chose to cut his losses and get out of the market. However, although he wanted to decisively cut his losses and get out of the market did not allow him to. Because, these 8 units have been on sale for almost 3 months now, and not a single one has sold. As a result, Huang Jiahao is so worried that his hair is turning gray. He is not one of those wealthy Cantonese people, and if he can't get this money exchanged, his capital chain will break, and once the capital chain breaks, there will be big problems. So, when Lu Yuling called him last night and said that someone wanted to buy his 8 units, he took the high-speed train overnight. Chapter 15, Getting the 8 Apartments. Mr. Huang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chao Kuan, whom I mentioned on the phone. Mr. Chao, this is the landlord of the 8 apartments, Mr. Huang Jiahao. As the middleman, Lu Yuling took the lead in introducing Chao Kuan and Huang Jiahao to each other. Huang Jiahao was obviously more anxious than Chao Kuan. After Lu Yuling finished introducing them, he enthusiastically shook his hand. Hello, Mr. Chao. Hello. I didn't expect it, but Mr. Chao is really as impressive and young as manager Lu described on the phone. Especially your appearance, Mr. Chow, is so handsome. If you were in our province, you would have at least one girlfriend per street. Hearing Huang's flattery, Chow immediately laughed. Mr. Huang, you're too kind. There are really too many girlfriends per street, my waist would not be able to handle it. Half a street would be enough. The humorous response made Lu Yuling and Huang Jiahao laugh out loud, and the atmosphere became much more harmonious. After the three of them were seated, Lu Yuling took the initiative to pour a cup of coffee for Chao Kuan and Huang Jiahao. Huang Jiahao spoke first. From what Manager Lu said, Mr. Chow plans to buy a batch of houses here. May I ask, did Mr. Chow hear something? As someone who was able to buy 8 apartments here a few years ago, Huang Jiahao must have a certain amount of wealth. And people like this are often not stupid. I'm not sure about the situation in Yundong district, but I can say that in the next few years, it definitely won't be suitable for property speculation. However, Chao Kuan happened to enter the market at this time, which made Huang Jiahao think more. Is it possible that he learned some news and came here to speculate in real estate? Upon being asked by Huang Jiahao, a wry smile appeared on Chao Kuan's face. Mr. Huang, you're joking. There's no such thing as a windfall. I really don't know what to do. If there's a good investment project, who would speculate on real estate in these times? After all, I'm taking a gamble too. At this, Chao Kuan seriously held up 3 fingers and continued. Mr. Huang, I won't hide it from you. I'll give it a maximum of 3 years. If after 3 years, the property prices here still don't look promising, regardless of profit or loss, I'll definitely leave decisively. Seeing Chao Kuan's serious expression, Huang Jiahao obviously took him seriously. He took a deep breath and said with emotion. Yes, the current economic environment is generally poor, and there are indeed not many good investment projects. Finally, after a while of digressing from the topic, and seeing that the atmosphere was right, Chao Kuan directly led the conversation back to the 8 suites. Mr. Huang, Manager Lu has already introduced the 8 suites in your hands to me. To be honest, I am quite satisfied with the 8 suites, but I still think the price is a bit high. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiahao's face showed bitterness. Mr. Chow, 7,700 yuan per square meter, this price is really not high. I bought it for 8,500 yuan per square meter back then. If I sell it to you now, I will lose 800 yuan per square meter. Chao Kuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, I understand how you feel, Mr. Huang, but that's not how the math works. Although you paid 8,500 yuan for it back then, the market price in Yundong district is really not worth that much now. Besides, 7,700 yuan per square meter is a bit high. If you don't believe me, just ask Manager Lu. As a buyer's market, the agent Lu Yuling is definitely in the same boat as his buyer father. Lu Yuling looked at Huang Jiahao and said with a somewhat bitter smile, Mr. Huang, let me be fair. The unit price of 7,700 is really not low. These 8 units of yours have been on my list for 3 months. It's not that no one has asked about them in these 3 months, but everyone stopped as soon as they heard the unit price of 7,700. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiahao's face looked a bit heavy. He frowned and looked at Chao Kuan and said, Mr. Chow, what do you think is a suitable unit price? 7,500, Chao Kuan said decisively. If Mr. Huang is willing to sell at this price, I will take all 8 units, and we can go to the real estate center to complete the transfer today, and the money will be transferred to your account today. Huang Jiahao was a bit reluctant to accept the price of 7,500 per square meter, but when he heard Chao Kuan say that the money would be transferred to his account today, he made up his mind immediately. Sold. There was no choice. He really needed the money now, and since he was already losing 800 yuan per square meter, he didn't mind losing another 200. Good. Huang Jiahao patted the table and said, since Mr. Chow said so, it will be 7,500, but I have one request, and I want to go through the transfer now. Because I still have things to do in Guangdong province, I have to hurry back. Today is Friday. If I miss today, I will have to wait 2 more days to transfer the property. I don't have that much time to stay here. No problem. Chao Kuan smiled, as long as Manager Lu has all the materials ready, I don't have any problems on my end. No problem, I don't have any problems either. Lu Yuling couldn't keep her mouth shut with joy. She patted her bag and said, I've got all the materials ready, let's go to the real estate center now. 8 suites. And each one is a 130-40 square meter apartment. A rough calculation shows that the agency fee is at least 100,000 yuan. If it weren't for Huang Jiahao, Lu Yuling would have been so excited that she would have ridden Chao Kuan and let loose. Time flew, and it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. In the Yundong district of Haicheng, in front of the real estate center, Chao Kuan and Lu Yuling watched as Huang Jiahao took a taxi and left. Finally, it's all done. Because each house needs to be transferred individually by calling a number, and since one of the specialists at the counter handling real estate business today was sick and did not come to work, the process was a bit slow, so it took the whole day to complete the paperwork for the 8 houses. But, fortunately, it is all done. The 8 houses, with a unit price of 7,500, cost Chao Kuan 8.1 million in total. And Lu Yuling also received 1.5% of the agency fee from Huang Jiahao. In total, it was more than 121,000 yuan, and she took a round number, 120,000. Seeing Lu Yuling's happy face, Chao Kuan patted her perky butt and said, "Manager Lu, you made 120,000 yuan from just one single transaction. It would be rude not to treat us to a meal, wouldn't it?" Lu Yuling looked at Chao Kuan with a meaningful smile and said, "What's the rush? It's not even time for dinner yet. How about we go to your 8 properties first? The houses have all been transferred, but you haven't even seen what these 8 houses look like. It wouldn't be appropriate not to go and have a look, would it?" Looking at Lu Yuling's meaningful expression, Chao Kuan nodded seriously. "That's right, let's go and have a look at the houses first." Half an hour later, Chao Kuan and Lu Yuling arrived at the first house. It was a 3-bedroom house, which had previously been rented to a young couple, so there were still some simple furniture and appliances. The master bedroom had a bed, mattress, and air conditioner. The kitchen had a rice cooker. The bathroom had a water heater. These were all left behind by the young couple when they left. Finally, after a round of looking, the two came back to the master bedroom. Seeing Chao Kuan reach out and pull the curtains closed and turn on the air conditioner, Lu Yuling bit her lip and smiled shyly, as if she knew what was about to happen, and then she locked the bedroom door. Chapter 16, Going home to settle scores with the school beauty's family. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. 5 p.m. With the door opening, Chao Kuan and Lu Yuling walked out. Since the two entered the room at 5 p.m. on Friday, they had not come out for 2 full days. Except for the delivery man who came a few times and opened the door a few times, the door was kept closed the rest of the time. I still suggest you talk to them one by one. It's easier to lower the price if you talk to them one by one. If you talk to them together, they'll outnumber you and you won't be able to lower the price. Lu Yuling looked back at Chao Kuan as she walked down the stairs, holding onto the wall. A Huang Jiahao directly consumed 1/3 of the funds Chao Kuan had in his hands. However, there was only one person like Huang Jiahao. Among the landlords Lu Yuling had scheduled to meet next, each of them had a maximum of 2 or 3 apartments, and some even had only 1. In other words, Chao Kuan still had to meet with several or even more than 10 landlords before he could buy all the money for the house. Seeing them one by one was too much trouble, so he simply asked Lu Yuling to get them together so that they could talk about it together. The price was 7,500, and if they accepted, they would sell. If they didn't, they wouldn't. Lu Yuling still had other landlords waiting to sell their houses, so he wasn't worried about not being able to buy enough houses. Forget it, it's too much trouble to meet with each one. Chao Kuan shook his head, saying that he only had 1 or 2 sets of houses in his hands, and if he had to meet with each one and talk to each one, he didn't know how much time it would take. With that time, I might as well do something fun, right? As he spoke, Chao Kuan winked at Lu Yuling. Seeing this, Lu Yuling burst out laughing. She rolled her eyes while laughing and said, "Really, it's never ending. It's too hard to make some commission from you." "What?" Chao Kuan laughed and lit a cigarette, saying, "What I mean is, with this kind of time, it's better to explore the nearby stores and find something delicious. I've been eating takeout at home for the past 2 days, and it's not very satisfying." "Oh. That's what you mean." Lu Yuling smiled a little embarrassed and said, "I do know some good places to eat nearby. Let's talk about it after, and if there's time, I'll take you there." It wasn't long before Chao Kuan met with the landlords who wanted to sell their properties. There were 9 landlords in total, with 17 properties in their hands. However, unlike the 140 square meter properties in Huang Jiahao's hands, these 17 properties were not that big. There were some 140 square meter houses, but there were only 2 or 3 of those. Most were 100 square meters or 80-90 square meters. Facing these 9 landlords, Chao Kuan directly offered a fixed price of 7,500 yuan per square meter, and was willing to sell if they were willing, but would not force them if they were not. In the end, only 6 landlords agreed to sell, while the remaining 3 landlords thought Chao Kuan's price was too low and wanted to wait and see what the market would do. After agreeing with the 6 landlords on the time of the transfer, Chow Koen and Lu Yuling ate something casual outside, and then returned to the apartment under his name. Time passed day by day. Under Lu Yuling's arrangement, everything was progressing in an orderly manner. On Monday, the transfer took place at the real estate center, and it took the whole day. In the evening, he had dinner with Lu Yuling and went to bed. On Tuesday, the transfer took place at the real estate center in the morning, and he met the landlord in the afternoon. Then he went shopping, had dinner, and went to bed with Lu Yuling. Wednesday morning, property center transfer afternoon, meeting landlord dinner and sleep with Lu Yuling. Thursday, property center transfer dinner and sleep with Lu Yuling. The reason why they didn't meet the landlord again on Thursday was that Chow Koen finally used all the money he had to buy the house on that day. However, he didn't spend all the 24 million he had, and in the end, he only spent 23.8 million, leaving 200,000 yuan left. And this remaining 200,000 yuan was obviously not enough to buy a house, so that was that. On Friday, they didn't go out. On Saturday, they didn't go out. On Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m. It wasn't until then that Chow Koen and Lu Yuling, who had not gone out for 3 whole days, came out of the house. They had to come out, because Lu Yuling's husband was coming back tonight, arriving home around 8 p.m. If he found her not at home, he would definitely become suspicious. Chow Koen, on the other hand, considered himself a relatively moral and well-mannered person, and would definitely not do anything that would destroy someone else's family. Therefore, he decisively chose to end it. Just like last time, Lu Yuling carried her bag in her right hand and held the wall with her left hand, taking very careful steps. Chow Koen, on the other hand, was even more vigorous and energetic. 10 minutes later. In front of the community, Chow Koen watched as Lu Yuling drove away. After Lu Yuling left, Chow Koen didn't stay here either, and took a taxi to leave. Now that the matter in Yundong district was settled, it was time for him to go do something else. For example, to take revenge on Wang Shanshan's family. If it weren't for the urgent matter in Yundong district, his revenge on Wang Shanshan's family would have already begun. It was Yundong district that allowed Wang Shanshan's family to have a few more peaceful days. And now that the matter in Yundong district has been settled, it's time for Wang Shanshan's family to suffer. However, before leaving Haicheng, Chow Koen still had one more thing to do. Rent a house near Haicheng University. There was now only about half a month left until the start of the semester at Haicheng University. Whether it was to make up for the regret of not being able to go to university in his previous life, or to fulfill his grandfather's long-cherished wish, he definitely had to go to school. Of course, he definitely wasn't going to live in the school dormitory. It wasn't that he was unsociable, but rather, he had already classified the 72 styles of the rice bucket as a secret that could not be told to outsiders. Living in the dormitory, not to mention the inconvenience it would cause him in practicing the 72 styles of the rice bucket, he could not bear the thought of it being easily leaked. Chapter 17, Night Talk in the Cemetery. The rental process went smoothly. Thanks to the summer vacation, there was still an adequate supply of housing, and Chow Koen was able to settle the matter in less than an hour. It was a house located a 10-minute walk from Haicheng University, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and complete appliances and furniture, ready for move-in at any time. With the rental matter settled, the matter in Haicheng was officially over, and Chow Koen took a taxi to the train station. 11:30 p.m. Xia County, the exit of the train station, Chow Koen walked out alone with his backpack. As a small county, Xia County's traffic flow was definitely not comparable to that of a first-tier big city like Haicheng. Plus, it was already late at night, and there were few passengers choosing to go out. Therefore, during this stop of the train, he was the only person to get off the train. It was as if the entire train station was built for him. After leaving the station, he saw only 2 or 3 taxis parked outside, so he walked over to one of them. "Hey handsome, where to?" The driver, who was smoking outside, saw Chow Koen and hurriedly opened the passenger door before him. "To the city South Cemetery." Seeing the driver smoking, Chow Koen also felt a bit of a craving, so he stood by the car door and lit up. Hearing Chow Koen say he was going to the city South Cemetery, the driver stopped smoking immediately. Late at night, going to the cemetery? Why does it feel so unpleasant? Seeing that the driver was a bit dazed, Chow Koen smiled and said, "I'm going to pay my respects to my grandfather." "Why, are you afraid to go?" The driver recovered and laughed. "What's there to be afraid of? I mean, it's the middle of the night. There's definitely no problem. Let's go, get in the car." Half an hour later. In front of the Changnan Cemetery, the driver stopped the car. "Do you need to wait for you?" Changnan Cemetery is located in the southern suburbs of Xia County. Apart from this cemetery, there is nothing around this place, so there are not many cars here, not to mention at night, but even during the day. If the driver didn't wait here, Chao Kuan definitely wouldn't be able to get a second ride tonight. Facing the driver's kindness, Chao Kuan shook his head with a smile. No need, master, I haven't talked to my grandfather for a long time, so I might need to chat for a while, so you can go ahead. After saying this, Chao Kuan got up and got out of the car. Seeing this, the driver didn't say anything else, made a U-turn in place, and returned directly to the city. After the driver drove away, Chao Kuan looked back at the Changnan Cemetery behind him. Because it was only a small county cemetery, it was very simple. There was not even a person guarding the cemetery at night. Facing the cemetery gate, which was more than 2 meters high, Chao Kuan gave it a running start, then jumped up sharply, reached up and pushed, and directly somersaulted over the top of the cemetery gate. Fortunately, there was no one guarding the cemetery at the moment, otherwise, they would have definitely thought they were seeing a ghost when they saw this. After Chao Kuan landed, he was also shocked by his own actions. He felt that he should be able to jump over like that, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Apparently, his physical fitness is now even better than he expected. Thinking about this, a figure flashed through Chao Kuan's mind. Yang Ping. Damn it, if that bastard Yang Ping had told me all about the 72 rice bucket stances in my previous life, I wouldn't have had to serve 10 years in prison, and I would have jumped out of prison long ago. After talking to himself, Chao Kuan seemed to have thought of something, and he shook his head with a smile. Forget it. Yang Ping really couldn't be made to take the blame for this. It wasn't that he hadn't taught him, but that he himself didn't know how to do it. Although he had always had the nameless book in his hands, he had obviously only learned a little of it, not the whole thing. He had the treasure right in front of him, but he couldn't get in. It was probably just his lot in life. With these thoughts in his heart, it wasn't long before Chao Kuan arrived at the northeast corner of the cemetery. Looking at the short, small grave in front of him, his eyes became moist. If there is anyone in this world who has really been good to him, then, apart from his late grandfather, Chao Kuan really can't think of anyone else. And the greatest wish of this thrifty, simple old man who had lived a simple life was nothing more than for his grandson to be safe and sound for the rest of his life. However, even such a simple wish was ultimately dashed. Not only that, but his own grave was dug up by someone else, and his ashes were scattered, ending up with nothing left. And every time he thinks about this, Chao Kuan just wants to kill someone. Whatever anger or frustration you have, take it out on him. Digging up an old man's grave is nothing. The person is already dead and has turned into ashes, so why can't you let him go? Recalling scenes from his past life, Chao Kuan clenched his teeth, balled his fists, and dropped to his knees in front of the grave with a thud. After taking a deep breath, he took out some offerings such as roast chicken and duck from his backpack while talking to himself. Grandpa, I'm sorry. In your previous life, your grandson was a fool. Not only was he sent to prison, but your grave was desecrated and your ashes scattered. But don't worry, in this life, your grandson will never do anything so stupid again. And in your previous life, your grandson will make sure that those who bullied you and me get what's coming to them. Don't worry, your grandson remembers everything, and none of them will get away with it. After saying all this, Chao Kuan felt as if a burst of energy had been released from his heart, and he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Next, he sat in front of the grave, smoking, drinking, and eating the offerings, while telling stories about his past life. Old man, it really wasn't that your grandson didn't go to university, it was that your grandson was framed and thrown in jail. Wang Shanshan, you remember her, don't you? The girl you said was really pretty, and you said if I could marry her, I must have done good deeds in my past life. I did her grandmother good deeds, but you don't know how much they three of them hated each other. Her mother was going to be raped, and I came to her rescue. As a result, the three of them turned on me and falsely accused me of murder. Grandpa, you tell me, is this something a human being could do? It's worse than a pig and a dog. You know how good-looking your grandson is, with his three-dimensional features, tall and handsome, and fair and clean. So when your grandson first arrived in prison, no one was blowing him, and at least half the prisoners wanted to sodomize your grandson. So I clenched my hands and squeezed his balls so hard that I crushed them, and I squeezed the guy until he was as feminine as a woman. Since then, no one has wanted to sodomize your grandson. You know what a transsexual is, right? It's someone with an extra penis. Never mind, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Just know that they have stronger sexual desire and are more violent than ordinary people, and they also have more strength than ordinary people. They're just like crazy bastards. Of course, not all transsexuals are crazy bastards, but the ones who can get into our prison for serious criminals are definitely crazier than the others. There were more than 10 super males in our prison at the beginning, and every day was so lively that there was no day without fighting and bloodshed. I especially remember a super male named Wang. He was a beast. He hung his father up and beat him, and made his father watch him rape his mother. This guy ended up dying a terrible death. He was killed by another super male. When they found him, his whole body was almost cut in half vertically. Chapter 18, Editing the Video. It had been 10 years since Chow Koen had last visited his grandfather's grave. He had so much to say, so he just sat there, and before he knew it, the sky in the east had turned pale. After finishing the last sip of wine, Chow Koen looked at the cigarette butts he had scattered on the ground and the offerings he had eaten, and grinned. He had been so happy that he had eaten all the tribute he had brought for the old man without realizing it. Next time I'll get you some good stuff." After saying this, Chow Koen stood up and continued. "Old man, after talking to you for so long, I actually just wanted to tell you that I've come to tell you not to worry. Your grandson will definitely live a peaceful and enjoyable life. As for what is considered a good life, having a harem of wives and concubines, it's all taken care of. Just watch your grandson's performance. I'm leaving now, don't worry about me, I'll see you next time." After saying this, Chow Koen gave the grave a big smile, waved his hand, and then left towards the pale sky in the east. 5 p.m. In the old room, Chow Koen came out of the bedroom naked and went to the bathroom. Because he didn't get much rest during those few days in Haicheng, and he stayed up all night last night, so after returning from the cemetery, he first got a good night's sleep. More than 10 minutes later. After washing up, Chow Koen went to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room. Looking at himself in the mirror, his body looked like it had been sculpted, with defined angles and edges, and all the muscles stood out. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He had to say that the 72 style effects of the rice bucket were really awesome. It's only been a few days, but his current body is already catching up to his past life. In fact, it's even more explosive and handsome than his past life. After all, his current body is free of those ugly scars. It's white and clean, and full of the beauty of masculine power, especially those 8 evenly arranged abs, which look explosive at first glance. After habitually looking at his body, Chow Koen smiled, then returned to the bedroom and turned on the computer. The house in Yundong district was bought, the grandfather was worshipped, the sleep was taken, the spirit was restored, and if he didn't take revenge next, it would be hard to justify. After the computer had booted up completely, Chow Koen skillfully opened the C drive and directly clicked on a video. At the beginning of the video, in a dim alley, a charming young woman was quickly dragged in by 3 thugs. It was the video of Wang Shanshan's mother, by Jing, being bullied by 3 thugs. Because he was in a hurry to take care of the matter in Yundong district, Chow Koen hadn't had a chance to watch the video properly after filming it that night. Not long after watching the video, Chow Koen had an idea. Although Bai Jing was forced, this coercion did not run through the entire video. If the first part and the last part were removed, leaving only the middle part, it would be just like an infidelity video. Chow Koen's mouth curled up, and he murmured, "My dear Uncle Wang, I hope you like it." After saying that, Chow Koen opened the video editing software and started working directly. Very quickly, in just a few minutes, Chow Koen finished editing the video. After double-checking the video to make sure there were no problems, Chow Koen directly copied it to a USB drive. At this moment, a phone call suddenly came to his phone. The caller ID showed Sun Wei. Upon seeing this name, Chow Koen's eyes narrowed. At the same time, a murderous aura also emerged. Chapter 19. Do you really know what kind of person your wife is? If you ask Chow Koen who he most wants to take revenge on, then the top priority would definitely be Wang Shanshan and her family. Because if it wasn't for Wang Shanshan and her family, he wouldn't have been imprisoned for 10 years in the last life for the crime of murder. Apart from Wang Shanshan and her family, the person calling at this time, Sun Wei, definitely ranks second. In fact, it's not impossible for him to be in the first echelon. Sun Wei and Chow Koen were classmates for 3 years in high school. During those 3 years, the two of them stayed up all night together, studied together, watched movies together, smoked cigarettes and drank alcohol together. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were best friends. However, it was this best friend of his who, after he was wrongfully imprisoned, not only did not visit him once in prison, but also went around saying bad things about him, eager to distance himself from him. If that was all, Chow Koen would have let it go. After all, the reputation of a murderer is really bad. If anyone knows that so-and-so is good friends with a murderer, then subconsciously they will label that person as not a good person. Therefore, if Sunway just slandered him and spoke ill of him, trying to distance himself from him, Xiao Kuan could understand and would not blame him. However, Sunway should never ever, in his haste to distance himself from his relationship with him as a good friend, go with his other good friend to dig up his grandfather's grave and scatter his ashes. To Xiao Kuan, his grandfather was the only relative he had in this life. Originally, the old man had not been able to wait for him to show filial piety, and Xiao Kuan already felt very sorry in his heart. But Sunway and his other brother even let the old man end up in a pitiful state. For this, Xiao Kuan can never forgive them. It's fine if he didn't properly honor the old man, but not even letting the old man rest in peace. What was the point of the old man raising him as a grandson? It would have been better to raise a dog. In his previous life, it was just that he didn't have the chance, otherwise, he would have wrung the heads off Sunway and his other good brother a long time ago. As he thought about this, Xiao Kuan looked at the phone on the computer desk that kept ringing, and picked it up. Hello. The gloom on his face disappeared, and Xiao Kuan instantly put on a happy expression. What's up, Sunway? Kuan, what are you doing? Sunway sounded a bit muffled as if he was chewing something. Not much. Xiao Kuan said, I stayed up all night reading a novel last night, and I didn't go to bed until after 7 o'clock in the morning. As a result, I slept until now and just woke up. Wow, Kuan, you've really let yourself go over the holidays. Sunway laughed, surprised that he had slept until now. Let's play cards, we're one short. If Sunway had a hobby, it would definitely be playing cards. Whether it's Landlord, Pai Gao, or Baccarat, he's addicted to every single one. He can even play all night long. If there's a little extra incentive, he won't even eat. For this reason, Xiao Kuan had previously commented on him, saying that when he sees cards, he becomes obsessed. And in that brief moment, Xiao Kuan thought of a way to get Sunway to clean up. No choice. His weakness is so obvious. It's just that the timing is not right now, and it will have to wait a while. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Kuan laughed and said, What kind of cards? You know, I don't know how to play, and I still have to read novels. No. Sunway pleaded, Kuan, come and play for a while. What's the point of reading novels? It's okay if you don't know how to play, just come and join us for some fun. No. Xiao Kuan refused, I'm almost dead tired, and I have to go back to sleep soon. Seeing that Xiao Kuan was determined not to come, Sunway had to give up, and said, Okay, I'll see if anyone else comes. After that, the phone was hung up directly. Xiao Kuan, looking at the hung-up phone, a sneer involuntarily appeared on his face. My good brother, cherish these few happy days of yours, soon, you won't be happy anymore. 8:30 p.m. Xia County, Beiqing District Snack Street, in front of a crowded stall selling snacks, Xiao Kuan walked over. At this time, a man in his 30s was about to pay the bill. He took out his phone from his pocket and started unlocking it with his fingerprint. However, he didn't know if it was because his hands were oily or the screen wasn't working well, so he pressed several times without successfully unlocking it with his fingerprint. 020304. After unlocking the phone, he tapped on WeChat, then scanned the QR code to pay and complete the transaction. The whole process went smoothly except for a small hiccup when he turned on the phone. Pay, get the stuff, and leave. However, the man didn't notice that as he was leaving, a slightly taller boy passed him by. 5 minutes later, Xiao Kuan walked out of the snack street. When he arrived at an unmanned place, he reached into his pocket and took out a mobile phone. It was the phone of the man in his 30s who had been at the food stall a moment ago. After 10 years in prison, Xiao Kuan had not been idle. Pickpocketing techniques like this were basic to him. There was no choice. There were too many talented people in prison who were good at this, and he had learned it without knowing it. Xiao Kuan entered the 6-digit password 020304 and successfully opened the phone. He didn't even bother to check if there were any embarrassing photos or videos on the phone. He simply opened WeChat, selected Add Friend, and entered a mobile phone number. It was Wang Yifu's mobile phone number, Wang Shanshan's father's. As a big dog who had licked Wang Shanshan for 3 years, Xiao Kuan not only had Wang Shanshan's phone and WeChat, but also her parents' phone numbers and WeChat accounts. So, if he wanted to send a video to Wang Yifu, it would be very simple. He could just send it to him directly through WeChat. However, in doing so, he also exposed himself. Therefore, he needed a WeChat ID that Wang Yifu did not know. He even specially added a note so that Wang Yifu could approve the friend request. Wang Yifu, add me, urgent matter. As Chao Koen sent this friend request, after just 3 minutes, a prompt popped up that the WeChat friend request had been approved. Along with it was a WeChat message from Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu, who are you? Wang Yifu, what's the emergency? As he read the message from Wang Yifu, Chao Koen's mouth curled up. He first transferred the edited video from his phone to this phone via Bluetooth, and then replied. It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is, do you really know what kind of person your wife is? Thanks to having licked Wang Shanshan for 3 years, Chao Koen still knew a fair bit about Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu is a very male chauvinist, and he is also very suspicious. Even Bai Jing had a good job before, but because she needed to travel occasionally, he forced her to quit. Because as soon as Bai Jing went on a business trip, Wang Yifu would suspect that she was fooling around with other men. Therefore, Chao Koen was very confident that once he sent this message, Wang Yifu would definitely bite. Chapter 20, 2 Women and 1 Man, Chaos. Sure enough. As soon as Chao Koen sent the message, Wang Yifu immediately replied. Wang Yifu, who the hell are you? Wang Yifu, also, I know my wife better than you do. Don't think that I'll fall for your tricks. Our relationship is very good. Facing Wang Yifu's reply, Chao Koen's mouth could hardly hold back. What a nice thing to say. How dare a man say such things when he is not even comfortable with his wife going on a business trip and has to ask her to quit her job? Out of the whole body, only the mouth is the hardest. After a little mental teasing, Chao Koen directly replied. Gee, you really are a pitiful man. To be honest, I can't bear to let you see the cruel reality. Wang Yifu, what cruel reality? Don't pretend. I have absolute faith in my wife. Chao Koen, you're so naive and cute for someone your age. Okay, since you have so much faith in your wife, I won't show you the video of your wife being excited by another man riding her. Goodbye. Almost as soon as Chao Koen sent this message, Wang Yifu replied within seconds. Wang Yifu, wait a minute, you can't just walk away like that. Wang Yifu, what video of your wife being ridden by another man? You have to be clear about that. Wang Yifu, I'm telling you, it definitely wasn't my wife. At most, it was someone who looked like her. Hurry up and send me the video so I can take a look. Seeing these 3 messages from Wang Yifu, Chao Koen couldn't hold back any longer and grinned from ear to ear. This was his belief. He said he believed it, but his actions showed he was full of doubt. Chao Koen didn't say much more to Wang Yifu, and directly sent the video, along with a message. I bet your wife is definitely not this happy when she's with you. Along with this message, Chao Koen directly deleted the 2 as friends, and also deleted the video from his phone. Then, with a loud crack, he twisted the phone directly into a twisted mess, all broken into several sections. Finally, he threw the scrapped phone into the trash can and left as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in Xia County, in the bathroom of a residential building, Wang Yifu, who was sitting on the toilet, watched the video playing on his phone, his fists clenching tighter and tighter, and even the blue veins on his forehead bulging. He had thought that at most it would be someone similar to his wife. However, the moment he opened the video, his heart sank to the bottom. They were already old married couples, and Wang Yifu was too familiar with Bai Jing's body. Both the woman's appearance in the video and some of the characteristics of her other body parts were exactly the same as Bai Jing's. Even her expression of ecstasy in the video and the sounds she made were exactly the same as Bai Jing's. So this was clearly Bai Jing. Unexpectedly, his wife, who had shared his bed for so many years, had actually been cheating on him behind his back. And with 3 men at the same time. Bitch. Bitch. Slut. As the 11-minute video ended, Wang Yifu could no longer contain the anger of betrayal in his heart. He even forgot to wipe his butt, pulled up his underwear, and rushed out like a mad dog. In the living room, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were sitting on the sofa, watching TV. When they saw Wang Yifu suddenly come out of the bathroom, Bai Jing's brows furrowed. She was about to say that Wang Yifu should be more considerate and not wear just a pair of underpants in front of their daughter, but before she could say anything, Wang Yifu pounced on her. You bitch, I'll kill you. Without any further ado, he slapped her in the face, which immediately stunned her. Before Bai Jing could come to her senses, Wang Yifu grabbed her hair and started slapping her left and right. You slut, you can't live without a man. You bitch. The loud slaps, Wang Yifu's angry shouting, and Bai Jing's screams of pain all at once stunned Wang Shanshan, who had never seen anything like it before. When she came to her senses, she burst into tears and rushed over to Wang Yifu, beating him. Dad, you're crazy, what are you doing, let go of my mom. How could two women deal with a man in a rage? Wang Shanshan's intervention not only failed to sober Wang Yifu up, but instead made him even angrier. I work hard to earn a living to support the family, and your mother is cheating on me with another man, and you're still helping her? You ungrateful brat! Wang Yifu kicked Wang Shanshan in the stomach, sending her 2 meters away and rolling twice on the ground. On the other side, Bai Jing, who had been restrained and beaten, saw her daughter being kicked away. Her maternal instinct exploded, and with a cry, she scratched Wang Yifu's face with her fingernails. Bloody scars appeared on Wang Yifu's face in an instant. Seeing her parents completely fighting each other, Wang Shanshan, who was at a loss as to what to do, burst into tears while taking out her mobile phone and dialing 110. Hello, 110? My father is going to kill my mother, please come quickly, the address is in the garden community. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shanshan saw her mother being slammed to the ground by her father again. She let out a scream and suddenly picked up the TV on the TV cabinet and smashed it down hard on his head. Boom! The LCD screen shattered instantly. Unfortunately, the force was a little too weak and failed to knock Wang Yifu unconscious. With a piece of LCD screen embedded in his forehead, Wang Yifu looked slowly at Wang Shanshan. His eyes were red like a beast about to devour someone. I have worked so hard to raise you, and you dare to hit me? The next second, he pushed Bai Jing aside and came to Wang Shanshan in 2 steps, and gave her a big slap. You ungrateful brat, I raised you for nothing. Her daughter's beating once again stimulated the potential within Bai Jing, and she rushed over with a howl, wrapping her arms around Wang Yifu's legs and biting. Ah! Wang Yifu let out a scream, ignoring Wang Shanshan and raising his leg to break free. A chunk of flesh was almost bitten off the back of his calf by Bai Jing. Seeing this, Wang Yifu became even more furious, and he lifted his leg and kicked Bai Jing in the head. As for Wang Shanshan, after Wang Yifu slapped her, she also gave up. Damn it! Go to hell! I can't live like this anymore. She picked up the ornamental bottles and wine bottles on the living room wine cabinet and smashed them all at Wang Yifu. 5 minutes later, a police car pulled up downstairs. Since Wang Shanshan's apartment complex was not far from the local police station, and she had reported a homicide, the police arrived quickly. 3 policemen got out of the car and quickly went upstairs. When they arrived at Wang Shanshan's house, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. The place was a mess. The coffee table was broken, the TV smashed, the TV cabinet also smashed, there were glass shards everywhere, the air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, and blood was also everywhere. And on the ground at this time, there were 3 figures twisting and hugging together, still rolling and punching each other. Chapter 21, Taking Refuge with Chao Kuan. Looking at the 3 people twisting and hugging together, the 3 policemen naturally did not let their fight continue. The 3 policemen acted together, with one controlling each person, and they directly and forcefully separated Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu was still irritable, and even after being separated by the police, he was still red-eyed and shouting abuse at Bai Jing. You slut, bitch, for so many years, I have worked like a dog every day to support this family, and this is how you repay me? I curse your whole family. Although Bai Jing could not beat Wang Yifu, after this fight, she was also enraged. Moreover, after this fight, she no longer had the desire to continue living with Wang Yifu. So she had nothing to lose. You're trash, you're garbage, and you have the nerve to say that. Bai Jing shouted back at Wang Yifu. We're fighting over such a small amount of money every month, and even beggars fight for more. You're no good in bed, and you're no good at earning money. I've never seen such a useless man as you. Go be a dog if you want to be a man. On the other side, watching her parents, who were still shouting at each other even though they had been forcibly separated, Wang Shanshan cried even louder. What on earth is going on? They were obviously such a loving couple and had such a harmonious family, so why had they suddenly become like this? The 3 policemen, seeing the situation, obviously knew that it was not something that could be mediated on the spot, and immediately took the 3 of them back to the police station. Since the 3 of them were together, to be precise, Wang Yifu and Bai Jing were together, hurling insults at each other, and there was simply no way to mediate. There was no other way, so the police could only mediate by separating them. Wang Yifu was put in one room, and Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan in the other. After a brief period of questioning, the police easily discovered the source of the family conflict. Wang Yifu. According to the accounts of Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, the 2 of them were watching a movie on the sofa when, for no reason at all, Wang Yifu, like a mad dog, rushed out and started attacking them. Even now, the 2 of them still don't know what made Wang Yifu go crazy. After identifying the source of the family conflict, the police next began to question Wang Yifu, following the strategy of tracing the source and resolving the conflict from there. As a result, Wang Yifu was completely uncooperative. No matter how the police asked, he just wouldn't say why he had attacked. All he kept saying was that Bai Jing was a slut, a bitch, a whore, and so on. From Wang Yifu's behavior, the police obviously sensed that Bai Jing must have done something to make Wang Yifu so angry. So they turned to Bai Jing and asked if she had done anything to offend Wang Yifu. When the police asked her this, Bai Jing did think about the incident a while ago when she was forced to have sex by 3 thugs. But it only flashed through her mind and passed. Because she didn't feel it was related at all. There were only 4 of them that night, there was no surveillance, and the 3 punks left after they were done with her, so there were no photos or videos, and Wang Yifu could not have known. Besides, even if Wang Yifu did know, there was no way he would have beaten himself up like that. Since he knew, he should have understood that she was forced, and he shouldn't have comforted himself instead. How could a husband not comfort his wife after he found out that she had been raped, but instead beat her to death? Isn't that the same as being in cahoots with the rapist? Therefore, she was convinced in her heart that she definitely had nothing to do with this matter. Therefore, she immediately denied the police's speculation. She, Bai Jing, had not done anything to wrong Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu was just a mad dog that had gone berserk. In this way, the mediation reached an impasse, and even, it did not resolve the matter until late at night. In the end, the police could only let Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing leave first. As for Wang Yifu, he definitely could not be released at the same time. With his current angry demeanor, if he were released, he would definitely continue to fight with Bai Jing. As the source of this conflict, he still had to stay at the police station to undergo mediation. It was 1 a.m. Outside the Xia County Public Security Bureau, Wang Shanshan, who was holding onto her mother Bai Jing, could not help but shed tears again when the night breeze blew. Looking around, she didn't even know where else she could go. Go home? Is that still a home? If Wang Yifu is also released, won't she and her mother be like a trapped rat in a jar? But where else can she go except home? At the moment, not only was Wang Shanshan at a loss, even Bai Jing's eyes were full of confusion. Although she had never given up, there was one fact that could not be changed. That is, she really can't beat Wang Yifu. Therefore, she is also very worried that if Wang Yifu also goes home after she goes home, she will be beaten up again by Wang Yifu. This dog is really ruthless. He can use much more force than when he fucked her. If she gets beaten up again, she doesn't know if she can hold on. But where else can she go if she doesn't go home? A hotel? Just as the mother and daughter were at a loss, suddenly Wang Shanshan seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, "Right, Mom, why don't we go and stay at my classmate's house for a while? I'm a little scared to go home now." Go to Wang Shanshan's classmate's house? Bai Jing frowned slightly and hesitated, saying, "That's not appropriate. You're fine on your own, but if I go with you, the parents there definitely won't want that. Mom, let's go to Chao Kuan's house." Wang Shan raised the corners of her reddened mouth and said, "You've forgotten, he's all alone at home." "Oh, is that your dog liquor?" Bai Jing's eyes immediately brightened. "Yes." Wang Shan said with some pride, "That's the dog liquor who licked me for 3 years, bought me breakfast for 3 years, and bought me clothes and cosmetics for 3 years. If I say I'm going to stay at his house for a while, he'll be so happy he'll jump for joy." Looking at Wang Shanshan's somewhat smug expression, Bai Jing thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, then you try calling him. Also, at the right time, you can let him have some sweeteners, so that he will be more devoted to being your lapdog." Wang Shanshan grinned and said, "Don't worry, Mom, I know what to do. I'll give him the sweeteners when the time is right." With that, Wang Shanshan took out her phone and directly called Chao Kuan. At the same time, in the old living room, Chao Kuan had just finished playing the last round of Idiot 72. Just as he wiped the sweat off his body with his hand, planning to go to the bathroom to take a shower and then go to bed, suddenly, a ringing sound came from his phone. "Ha? Goddess?" Looking at the name on the caller ID, which said Goddess, Chao Kuan was confused for a moment, but then he reacted. It was Wang Shanshan. He almost forgot that he was still Wang Shanshan's #1 lapdog. He didn't expect Wang Shanshan to call him in the middle of the night, and Chao Kuan's mouth curled up. Because, he knew without thinking that something must have happened at her house. And, it wasn't a small matter, otherwise, Wang Shanshan would definitely not have called him now. It seems that Wang Yifu was even more fierce than I thought. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chao Kuan picked up the phone directly, speaking in a gentle tone. "Hey, Shanshan, what's wrong? Why aren't you asleep so late? Wang Shanshan's voice was a little choked up, and she sounded like she was crying. Zhao Kuan, come and get me, my mom and I have nowhere else to go. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuan was first taken aback, and then he grinned. Holy shit! Has it come to this? They even brought Bai Jing to take refuge in my own home? This is really like hell opening its doors for you. Zhao Kuan suppressed the corner of his mouth from rising, and said anxiously, What, no place to go? What's the situation? Where are you now? Don't ask, we're at the police station. Come and get us. Okay, wait for me, I'll come get you right away. Chapter 22, beating someone up is definitely not an option. Half an hour later. A taxi stopped at the police station. Zhao Kuan got out of the car and came up to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan in 2 steps. Looking at the two of them at this time, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. At this moment, Bai Jing had messy hair, red and swollen cheeks, obvious bruises and bloodstains around the corners of her mouth, and her eye sockets were also black and blue. Wang Shanshan was better off, but her hair was also messy and her cheeks were also obviously red and swollen, but she was much better off than Bai Jing. And these were just the things that could be seen directly, there were also things that could not be seen. From the way Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing walked and the way they held each other, it was not difficult to see that they also had a lot of injuries. Shan, Aunt Bai, what happened? Who hit you? Zhao Kuan looked shocked and concerned, like a lapdog. Don't ask. Wang Shanshan pursed her lips, looked like she wanted to cry, and said, Let's go stay at your place first, we're in pain all over. Okay, let me help you get in the car. More than 20 minutes later. Zhao Kuan helped Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan to his place. As if paying court, he first helped the two tidy up their room, then drew a bath for them, and even asked a delivery boy to bring some medicine for bruises. And thanks to Zhao Kuan's attentiveness, Wang Shanshan finally revealed a little bit of information. Her mother Bai Jing got into a fight with her father Wang Yifu, and she took her mother's side and was beaten up. In fact, even if Wang Shanshan didn't say anything, Zhao Kuan would have known that the two of them were beaten by Wang Yifu. After all, from what he knew about Wang Yifu, and after watching that video, Wang Yifu would not have been able to hold back. It's just that he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Wang Yifu didn't even confront Bai Jing, he just came up and started fighting. This reckless man, well done. And after learning that this was a family conflict, Zhao Kuan naturally couldn't express too much of his own opinion. After all, on one side was Wang Shanshan's mother, and on the other side was Wang Shanshan's father. As a dog licking Wang Shanshan's ass, he definitely couldn't defend either side. So in the end, he just tried to smooth things over a bit. He said that he would definitely try his best to help Wang Shanshan, to let her parents resolve their misunderstanding and reconcile. At the same time, he also made it clear that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan could stay here as long as they wanted, and that he would cover all their living expenses. It was only after 2 a.m. that Zhao Kuan returned to the bedroom, leaving the space for Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, so that the two of them could bathe and apply medicine. Time flew, and the night passed in a flash. In the police station, Wang Yifu, who had spent the night there, seemed to have calmed down and was not as angry as before. His face just looked a bit tired and haggard. Suddenly, the door opened, and the policeman responsible for mediating their family conflict came in again. Seeing Wang Yifu's haggard appearance, he handed him a cigarette. Wang Yifu didn't refuse, reached out and took it, and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, the policeman took out his lighter and lit it for him, and lit a cigarette himself. He said earnestly, Wang Yifu, it's been a whole night, what are you thinking? I still say the same thing, no matter what grievances you have, no matter what anger you have to tell us first, only in this way can we help you, but if you don't say anything, how can we help you? And, if you don't say anything, how can we let you go? Wang Yifu frowned and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, No, why can't you let me go? What did I do? What did you do? You hit someone. The policeman said curtly. Wang Yifu, don't think that hitting your wife is your family business. With your current attitude, we still suspect that you may have caused harm to your wife. This alone is sufficient reason to keep you in custody. So, if you have something to say, you have to say it. If you don't, how can we deal with it? I don't know if you want to go out or solve the problem. Wang Yifu took 2 puffs on his cigarette, exhaled, and said with a sigh. Actually, it's not that I don't want to talk, it's just that it's so damn embarrassing, I really can't say it. Upon hearing this, the policeman perked up. There's hope. He leaned over to Wang Yifu and spoke in a gentle voice, If I were you, I would think about where I am. This is the police station, the place where things are settled. Who cares if you're embarrassed or not? Even if you are embarrassed, you have to talk, because we need to solve this problem. As if he had been persuaded by the policeman, Wang Yifu fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. Bai Jing cheated on me. What? The policeman narrowed his eyes. Your wife cheated on you? Wang Yifu nodded heavily. I really don't want to say it, damn it, it's so fucking embarrassing. This slut, you don't know how cheap she is, she cheated on me with other men. Or with 3 men at the same time. Comrade policeman, do you think I was wrong to beat her? A bitch like her, I was already being lenient not to beat her to death. Looking at Wang Yifu's angry face, the policeman couldn't help but think of the interrogation of Bai Jing. He had asked Bai Jing this question, asking her if she had done anything to wrong Wang Yifu. Bai Jing's reply at the time was particularly affirmative, that she had not done anything to wrong Wang Yifu. So, one of the two was lying. But who was lying? It was a bit hard to tell. Because, whether it was Bai Jing or Wang Yifu, based on their expressions, eyes, and tone of voice, it all seemed very truthful. The policeman tentatively asked, Wang Yifu, are you sure your wife cheated on you? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Wang Yifu laughed, took out his phone and slammed it on the table. There's a video, what's there to misunderstand? With that, Wang Yifu opened the video on his phone and pushed it directly in the cop's face. The cop didn't look at it closely, but rather held the progress bar and watched it. The 11-minute video, he watched for only a minute. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Bai Jing really did cheat on him. And she was so horny, she even had sex with 3 men at the same time. Seeing the policeman hand him back his phone, Wang Yifu took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, Comrade policeman, just tell me if this bitch deserves a beating. Well. The policeman frowned, somewhat helplessly, and said, Wang Yifu, I can understand how you feel, but beating someone up is ultimately wrong. I think it would be best if you two could face each other and have a good talk. If you can continue living together, then start again. If you feel you can't continue living together, then part amicably. In short, hitting someone is definitely not okay. Chapter 23. Yes, at the adulterer's house. In this situation, the police actually don't have a good way to handle it. Because, cheating is not within their scope of responsibility. Not to mention Bai Jing and 3 men, even if she was with 3 men every day, it would still be her private business. At most, she would be considered to have an unprincipled and immoral private life. But hitting someone is different. Hitting someone is definitely within the scope of the police's responsibilities. Therefore, they could not control Bai Jing's infidelity, but they could control Wang Yifu's physical violence. Therefore, in the following conversation, the police merely repeatedly emphasized to Wang Yifu that he was not allowed to hit people. Wang Yifu also realized that the police did not care whether Bai Jing had cheated on him or whether she was at fault. They simply did not care how the two of them resolved their problems. In short, as long as he stopped hitting people, they could resolve their problems any way they liked. So, what can he expect from such mediation? Comrade policeman, please rest assured, I have deeply realized my own mistakes, I promise, I definitely won't be so impulsive again. After the policeman's speech about not hitting people, Wang Yifu seemed to be persuaded and conducted a deep self-examination. That's right. The policeman said, no matter what happens, hitting people is definitely wrong, and hitting people is not a solution to the problem. In the end, it has to be solved through communication, so why bother? Right. Wang Yifu nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Wang Yifu had truly realized his mistake, the policeman did not make things difficult for him and continued. Alright, after all, this is a family conflict, and I won't make things difficult for you. Since you have realized your mistake and repented, just go. Remember, don't hit anyone again, not even your wife, or it won't be so easy to get out next time you come in. Understood. Wang Yifu nodded quickly, vowing, Comrade policeman, don't worry, I promise I won't hit anyone again. After all, that's not the way to solve problems. Right. The policeman agreed. It's good that you think like this. Hitting people won't solve any problems. You still need to calmly talk things over with your wife. Okay, go now, and don't hit anyone again. Don't worry, I definitely won't. Finally, he waved goodbye to the policeman and Wang Yifu turned and left the police station. However, as he turned, the expression on his face immediately darkened again. Obviously, the policeman had not really persuaded him. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yifu returned home. Looking at the mess all over the house, which hadn't changed from last night, and the fact that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan weren't home, the anger in his heart flared up again. This bitch didn't even stay home last night? She must have gone to stay with her lover. And she even took her daughter with her. Damn it, if I catch you, I'll beat the living shit out of you. His anger level soared to 100, and an infuriated Wang Yifu directly took out his phone and dialed. Meanwhile, at Chao Kuan's place, Chao Kuan, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan were having breakfast together in harmony. The three of them consciously refrained from mentioning the fight between Wang Shanshan's family. However, Chao Kuan felt that this breakfast was unusually difficult to eat compared to before. Because, he had to hold back his laughter. After a night of fermentation, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's injuries were more obvious at this time. Especially Bai Jing, her whole face had fermented and she had gained weight. Her eyes were swollen shut. Her mouth corners were also swollen, and her bottom lip was at least twice as thick. She could only eat in small bites. Wang Shanshan was a little better off than Bai Jing, as she could see out of one eye and the other eye was swollen shut. Seeing these two pig-headed guys, Chao Kuan could not bear it. What's more, he not only had to bear it, but also pretend to be concerned, which was even more difficult. Aunt Bai, Shan, why don't I take you two to the hospital for a checkup later? My Uncle Wang really went too far. Upon hearing Chao Kuan say this, Bai Jing was so angry that she could hardly stand. This crazy bastard, it's fine that he hit her so hard, but he also hit his daughter so hard. Does he have a heart? Chao Kuan is a stranger, and even he thinks he went too far. What a beast! Look at the child, half of her face is swollen, it's like she's got a steamed bun stuck to it. No need. Bai Jing smiled weakly and said that it was just some swelling, and since she wasn't dizzy or vomiting, there was no need to go to the hospital. Wang Shanshan nodded quickly. Yes, there's no need to go to the hospital, what's the point of spending that kind of money? She'll be fine after a few days of rest. It sounded like Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were quite thrifty and could get by on very little. But in reality, the two of them were just worried about being seen by acquaintances in their current state and becoming the laughingstock of their peers. After all, both Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were people who valued their reputation. Especially Wang Shanshan, who had been the school beauty queen for 3 years at Xia County No. 1 Middle School. It would be even more embarrassing than being caught halfway through sex if an acquaintance saw her in this state. Therefore, the two of them would definitely not go out if they could avoid it. Chao Kuan was about to say something else when suddenly a phone call came in. It was Bai Jing's mobile phone. Bai Jing glanced at the phone and her face suddenly fell. Because it was Wang Yifu calling. She didn't want to answer, but after thinking about it, she thought it might be Wang Yifu calling to apologize, so she finally answered. Bai Jing put the phone on speakerphone while eating her meal, and said in a bad mood, "What do you want?" Wang Yifu's irritable voice immediately came through the phone. Bai Jing, you slut, bitch, did you go to your lover's house and spend the night with him, you slut? Why are you so slutty? You can't even be idle for a minute, what the fuck, did you bring Shanshan there too, do you wanna die? Bai Jing had thought it was Wang Yifu's phone call to apologize. After all, the beating last night happened inexplicably, and she thought that after this night, Wang Yifu had realized his mistake and had specially called to apologize. Unexpectedly, not only did Wang Yifu not apologize, he even cursed her even more fiercely, and even went so far as to want to get her killed. It's impossible to live with this. No matter who comes, this life is impossible to live. The clay figure still has 3 points of anger, not to mention Bai Jing, who has inexplicably been beaten up. Bai Jing picked up the phone and said fiercely, "Yes, you guessed it right, I'm at the home of my adulterer. You don't know how strong he was last night, I was so happy, I was 100 times better than you, 10,000 times better than you, it's your own fault for being useless, a useless man deserves to be cuckolded." Bai Jing's words completely made Wang Yifu explode. Bai Jing! I'll kill you, you son of a bitch, you. Suddenly, before Wang Yifu could finish speaking, Bai Jing hung up the phone and directly blocked and deleted the contact. Not only the phone number, but also the WeChat ID and other information were all blocked and deleted. Wang Shanshan, who was watching the scene, pursed her lips and said in a tearful voice, "Mom, what's wrong with my dad? What's wrong? He's mad. Your dad is now a mad dog. Don't worry about it. Here, give me your phone, I'll help you block this mad dog so he doesn't scare you." Chapter 24, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Because of Wang Yifu's phone call, the originally harmonious breakfast ended in a hasty conclusion. Bai Jing chose to go back to the bedroom to continue resting and catching up on sleep, while Wang Shanshan chose to stay in the living room and watch TV with Chao Kuan, chatting along the way. In fact, I still don't know what happened. It just felt like this conflict happened for no reason. Everything was fine, and then suddenly it turned out like this. On the sofa in the living room, Wang Shanshan leaned against Chao Kuan, her voice choking with emotion and her eyes red. And looking at Wang Shanshan's sad appearance at this moment, Chao Kuan's heart felt more than happy. In his previous life, he was framed by the 3 members of Wang Shanshan's family and sent to prison, and Chao Kuan had dreamed of seeing their family destroyed. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for 10 years. Although there was still some way to go before Wang Shanshan's family was destroyed, he could already see hope. Chao Kuan took out a tissue and handed it to Wang Shanshan, whispering, "Shanshan, don't cry." Hearing Chao Kuan say this, Wang Shanshan stopped wiping her tears at once. She shook her head quickly. No, if you go there, my father will definitely know that my mother and I are with you. If he comes looking for us. You heard what he said on the phone just now. I'm really afraid that he will beat my mother to death, so you must not go looking for him. Chao Kuan waved his hand. Shanshan, don't worry, your father hasn't been to my place, he definitely won't find it. Wang Shanshan froze for a moment. That's right. Neither her father nor her mother knows Chao Kuan's address, and she is the only one in the family of 3 who knows it. Besides, Chao Kuan continued, I don't think my physical fitness is something to be trifled with. Even if your father really comes looking for you, with me here, he won't be able to harm either of you. As he spoke, Chao Kuan flexed his arms, showing off his biceps. After doing this, Chao Kuan smiled and continued. And, Shanshan, he is your father after all, no matter what happened between him and your mother, that will never change. And, you say you don't know what happened between your father and your mother, but have you ever thought, what if it was your mother's fault? What if the problem was on your mother's side, and you helped your mother beat up your father? Have you thought how disappointed and sad he would be? As soon as Chao Kuan said these words, Wang Shanshan's eyebrows immediately knitted together. She looked straight into Chao Kuan's eyes and hesitated. I really haven't thought about it being my mother's side of the problem. That's it. Chao Kuan said, you don't even know who the problem is, you can't be so blindly biased. Your mother loves you, but does that mean your father doesn't love you? Your mother is at least with you now, but your father, all alone, don't you think he's actually very pitiful? After hearing Chao Kuan's words, Wang Shanshan could no longer remain calm. Tears welled up in her eyes again, and she pleaded, Chao Kuan, then please go and see my father. I really feel now that I was so unreasonable last night. I actually hit him. He must be so disappointed in me now. Chao Kuan made a composed gesture, tenderly wiping the tears from Wang Shanshan's face, and said, don't worry. I will definitely help you take good care of your uncle. You just need to take care of your aunt. Let's work hard together to try to make uncle and aunt get back together again. Hearing Chao Kuan say this, Wang Shanshan was even more moved. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Chao Kuan's neck and her mouth landed on his. Boo! A strong, passionate kiss. Wang Shanshan let go of Chao Kuan and said shyly, Chao Kuan, thank you for helping me so much. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Chao Kuan looked at Wang Shanshan blankly, suddenly grinned and said, with this kiss from you, everything is worth it. Wait for my good news, I'm leaving. After saying that, Chao Kuan left the house happily, as if he had taken a stimulant. However, as the door closed, the excited expression on his face instantly disappeared. If it had been his previous life, with a kiss like that from Wang Shanshan, Chao Kuan would have given her his heart. But now, not only was there no emotion in his heart, he even wanted to laugh. Because he had already seen what kind of person Wang Shanshan was, and he could not be deceived by her again. This kiss meant nothing to Wang Shanshan, just a sweetener to keep him on his knees. 1 p.m. In the garden community, Chao Kuan carried 2 bottles of Maotai, some deli food and other things, and arrived downstairs at Wang Shanshan's house. He looked up first, then strode in. It wasn't long before Chao Kuan arrived at Wang Shanshan's front door and knocked. After a few seconds of waiting, the door opened with a huff, and a scolding voice came out. By Jing, you son of a bitch. Wang Yifu, with a face of anger as if he was about to kill someone, froze when he saw Chao Kuan standing outside the door. Chao Kuan? Why are you here? In front of outsiders, Wang Yifu still had to save face, so he quickly straightened his clothes and flashed a smile. But it was better that he didn't smile, because once he did, Chao Kuan wanted to smile too. What a mess! His face looked as if it had been scratched by a cat, with streaks of blood. At a cursory glance, there were at least 20 or 30 of them, covering his entire face. Well, Shan is not here right now, so you can come find her another day. Wang Yifu also knew that his appearance at the moment was not good, so he simply said a few words and reached out to close the door. However, before he could close the door, Chao Kuan reached out and stopped him. Facing Wang Yifu's somewhat puzzled expression, Chao Kuan smiled and mentioned the 2 bottles of Mao Tai and the cooked food in his hands. "Uncle Wang, Shan asked me to keep you company." Wang Yifu's expression froze for a moment, and after a pause of 2 seconds, he didn't say anything, and finally let Chao Kuan walk in. Chao Kuan didn't care about the mess in the living room or the cigarette butts on the floor. He cleared a small, clean space, placed the things on the already smashed coffee table, and then looked at Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag, then took out 2 small wine glasses from the cabinet and sat across from Chao Kuan. Wang Yifu said in a low voice, "Is Shanshan with her mother at your place?" "No." Chao Kuan shook his head as he unscrewed a bottle of Mao Tai and poured some wine. Shan called me and told me what happened. She asked me to come and see you." Wang Yifu's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at Chao Kuan's sincere eyes, which did not look like they were lying at all. "Are you sure they are not with you?" "No, really," Chao Kuan said with a sincere expression. Shan just called me. I asked her where she was, but she didn't say, just that she was at one of Aunt Bai's friends. And, Uncle, don't worry, Shan and Aunt Bai are doing fine there, because I could hear Aunt Bai's laughter on the phone, and there was also a male voice with her. They were laughing and joking together, so you don't have to worry about them. Chapter 25, The Doomed Huang Mao. Chao Kuan's words seemed to be reassuring Wang Yifu, but in fact, they were pouring oil on the fire. Because, as the instigator of all this, and with Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing living in his house, he knew exactly what was going on between the 3 of them. Didn't Wang Yifu suspect that Bai Jing was taking Wang Shanshan to her lover's house to spend the night? If this incident were to become true, would he be so furious that he would lose his mind? Of course. Because a man like Wang Yifu, who is male chauvinist and cares about his reputation, would easily lose his temper and lose his mind if he encountered such a thing. It is just like an honest person. Once an honest person gets angry, it is often more serious. And according to Chao Kuan's experience of spending 10 years in prison, once a person's eyes are blinded by anger, they are very easily provoked. He had done this kind of thing too many times in prison, and it never failed. Now, he was just doing what he had always done. Sure enough, Chao Kuan's words accurately pricked Wang Yifu's nerves. In particular, when Wang Yifu heard that Bai Jing had even fought and played with her male friend, having a good time, he wanted to kill him. "I'm sitting at home sulking, and you and your lover are having fun? Bai Jing, you son of a bitch, you're not even trying to hide it anymore, are you just going to openly cuckold me? Fine. Just wait, when I find you 2 adulterers, I'm going to beat the shit out of you." Chao Kuan, sitting opposite Wang Yifu, saw the veins bulge on Wang Yifu's forehead in his clenched fist, and his mouth slightly curled up. He knew that Wang Yifu's anger had been successfully aroused. Over the next period of time, Chao Kuan played the role of a junior member who was keeping an elder company, occasionally interspersing a few provocative remarks to make Wang Yifu's veins bulge with anger. Finally, the time came to 7 p.m. The 2 bottles of Mao Tai had long since been finished, and the 2 men had drunk 4 cases of beer, leaving cigarette butts all over the place. If they were ordinary people, they would have been drunk long ago, but Chao Kuan and Wang Yifu were still fine. Chao Kuan's body has become much stronger from practicing the 72 styles of the rice bucket, and his alcohol tolerance has also increased. As for Wang Yifu, he simply has a good tolerance for alcohol. In addition, Chao Kuan knows Wang Yifu's alcohol tolerance, so he has been controlling the pace of the 2 drinking, and will not let Wang Yifu get drunk no matter what. Because once Wang Yifu gets drunk, it will affect his plans going forward. Right now, he is in the perfect state, half drunk, and he is easily worked up and bold. Cao Kuan slurped down a mouthful of beer and looked at Wang Yifu and said, "Uncle, I don't really understand. You and Aunt Bai have always had a good relationship, so why did you have a fight, and why did it get so big?" Wang Yifu was now truly satisfied with this junior who has been drinking with him for most of the day. Whether it's drinking or talking, he's good at everything. What's more, he understands the hardships of being a man. Chao Kuan just said that it's not easy being a man, and that in order to support their families, many men have to work outside the home and be the son and grandson to their parents-in-law. Wang Yifu almost couldn't help but grab his hand and shout out that he was his soulmate. Look! Even a junior knows how hard it is for a man to support his family, but what about the woman he's lived with for 10 or nearly 20 years? This bitch Bai Jing really deserves to die. Therefore, in Wang Yifu's heart, Chao Kuan has now become his bosom buddy. And in the face of the questions of his bosom buddy, Wang Yifu naturally doesn't feel that there is anything that he cannot answer. He first gulped down 2 mouthfuls of beer and took a hard drag on his cigarette before saying, "Why are there conflicts?" "Ha, it's not because that bitch Bai Jing cheated on you, that slut." Hearing this, Chao Kuan's expression froze for a moment. He looked at Wang Yifu in disbelief and said, "Uncle Wang, you can't be serious. Have you made a mistake? How could my aunt be such a person?" Wang Yifu snorted, took out his mobile phone with a cigarette in his mouth, opened the video, and pushed it directly to Chao Kuan. "Chao Kuan, today I'll teach you a truth. There is no woman who doesn't act like a bitch. Don't believe me? Just watch and you'll see." Chao Kuan looked at Wang Yifu with some doubt, and finally picked up his phone and watched it. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 40 seconds. Finally, after less than a minute of watching, Chao Kuan put down the phone with a shocked expression. "Aunt Bai, she actually." Watching Chao Kuan's shocked expression, Wang Yifu sneered and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Didn't you think she would be so cheap and slutty, and actually be with 3 men?" Chao Kuan looked at Wang Yifu in shock and nodded. "So, this is what I want to teach you, son. No woman is immune to being a bitch. Never be too nice to them, understand?" Chao Kuan still nodded in shock. He looked a little dazed and said, "Uncle Wang, I think I know the guy with the short yellow hair." In the video, there were 3 punks in total, each with a different hairstyle. One of the punks had a hairstyle close to a crew cut, and it was dyed yellow. Hearing Chao Kuan say this, Wang Yifu immediately frowned. "You know him?" "Yes." Chao Kuan nodded affirmatively. "When I was at school, near the school gate, this guy asked me for news about Shan Shan and wanted to play boyfriend and girlfriend with her. Uncle Wang, as you know, I have always been after Shan Shan. This guy looked like a bad person, so of course I couldn't tell him. In fact, I almost got into a fight with him because of this at the school gate. So I made special inquiries about this yellow-haired guy and found out where he lived. But then it just fizzled out. I never thought that he would end up with Aunt Bai. If that's the case, then Shan Shan will be in danger. This Huang Mao has had his eye on her for a long time. He won't take advantage of the situation to rape her, will he? Although Wang Shanshan was with Bai Jing yesterday and beat Wang Yifu up. This grudge has long been resolved by Chao Kuan. Don't forget, Chao Kuan came here today under the banner of Wang Shanshan. He has long since regretted everything Wang Shanshan said, and he wishes he could personally go to Wang Yifu and kneel down to admit his fault. Therefore, to Wang Yifu, Wang Shanshan is still his good daughter, and he has long since forgiven her in his heart. And now, upon hearing Chao Kuan say this, Wang Yifu's expression instantly became solemn. It's fine if his wife was played by this yellow hair. If his daughter is played by this yellow hair again, then he really has no need to live. Where is this yellow-haired guy's home? Wang Yifu asked in a fierce tone. Hongfu community. I only know that he lives in this community, but I don't know which building. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifu, who was still frowning, didn't say anything and just picked up a bottle of wine and left. As he watched Wang Yifu's back as he left, Chao Kuan's mouth finally lifted up. He had lied about meeting the yellow-haired guy at the school gate and about the yellow-haired guy having had his eye on Wang Shanshan for a long time. However, there was one thing he did not lie about. That was, this yellow hair did live in Hongfu community. The reason Chao Kuan knew this was because, in his previous life, the thug he accidentally killed was this yellow hair. After all, it was the first time he had killed someone, and Chao Kuan was too impressed by his situation to ever forget it, even in this life. As for the other 2 thugs, he had long since lost his impression of them. Chapter 26, Huang Mao is dead again. Compared to Wang Yifu, who left in a hurry, Chao Kuan was not in the least bit anxious. He drained the beer in the bottle and took 2 slow bites of food. After swallowing the 2 bites, he lit a cigarette without haste. As the pale white smoke billowed, and until nearly a third of the cigarette was smoked, he stood up from the sofa, straightened his clothes, and walked away. 9:30 p.m. Wang Yifu, with a cigarette in his mouth, silently watched everyone entering and leaving the Hongfu community next to the entrance. The Hongfu community was a new community that had been built less than a year ago, and the occupancy rate was less than 70%. Therefore, there weren't many people. In addition, the location of the Hongfu community was a bit off, so there were even fewer people coming and going. At this time, more than 100 meters away from Wang Yifu, a boy wearing a cap was silently watching him. It was Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan had been watching Wang Yifu for an hour, but since the yellow-haired guy hadn't shown up yet, nothing had happened yet. Chao Kuan glanced at the time on his phone and muttered, "It's already 9:30. I probably won't be able to wait for the yellow-haired guy. Looks like I'm not having any luck today. Although Chao Kuan had led Wang Yifu here to find the yellow-haired guy, he didn't really expect him to meet him today. Anyway, the seed of hatred had already been planted. As long as Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing were still living in his building, the situation would be under his control. In other words, he had plenty of time. If one day didn't work, he would try 2 days. If 2 days didn't work, he would try 3 days. As long as the yellow-haired guy hadn't moved, Wang Yifu would definitely meet him. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Kuan was just about to keep an eye on him for a while longer before going home, when suddenly his eyes narrowed and the corner of his mouth lifted. At the entrance to Hongfu community, a slovenly-looking boy in flip-flops, shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt was coming out of the community. Moreover, he was talking on the phone with someone as he walked. It was the yellow-haired hooligan. Chao Kuan could recognize the yellow-haired hooligan from a distance of 100 meters, and Wang Yifu, who was crouching at the entrance of the residential area, could recognize the yellow-haired hooligan even better. Seeing the yellow-haired hooligan come out of the residential area and walk in another direction while talking on the phone, Wang Yifu picked up the bottle of wine and followed him. Because Hongfu residential area is relatively remote, the infrastructure such as street lamps is not very good. Finally, when they arrived at a darker area, the yellow-haired hooligan hung up his phone. It was at this moment that Wang Yifu, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one nearby, rushed up in 2 steps and smashed the bottle on the thug's head. Boom! The bottle shattered instantly, and Huang Mao stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Huang Mao shook his head hard, and before he could stand up straight, Wang Yifu directly kicked him a long way away, then got on top of him and started punching him. "You son of a bitch, you dare to touch my woman, I'll beat the shit out of you." A furious flurry of punches left Huang Mao with a bloody face. Wang Yifu grabbed Huang Mao by the collar and said menacingly, "Where is that bitch Bai Jing? And where is my daughter?" Huang Mao's mouth and nose were bleeding profusely. He looked confused and said, What Bai Jing? I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know?" Wang Yifu thought that Huang Mao was pretending to be ignorant, and he gave him another round of punches. After repeating this several times, Wang Yifu finally stopped. He couldn't keep on beating him, or Huang Mao might not be able to hold on. However, Huang Mao hadn't admitted anything even after all that beating, so it seemed that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan really weren't with him. Looking at Huang Mao, who was already close to unconsciousness, Wang Yifu stood up and spat out his anger. "Damn it, you son of a bitch." After cursing, Wang Yifu kicked Huang Mao again before leaving, panting heavily. However, not long after Wang Yifu left, a figure wearing a cap and a mask appeared. Chao Kuan looked at the nearby surveillance camera and almost laughed out loud. What a kick from God, just kicking the person out of the surveillance range. Chao Kuan is an expert when it comes to the range of surveillance cameras, as well as blind spots. Because fighting in prison is punishable, if you want to get rid of someone, you often need to get them out of the camera's view before you do it. Chao Kuan has been in prison for 10 years, and has long since developed an instinct for what angle of the camera can monitor what range. So, he only needs to take a look at the nearby cameras to know what range they can monitor, and where they can't. The place where Wang Yifu first started fighting was within the camera's range. However, the place where he kicked Huang Mao and rode him to hit was not within the surveillance range. Because, with that kick, he had kicked Huang Mao out of the surveillance range. "It seems that heaven is helping me," Chao Kuan muttered, reached down, and picked up a piece of beer bottle shard from the ground that was 4 or 5 centimeters long. And on his hand, he was wearing a pair of gloves. Chao Kuan walked 2 steps to Huang Mao's side. The nearly unconscious Huang Mao was covered in blood. His dazed eyes could only see that someone was coming up to him, but he couldn't make out the person's appearance. Help me, Ma, please call an ambulance for me." Chao Kuan didn't respond to Huang Mao, but instead crouched down and used the broken beer bottle to measure his head. "Brother, in your next life, be a good person, and remember, it's not right for a strong woman to force herself on someone." 10:20 p.m. Chao Kuan gently opened the door to his apartment. At this time, in the living room, Wang Shanshan was still sitting on the sofa watching TV, while Bai Jing was in the bedroom, not sure if she had fallen asleep. Seeing Chao Kuan open the door, Wang Shanshan hurriedly got off the sofa and ran over. "Why are you only back now? How is my father?" Chao Kuan smiled wryly, rubbing his temple. "Oh dear, Uncle Wang can drink so much, I ended up getting drunk with him and lost track of time. But don't worry, I already told Uncle Wang that you regretted what happened yesterday and were so upset that you slapped yourself several times. You also asked me to buy 2 bottles of good wine to accompany him. Uncle Wang was quite pleased to hear this, and he said that he no longer blames you. Hearing Chao Kuan say this, Wang Shanshan was happy all of a sudden. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, "Then, did my father say why he fought with my mother?" "Well." Chao Kuan frowned, looking troubled, and said, "Forget it, let Uncle Wang tell you about it. Besides, I really think you should go see Uncle Wang. He has a lot of injuries, especially scratches on his face. After all, he is your father, and he doesn't blame you at all. Go see him tomorrow, I'll go with you." Wang Shanshan nodded seriously. "Well, I'll go first thing tomorrow. By the way, is he asleep now?" "I don't know." Chao Kuan said, "I was drunk and disoriented by Uncle Wang. When I woke up, I was the only one at home. I don't know where Uncle Wang went. Maybe he went to the hospital to get his wounds dressed. Then I came home by myself." Wang Shanshan nodded again. She looked at Chao Kuan and smiled, then tiptoed up to him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Hee, thank you, go take a bath quickly, I've already boiled the water for you." Chao Kuan grinned and said innocently, "Okay, I'll go take a bath first, I really stink of cigarettes and alcohol, it's really too bad, you should go rest too." Chapter 27, Wang Yifu was arrested for murder. After watching Wang Shanshan skip back to the bedroom, Chao Kuan's mouth slightly curled up, and he stepped into the washroom. Wang Shanshan actually wanted to go see Wang Yifu in the morning? What a naive girl. As long as the police station in Xia County wasn't full of idiots, Wang Yifu would definitely be arrested tonight. And once he was arrested, it wouldn't be so easy to see him. Because, the suspicion of being a murderer on him cannot be cleared 100%, and a murderer will not be allowed to meet with his family before being sentenced. Chao Kuan was framed as a murderer in his previous life, so he knows the process very well. Before being sentenced, Wang Yifu cannot meet with any relatives except his lawyer, including Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing. It usually takes about 6 months from the time a murderer is arrested to the time they are sentenced. In other words, Wang Shanshan would not be able to see Wang Yifu for 6 months, unless she waited until after the verdict was handed down. Therefore, it was estimated that Wang Shanshan would not be able to see Wang Yifu for at least 6 months. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Kuan let the cold water hit him, and he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relief. 10 years. This hatred has been festering in his heart for 10 years, and now, he has finally been able to release some of it. Next, it's Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing's turn. Wang Shanshan can't be moved for the time being. Because Chao Kuan still needs to use her to get back at another enemy. As for Bai Jing, she can be moved at will. This mature woman, who still has a lot of charm, should also be quite delicious. Thinking about this, Chao Kuan's mouth couldn't help but lift up. Meanwhile, outside the Hongfu community, on a dim street, a girl who had just finished her evening shift was riding an electric bicycle. Suddenly, when she saw a person lying not far ahead, she quickly slowed down. Thinking it was a drunk, the girl just wanted to go around him, but as the distance closed, when the girl's bicycle light shone on the drunk, her pupils shrank and she fell off the bicycle in shock. Murder, murder. The next morning, it was still a harmonious breakfast. Having stayed at Chao Kuan's place for 2 days, and the two of them being familiar with each other, Wang Shanshan increasingly didn't consider herself an outsider. Bai Jing was the same, and after getting to know Chao Kuan better, she even occasionally joked with him. In addition, after a night of recovery, the injuries on the two of their faces were much better than they had been the previous day. After all, they were only swollen and red, and the two of them had been applying medicine to them, so the swelling and redness on their faces had gone down quite a bit. At most, they wouldn't be visible tomorrow morning. Of course, although the swelling and redness would go down, the bruises on their faces would take a few more days to go down. Do you really have to go see your father's mad dog today? Bai Jing obviously knew about Wang Shanshan's decision to go see Wang Yifu today, and since Wang Shanshan hadn't mentioned it, she took the initiative to bring it up. Wang Shanshan looked at Bai Jing and nodded weakly. "Mom, I know you really hate him right now, but he is still my father. I already felt so guilty for beating him up with you that night. Just let me go see him." Bai Jing paused, opened her mouth, and finally nodded. "You're right. No matter how crazy he is still your father. If you don't go see him, the neighbors will definitely gossip behind your back, saying that you are an unfilial daughter and so on. So, it's better to go and see him. However, your father is a mad dog who is extremely unstable right now, so you must be careful. If you see him getting mad, run away quickly and call 110. Okay." Having obtained her mother's permission, Wang Shanshan smiled happily and said, "Mom, don't worry. Chao Kuan will accompany me. If anything happens, he will protect me, right Chao Kuan?" Zhao Kuan withdrew his gaze from Bai Jing's perky buttocks and looked at Wang Shanshan, smiling. Of course, I will protect you with my life. Half an hour later, the three of them finished their pleasant breakfast. Just as Wang Shanshan was about to go out with Zhao Kuan to buy some things and then go visit her father, suddenly, a cell phone rang. It was Bai Jing's phone. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the phone, Bai Jing didn't think much about it and answered it. Hello, who is this? Hello. A serious male voice sounded on the other side of the phone, saying, Excuse me, are you Ms. Bai Jing, the family member of Wang Yifu? Hearing this serious and proper voice, Bai Jing felt a sudden sinking feeling in her heart for no reason. She hurriedly said, Yes, it's me, Bai Jing, what's wrong? Hello, Ms. Bai Jing. The male voice said, This is the Xia County Police Station. You have called this number to be notified that your husband, Wang Yifu, is suspected of intentional homicide and has been formally arrested. From now on, until the court's verdict is handed down, your family is not allowed to visit. However, you may hire a lawyer. Bai Jing held the phone in a daze, as if she had been struck by lightning. Wang Shanshan, who had been in high spirits and was planning to go out and visit her father, also froze in place. Zhao Kuan also had a shocked expression on his face and stood there in a daze. Of course, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were real, and Zhao Kuan was pretending. Because, when he saw that yellow-haired person come out of the community last night, he already knew what the outcome would be. Okay, I understand, thank you. The explanation from the police station was finally over, and Bai Jing hung up the phone in a daze. And Wang Shanshan's face, at some point, was already full of tears. She came to Bai Jing with a choked voice and said, Mom, was it a liar pretending to be a police officer's phone call? You must not believe it, they just want to scam money. Looking at Wang Shanshan's appearance at the moment, Bai Jing pursed her lips and ultimately didn't say a word, but just hugged her into her arms. And only at this moment did Wang Shanshan cry out loud in Bai Jing's arms. Zhao Kuan was also deeply moved by this scene. He walked up 2 steps and directly embraced the mother and daughter in his arms. After a long time, Zhao Kuan and the other 2 prepared themselves and went to the Xia County Police Station. Although the Xia County Police Station's phone call had already been made to Bai Jing's phone, what if it was a fake? In the end, after arriving at the police station, the last glimmer of hope in Wang Shanshan's heart was also destroyed. Wang Yifu had indeed been formally arrested for intentional homicide last night. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, the originally harmonious family had turned out to look like this, and Wang Shanshan almost fainted from crying. Inside the police station, she repeatedly implored the investigators to let her see Wang Yifu, but the investigators ruthlessly refused on the grounds that it did not comply with the regulations. In contrast, Bai Jing was much more composed. Perhaps Wang Yifu's beating had destroyed the love between the 2 of them, or perhaps they had grown tired of each other after living together for so long. In any case, Bai Jing really didn't seem to care that Wang Yifu had been arrested. Instead, she felt very saddened by the sight of Wang Shanshan choking back her tears. Chapter 28, the culprit turned out to be her mother. We need to hire a lawyer, we must hire the best lawyer. I don't believe my father would kill someone, he must be innocent. Of the 3, if you ask who is the most heartbroken, there is no doubt that it must be Wang Shanshan, the daughter. After all, Wang Yifu's fatherly love for her was not false, and the father-daughter bond between the 2 was real. So, as soon as she got out of the police station, Wang Shanshan could not control her emotions, hugging Bai Jing's arm and crying non-stop, repeatedly asking to hire a lawyer. Bai Jing, on the other hand, looked a little dazed. Although she is Wang Shanshan's mother, she has never experienced anything like this before. So, when faced with this kind of thing, she has no idea where to start, and she doesn't even know where to go to hire a lawyer. At this time, Zhao Kuan spoke up. Shanshan, don't cry for now, you definitely need to hire a lawyer, and I don't believe that Uncle Wang would kill someone either, but before that, I think we have more important things to do. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan stopped crying, and Bai Jing also looked at Zhao Kuan. Could it be that there is something more important to do than hire a lawyer at this time? Facing the looks of Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, Zhao Kuan said, Because Uncle Wang's murder has basically been confirmed, Shanshan and Aunt Bai, you 2 need to move as soon as possible, to my place. You definitely cannot go back to your home for a short period of time. After Bai Jing heard this, she thought about it for a moment and suddenly gasped. Zhao Kuan, what you mean is that the other party's family may retaliate against us? It's not impossible. Zhao Kuan nodded solemnly. The other party has just lost a loved one, and their family members are definitely very emotional. No one can guarantee that they won't take out their anger on you. And Aunt Bai and the two girls, Wang Shanshan and Chao Kuan, are vulnerable. Therefore, we can't bet that the other party's family will be rational and restrained. We must take precautions and prepare for the worst. Therefore, we must move to my place, and we can't go back to your house for the foreseeable future. Looking at Chao Kuan's serious eyes, Bai Jing nodded solemnly. She looked at Wang Shanshan and said, Shanshan, Kuan is right. Your father has been locked up, and there will be no result in his case in the short term. So, we don't need to rush to hire a lawyer, it makes no difference. The most urgent task is to move quickly. Your father has already had an accident. If something happens to you too, then your mother really won't be able to go on living. We can't take any chances. Although Wang Shanshan was sad, she had not lost her sense of reason. She also felt that Chao Kuan had a point. If the other party's family were to take out their anger on them, it would be difficult for the two women to withstand their wrath. Thinking about this, Wang Shanshan wiped her reddened eyes and choked as she said, Okay, then, let's go move first. 4 p.m. After working for most of the day, Chao Kuan, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan finally finished moving. They didn't manage to move everything, but mainly some clothes, cosmetics, and some expensive jewelry belonging to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. However, even with just these things, Chao Kuan's small two-bedroom house was filled to the brim. Aunt Bai, come here for a second, I need to talk to you about something. While Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were sorting through their things, Chao Kuan stood at the doorway to his bedroom and shouted at Bai Jing. Bai Jing glanced at Chao Kuan and immediately left Wang Shanshan to sort through her things on her own and walked over. Wang Shanshan just thought that the two of them were going to discuss hiring a lawyer and didn't think much of it. After Bai Jing came to her room, Chao Kuan directly locked the door. Bai Jing didn't find it strange and said, Chao Kuan, what's the matter? Chao Kuan was silent for 2 or 3 seconds. He frowned, lit a cigarette, and said, Aunt Bai, I'm really conflicted right now. Bai Jing was taken aback, her eyes full of confusion. What do you mean? What's he conflicted about? Bai Jing sat down next to Chao Kuan and tentatively asked, Chao Kuan, is something wrong? It's okay, just tell Aunt Bai what's going on. Chao Kuan looked into Bai Jing's eyes and asked in return, Aunt Bai, do you really not know why my uncle Wang would go as far as to kill someone? Bai Jing looked at Chao Kuan blankly and shook her head, I don't know. Should I know? You. Chao Kuan was speechless and lowered his voice, it's all because of you, Aunt Bai. My uncle Wang has come to this because of you. What? Bai Jing's eyes widened instantly, and she shook her head, saying, Chao Kuan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What does Wang Yifu's murder have to do with me? Could it be that I ordered him to kill? Chao Kuan took 2 puffs of his cigarette, frowned, and said, although you didn't order my uncle to kill, it did start because of you. It started because of me? Bai Jing looked incredulous. Chao Kuan nodded heavily, yesterday, I went to have a drink with Uncle Wang, and he told me why he suddenly attacked you. You cheated on him and betrayed him. Bai Jing's eyes widened again, I cheated? Chao Kuan didn't say anything, but opened his phone and found a video, handing it to Bai Jing. And Bai Jing, the expression on her face froze the moment she saw the video. Time passed little by little until the video finished playing. Bai Jing looked at the phone blankly, swallowed hard and said, so, Wang Yifu suddenly turned into a mad dog after seeing this video? Chao Kuan nodded, when Uncle Wang gave me this video yesterday, he told me to show it to Shan Shan, so that she would know that it wasn't her father's fault, but her mother's. However, when I got back yesterday, I really couldn't bring myself to tell Shan Shan, so I chose to hide it for the time being. However, I never imagined that just one night had passed, and Uncle Wang had already taken the road to no return. Do you know who he killed? Bai Jing looked into Chao Kuan's eyes and shook her head. It was the yellow-haired guy in the video. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's expression changed in horror. It was him? Chao Kuan nodded affirmatively. When I went to the police station today, I happened to glance at Uncle Wang's file, and the victim was the yellow-haired guy in the video. So, Aunt Bai, I'm really torn up about this, it's so hard. I don't know if I should tell Shanshan the truth. Given Shanshan's personality, if she knows it was because of you that Uncle Wang took this path, she'll never forgive you in this life. But the thought of keeping the truth from Shanshan really pains me, it's so hard. Chapter 29, Bai Jing takes the initiative. At the moment, Chao Kuan seemed to be possessed by a drama actor, his expression distorted, his right hand covering his chest, showing the pain and suffering inside him vividly. Bai Jing, on the other hand, felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur standing on end. In fact, she had only one thought in her head at the moment. She must not tell Wang Shanshan. She absolutely must not tell Wang Shanshan. Although she had not cheated at all, and was the victim, forced into it, she could not explain herself because of the existence of this video. Wang Yifu would not believe her. Chao Koan would not believe her. And Wang Shanshan would never believe her either. So she could never clear her name, and she could never take off the hat of infidelity. And if Wang Shanshan found out about it, then, as Chao Koan had said, she would never forgive herself. Because it was her infidelity that caused the family conflict to erupt. It was her infidelity that caused Wang Yifu to go to the adulterer to vent his anger. It was also her infidelity that caused Wang Yifu to commit murder and go to prison. All of this was caused by her infidelity. Hands and backsides are all the same flesh. In Wang Shanshan's heart, her mother is of course important, but how is her father not important? After learning that it was her mother's fault that her father killed someone and went down the path of no return, how could she possibly accept it and how could she possibly forgive him? Therefore, she must not let Wang Shanshan know. Her family has already fallen apart, and now she only has Wang Shanshan as a daughter. If her daughter leaves her again, she simply cannot imagine how she will be able to go on living. These thoughts flashed through her mind quickly, and Bai Jing stared into Chao Koan's eyes, gulped and said, "Chao Koan, you can't tell Shanshan. You know Shanshan. If Shanshan finds out, she won't only never forgive me, she might even leave me. She already doesn't have a father, she can't not have a mother too. You can't be so cruel to her." Chao Koan looked torn and pained, and said, "And Bai, it is precisely because of this that I haven't told Shanshan yet. But it's really hard for me to keep this a secret, it's so painful. Just thinking about keeping this from her is such a burden, I don't know how I'll face her." 2 hours later. The bedroom door opened and Chao Koan and Bai Jing walked out. Wang Shanshan, who was outside alone packing clothes and other things, had already packed everything. Seeing her mother and Chao Koan come out, Wang Shanshan walked over in 2 steps. "Mom, what did you and Chao Koan discuss?" Facing this question from Wang Shanshan, Chao Koan and Bai Jing couldn't help but look at each other. Chao Koan was the first to react. He frowned and sighed, "Well, let's talk about it later. There are some problems with Uncle Wang's situation. Aunt Bai and I haven't made a final decision yet. Mainly, Aunt Bai's side is a bit chaotic." Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately looked enlightened. "Yes, my mother's heart should also be very sad. She is just pretending to be strong in front of me. She might have even cried just now in the room with Chao Koan." Thinking about this, Wang Shanshan embraced Bai Jing and said with deep feeling, "Mom, don't be sad, you still have Shanshan, Shanshan will always be with you." Bai Jing, while tenderly embracing Wang Shanshan, gave Chao Koan a wink as a thank you. 7 p.m. With several hot dishes being served on the table by Bai Jing, the 3 of them began dinner. "Mom, you and Chao Koan have been discussing this for a long time. What did you decide? What kind of lawyer should we hire?" Wang Shanshan had been worrying about hiring a lawyer, and as soon as she took a bite of her rice, she couldn't wait to ask. Bai Jing paused, looking at Chao Koan innocently. "What did we discuss?" Although they had spent more than 2 hours in Chao Koan's room, they hadn't discussed anything about lawyers. So she had no idea how to answer. Chao Koan saw Bai Jing's pleading gaze and, while eating, took over the conversation, saying, "Actually, Aunt Bai and I were just about to talk to you. Aunt Bai and I have had a serious discussion. We don't need to hire a very good or expensive lawyer right now, because it's not time to go to court yet. Let's hire an average lawyer first, and have him contact Uncle Wang. Find out if Uncle Wang has been treated unfairly while in detention, and if he needs any daily necessities, quilts, bedding, or anything else. Secondly, after hiring this lawyer, we can also find out about the progress of the case, and depending on the circumstances, we can respond differently. If Uncle Wang is innocent and there are doubts about the case, then we should immediately hire the best lawyer to take over. If Uncle Wang did kill someone, then we should compensate the victim's family and try to get a letter of understanding from the victim's family, so that when the judge passes sentence, they can also give Uncle Wang an appropriate reduction in sentence." Chao Koan's words were methodical and well organized, and they directly impressed Bai Jing. She didn't expect that Chao Koan, a high school graduate, would know so much, as if he had experienced it. Looking at her own daughter, in addition to being beautiful and having a good figure, she seemed like an illiterate. Bai Jing smiled slightly and looked at Wang Shanshan and said, "Yes, this is the final result of the discussion between Xiaokuan and me." "Ha?" With just those words, he took away the result of her own efforts? Chapter 30, A Murder Case with Conclusive Evidence. 8 p.m. With dinner over, Chow Koen and the others also concluded their discussion of the Wang Yifu murder case. There was ultimately no point in discussing it here, and the most urgent task was to hire a lawyer and go find out more about the situation. And that was something Chow Koen and the others had already decided. They would go hire one tomorrow. Shan, you and Koen rest at home, and I'll go out for a walk. Bai Jing came out of the kitchen, taking off her apron as she looked at Chow Koen and Wang Shanshan sitting on the sofa. Wang Shanshan immediately stood up. Mom, I'll go with you. Bai Jing smiled and said, no need. It's been a long day moving. You and Koen can just stay home and watch TV, and I'll go out for a walk by myself. As she spoke, Bai Jing glanced at Chow Koen next to her, and gave a meaningful smile. Wang Shanshan wanted to say something else, but before she could, Chow Koen pulled her over. He leaned in Wang Shanshan's ear and whispered, Shanshan, you should let Aunt Bai go by herself. So much has happened in the past 2 days, you need to give her some personal space to let her process it all. Wang Shanshan frowned slightly and whispered back, I understand what you mean, but I'm worried that my mom might be depressed and do something stupid. I see. Chow Koen thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll go out with Aunt Bai. With me there, I think I can guarantee her safety. You just rest at home. Wang Shanshan not only didn't feel that there was a problem with Chow Koen's arrangement, she even felt that he was really being nice to her. After all, at night, if she went out with Bai Jing, they would just be two girls, and if anything really happened, they would basically be unable to resist. But with Chow Koen accompanying Bai Jing, it's a completely different story. He's over 1.8 meters tall and built, so even if there really are some punks, they'll think twice when they see a guy like him. Wang Shanshan gave Chow Koen a sweet smile and said, then you'll have a hard time. Don't be polite with me. Chow Koen laughed and gave Wang Shanshan's waist a little tap. It's the least I can do. Okay, you just rest at home. Afterwards, Chow Koen looked at Bai Jing and said, Aunt Bai, I also want to go out for a walk, so let's go together and let Shan rest at home. This. Bai Jing hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, let's go out together. Next, the two of them tidied up a bit and went out together. Wang Shanshan, meanwhile, watched the departing backs of Chow Koen and her mother, and a smug look appeared at the corner of her mouth. She murmured, luckily, there is such a lickspittle dog, otherwise, my mother and I really wouldn't know what to do. That said, you really are a good dog, and you are truly good to me. Unfortunately, you really don't meet my requirements. But don't worry, I won't let you lick for nothing. At worst, I'll help you recharge once in the future. Never mind, twice, this will always be worth the effort you have put in over the past few years. Time flies, and it's already 1 a.m. It wasn't until then that Chow Koen and Bai Jing returned from outside. And at this time on the living room sofa, Wang Shanshan was already almost asleep, dazed. Shanshan, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Seeing that Wang Shanshan was still waiting for them, Bai Jing immediately walked over. Wang Shanshan rubbed her eyes and smiled a little, saying, I'm not sleepy yet, Mom, why did you guys come back so late? Bai Jing was taken aback and forced to smile, oh, I was a bit down in the dumps, so I went for a walk. Many people like to let off steam through exercise when they are depressed or stressed, so Wang Shanshan didn't think anything was wrong. Wang Shanshan said lovingly, Mom, don't worry, I'm here for you. Then she looked at Chow Koen and said, Chow Koen, thank you for staying up so late with my mom. What are you thanking me for? Chow Koen waved his hand casually and laughed, saying, you're wrong. I'm happy to accompany Aunt Bai, so there's no need for you to thank me. Really, I'm so happy, both physically and mentally. Hearing Chow Koen say this, Wang Shanshan didn't feel strange at all. This is nothing more than a proper act of dog licking. In order to pursue himself, he took the opportunity to please his mother in order to increase his chances in front of her. It's just a very common act of dog licking. Next, the three of them had a brief chat in the living room before returning to their respective bedrooms to rest. Early the next morning, Chow Koen and the others left home early. Wang Yifu was still being held at the police station, and they had to hurry to find a lawyer to get the situation sorted out. In the end, they found a criminal lawyer who wasn't very well known. Perhaps there was just nothing else on his plate, but after signing the power of attorney, the lawyer went to the police station that afternoon. He spent 2 hours at the police station and, when he came out, he had some very bad news for Chow Koen, Wang Shanshan, and Bai Jing. There was now overwhelming evidence against Wang Yifu for murder. The police had some video footage of Wang Yifu attacking his victim and they had found the murder weapon in a key fatal injury on the victim's body. The murder weapon was a 4-5 centimeters long piece of broken glass, and Wang Yifu's fingerprints were found all over it. In addition, Wang Yifu himself confessed. He said that he actually didn't want to kill anyone at the time, but as a result of drinking, he may have been a bit careless and accidentally killed the person. However, whether Wang Yifu was careless or intentional, the fact that he killed someone has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In the words of this lawyer, there is no need for a defense. For a criminal case with such conclusive evidence, no matter how good the lawyer is, the final result will not change much. Chapter 31, Licking a Dog Bite. Of course, what the lawyer meant by this remark was not to tell Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan to give up. Rather, he was telling them not to pin their hopes on the lawyer based on the current situation of Wang Yifu's case. Because, in such a case with conclusive evidence, the lawyer is not of much use. Currently, the most important thing for them to do is to obtain a letter of understanding from the victim's family. Under the current circumstances, a letter of understanding from the victim's family is far more useful than hiring a good lawyer. Because as long as they get a letter of understanding from the victim's family, Wang Yifu will definitely not be sentenced to death. And if they can't get a letter of understanding from the victim's family, based on Wang Yifu's performance in this case, it is very likely that he will be sentenced to death. However, it is not easy to get a letter of forgiveness from the victim's family. Since the victim's family had already been to the police station, the lawyer asked around. According to what he heard, the victim's parents were not in need of money. In other words, Huang Mao's family was quite wealthy, and he was an only child. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult to get a letter of forgiveness from his parents without paying at least 3 to 5 million. If it's less than that, the parents may not even want to talk about it, and would rather not get a penny than let Wang Yifu pay for their son's life. And indeed, things turned out just as the lawyer had predicted. With the consent of Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, the lawyer obtained the contact information of the victim's parents from the police station and contacted them on their behalf. As a result, the other party's response was very firm, 3.5 million, and they would not give their letter of understanding for less. After learning about the number, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan both despaired. 3.5 million. They couldn't even come up with 3.5 million if they sold both of them. Not to mention 3.5 million, they couldn't even come up with 1.5 million. First of all, Wang Shanshan's family home was a 2-bedroom apartment of more than 80 square meters, which at most would be worth 500,000 yuan according to the market price in Xia County, a small county. In addition, the family has about 250,000 yuan in savings. At most, they can scrape together 800,000 yuan. They are still 100,000 yuan short of the 3.5 million yuan needed. Mom, just borrow the money. If you can't borrow it, my dad will die. In a private room of the coffee shop. After seeing the lawyer off, Wang Shanshan looked at Bai Jing with tearful eyes. At that moment, she deeply felt the helplessness and pain of having no money. If she could come up with 3.5 million, Wang Yifu would be able to live. If she couldn't come up with 3.5 million, Wang Yifu would have to die. There was no doubt that Wang Shanshan definitely wanted Wang Yifu to live. After all, he was her father who had loved her for 18 years. However, she really couldn't come up with 3.5 million. What should she do? She could only borrow it. And when she faced Wang Shanshan's near-begging choking, Bai Jingmei's brows furrowed. She suddenly felt that her daughter was so inconsiderate and didn't understand others at all. The family could barely scrape together 800,000 yuan, and that was still 2.7 million yuan short of what was being asked for. Where was she going to borrow this 2.7 million yuan from? Besides, why should she borrow this 2.7 million yuan? The lawyer said that even if the victim's family gave their forgiveness, Wang Yifu would most likely be sentenced to life imprisonment. This means that Wang Yifu is not going to be able to help her pay off the 2.7 million debt. She will have to pay it off herself. 2.7 million. If she really has to bear such a debt, then she should quit everything for the rest of her life and just pay it off before she dies. So, is her own daughter brainless or just plain stupid? Does she really want to push herself into the fire? If it weren't for the fact that she's currently grieving, I'd really like to scold her. At that moment, Chao Koan, who was sitting opposite Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, spoke up. Shanshan, calm down. You can't kidnap Aunt Bai like this. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan froze. She kidnapped her own mother? When did this happen? After hearing Chao Koan's words, Bai Jing felt a pang in her heart and her eyes became moist. Finally, someone understands her. Chao Koan, what do you mean? What do you mean by me kidnapping my mother? Obviously, Wang Shanshan had not realized that she was morally kidnapping her mother. No, it's familial kidnapping. They were using their mother-daughter relationship to make Bai Jing do something she didn't want to do. You are kidnapping your mother right now. Chao Kuan said this very bluntly. Shanshan, all you are thinking about is asking Aunt Bai to borrow the money, but have you ever thought that this money is borrowed after all, and it needs to be repaid? Have you ever thought about how this money will be repaid and who will repay it? Wang Shanshan opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Chao Kuan continued, you definitely haven't thought about repaying this money yourself, because if you had thought about repaying this money, you wouldn't have talked about borrowing the money so lightly. You have to understand that this is a huge sum of 2.7 million. If you make Aunt Bai shoulder such a huge sum, have you ever thought about how she will live the rest of her life? I can tell you quite frankly that once she has to shoulder the sum of money, Aunt Bai will spend the rest of her life repaying it. Therefore, you cannot drag Aunt Bai into the abyss just to achieve your own ends. Aunt Bai has brought you up and has only done you favors, she doesn't owe you anything. If you want to repay Uncle Wang for raising you and don't want him to die, that's fine, I completely understand, after all, he is your father. But, this money shouldn't be borrowed by Aunt Bai, it should be borrowed by you, and this debt of 2.7 million should be shouldered by yourself. Because, it is you who owes Uncle Wang for raising you, not Aunt Bai. Chao Kuan's words made Wang Shanshan blush and stare in disbelief. She even began to doubt whether the Chao Kuan in front of her was still her lapdog. How dare he say such things about her in front of her mother? And he wants her to shoulder the 2.7 million debt? That's 2.7 million, not 270 yuan. She's only 18 years old, and if she takes on such a huge debt, her life will be completely ruined. Damn it! What's wrong with Chao Kuan, the lapdog, that he's even biting back at her? Could it be that the sweetness I gave him wasn't enough? That must be it. He must be upset because I haven't given him any decent rewards for all the hard work he's done these past 2 days. Sigh. Really, he should see how difficult things are for me right now, but he's still acting like a petulant child. Forget it, I'll just help him out once. Although it is just a lapdog, I really can't do without it right now. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts flashed through Wang Shanshan's mind. Bai Jing, on the other hand, had moist eyes and was constantly wiping them with a tissue. The reason she was crying was that Chao Kuan had spoken her mind for her. On the other hand, she was moved. Today, she finally felt what it was like to be protected. Her stupid daughter wanted to push her into the fire, but Chao Kuan protected her with his strong arms and kicked her stupid daughter out with one kick. This feeling of being protected is really hard for a woman not to feel good and be moved. In fact, if it weren't for the inappropriate situation, she would want Chao Kuan to get in the car right away and step on the gas directly to the end. Just for the words Chao Kuan used to protect her today, they are worth at least 100 times. Chapter 32, Next Plan, Mother and Daughter Turn Against Each Other. In the private room of the coffee shop, after a short period of silence, Wang Shanshan finally spoke first. She looked pitifully at Bai Jing and said, Mom, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean to make you shoulder this debt yourself. You're my mom, and I'll definitely pay it back with you. I just couldn't borrow that much money. Besides, he's my father after all. I definitely can't just stand by and watch him die, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Jing finally wiped her eyes and forced a smile on her face. Mom knows, and Mom understands you. However, Shan, you also have to understand Mom. Mom doesn't want to spend the rest of her life paying off debts, so Mom is not going to borrow money to save your father. This is the condition of our family. If this money can save your father, then Mom will do it. If it can't, then there's nothing Mom can do. After all, I own half of the 800,000 yuan in assets in the family, but now, for your sake, I've given it up. Take it all and save your father. Okay, I'm not feeling well, so I'll go home first. After saying this, Bai Jing squeezed another smile at Wang Shanshan, got up and left. Wang Shanshan looked at Bai Jing's departing figure and almost burst into tears. Because she could feel that, after her mother had finished speaking, an invisible wall had appeared between them, and their relationship would never be the same again. But what had she done wrong? As a daughter, was there anything wrong with wanting to save her father? Chao Kuan watched all this silently, and the corners of his mouth began to lift. The mother and daughter had already grown apart, and if they could turn on each other, wouldn't that be great? With the father in prison and the mother and daughter at odds with each other, Chao Kuan felt exhilarated just imagining the revenge. Just as Chao Kuan's mind raced with ideas of how to turn Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing against each other, suddenly Wang Shanshan turned her head and looked over. With tear-stained eyes and a pitiful expression, she said, Chao Kuan, is that really how you see me? In the past, whenever Wang Shanshan showed such a tearful and pitiful look, no matter what the situation was, Chao Kun would definitely give in and admit his fault, and buy her lots of things to please her. But this time, he didn't. Shanshan, Chao Kun said in a serious tone, I didn't say you were this kind of person, but you have to know that you were indeed using family ties to blackmail Aunt Bai just now. You only want your father to survive, but have you thought about what Aunt Bai will have to pay for it? Why should Aunt Bai pay for your love for your father? Is that fair to Aunt Bai? Hearing Chao Kuan's words, Wang Shanshan's heart sank to the bottom. She didn't expect Chao Kuan to say such things about herself when they were alone in the private room. It seems that Chao Kuan's lack of control as a lapdog has exceeded her imagination. She had to hurry and get him back on her side. After all, Chao Kuan was currently the only useful lapdog she had by her side, and if he ran away, she would be left with no lapdogs at all. Upon thinking this, Wang Shanshan's mouth fell open and she burst into tears. While crying, she fell into Chao Kuan's arms. What, you said what? I really didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to save my father, what? As he watched Wang Shanshan cry so emotionally, Chao Kuan also took her in his arms and said softly, It's okay, I didn't really mean what you said. I just think that what you did made Aunt Bai very difficult. It's okay. After a while of comforting her, Wang Shanshan finally stopped choking. She let Chao Kuan hold her in his arms like this, and her voice was still a little shaky as she said, Chao Kuan, do you not like me anymore? Huh? Chao Kuan's mouth slightly raised at the corner. Damn it! He's doing this to me again. In fact, during the 3 years of wooing Wang Shanshan, Chao Kuan had wanted to give up countless times. However, every time he wanted to give up, Wang Shanshan would throw him a sweet date, giving him a glimmer of hope and allowing him to continue being the big licking dog. And now, Wang Shanshan obviously wanted to try the same trick again. However, Chao Kuan was no longer the same dog from the previous life. This time, one sweet date was not enough, he needed at least a melon. How could that be? Chao Kuan stroked Wang Shanshan's head and said, you are the one I like the most in my heart. Until 6 p.m. Chao Kuan and Wang Shanshan did not come out of the private room of the coffee shop until 6 p.m. Wang Shanshan said helplessly, Chao Kuan, what should I do now? I really don't want to see my father die like this, but I really can't come up with 3.5 million, and my mother is not helping either. I am really helpless now. Chao Kuan believes that Wang Shanshan's feelings for Wang Yifu are absolutely genuine. Of course, they are only superficially genuine. From Chao Kuan's understanding of her, her nature is ultimately selfish. Take borrowing money as an example. If she were to ask Bai Jing to borrow money to save Wang Yifu, she would definitely agree wholeheartedly. However, if she were to borrow money to save Wang Yifu herself, she would not hesitate to abandon him. In short, her father definitely wants to save him, but he definitely won't take on the debt. If she has to choose, she will definitely choose not to take on the debt. Don't worry. Facing Wang Shanshan's helplessness, Chao Kuan took her hand and comforted her, saying, I will talk to the victim's family about the letter of understanding. Let's see if we can get them to lower the compensation amount. Don't worry, I will definitely work with you to do my best to keep Uncle Wang alive. Chapter 33 by Jing, who wants to find her true self. Chao Kuan's words were not meant to comfort Wang Shanshan. He really didn't want Wang Yifu to be sentenced to death. Because if he died, it would be all over and he would get off too lightly. Besides, if Chao Kuan really wanted Wang Yifu to die, why would he go to all this trouble? If he really wanted Wang Yifu dead, Wang Yifu would have died countless times already due to various accidents, and there would be no need for such trouble. Therefore, he would not let Wang Yifu be sentenced to death. He wanted Wang Yifu to live. Only by living could he experience what it meant to be in hell on earth. And after hearing Chao Kuan's words, Wang Shanshan was immediately moved. Of course, she was not moved by Chao Kuan's words, but moved that the dog licker she knew was finally back. It was not in vain that she had gulped down 2 big mouthfuls in the private room of the coffee shop. Chao Kuan, you are so good to me, but no matter how much you talk to them, they will never lower the price from 3.5 million to 800,000, right? If the price were lowered from 3.5 million to 3 million, Wang Shanshan felt that it might be possible. But to lower it from 3.5 million to 800,000, Wang Shanshan felt that it was just wishful thinking. After all, the family of the other party was well off. They didn't even care about the 800,000 yuan. So, how could she let the murderer of her son go just because of 800,000 yuan? It's impossible even if you use your toes to think about it. Not necessarily. Chao Kuan smiled and said that they didn't say that they couldn't bargain. Besides, they had to try anyway. What if they struck a deal? Wang Shanshan thought about it for a moment and nodded. Indeed. No matter what, they had to try. After all, they had no other options at the moment. 20 minutes later, Chao Kuan and Wang Shanshan returned to his place. It was almost 6:30, but Bai Jing, who had returned earlier, hadn't cooked dinner, and didn't even seem to be in the mood to do so. Lying on the bed in the bedroom with the door open, she was either asleep or deep in thought. Seeing this, Chao Kuan handed Wang Shanshan 200 yuan bills and whispered, "Go to a restaurant, order some of Aunt Bai's favorite dishes to go, and then apologize to her properly." Wang Shanshan was no fool, and she could tell without Chao Kuan having to say anything that her mother was angry with her because she had asked her to borrow money to save her father. Thinking that she had indeed made her mother angry, Wang Shanshan didn't say anything and left with the 200 yuan Chao Kuan had given her. And as Wang Shanshan left, Chao Kuan also strode over to Bai Jing's bedroom. Seeing Bai Jing lying on the bed pretending to be asleep, he raised the corner of his mouth, sat down on the bed, and placed his hand on her round thigh. Still angry? Bai Jing hadn't fallen asleep at all, she had been wide awake the whole time, so she knew that Wang Shanshan had gone out to buy food. Bai Jing's thighs clamped shut, catching Chao Kuan's hand as it slid upwards. Only then did she open her eyes. In a pitiful little woman's posture, she said, "Well, I'm not angry, but I am really disappointed today." Chao Kuan smiled and didn't respond. Bai Jing continued, "I can understand that Shanshan wanted to save her father, after all, he is her father, and she must have feelings for him, but in order to save her father, she pushed her own mother into the fire pit, which I really can't understand or accept. Even when I think back to all the years I have sacrificed for her, I really feel aggrieved. I feel so tired." Seeing Bai Jing's appearance at this moment, Chao Kuan almost laughed out loud. What a resentful woman. This is the perfect opportunity to drive a wedge between her and Wang Shanshan. Chao Kuan gave a faint smile, lay down on his side, propped his head up with one hand, and stroked Bai Jing's face with the other, saying, "It's normal, because you've already lost yourself." Lost myself? Bai Jing looked at Chao Kuan's eyes in puzzlement. Right. Chao Kuan said, "Everyone is an independent individual, and they should live for themselves. But for you, most of your life is taken up by Shanshan. Even the clothes, cosmetics, and food you like have all become what Shanshan likes. You only buy what she likes. So you are no longer living for yourself, you are living for Shanshan. And this is abnormal, which is why you feel so tired." Bai Jing looked at Chao Kuan in awe, feeling as if she had met a master. That's right. Ever since she had Wang Shanshan, her focus had almost entirely shifted to Wang Shanshan. She would cook whatever Wang Shanshan liked to eat. She would buy whatever Wang Shanshan liked to wear, even if it meant she couldn't buy new clothes herself. She would take Wang Shanshan wherever she wanted to go, even if she had never been there herself, and pay for Wang Shanshan to go. It's as if she lives just to take care of Wang Shanshan. In fact, if Chao Kuan hadn't pointed it out, she wouldn't have realized that she had already lost herself. Bai Jing looked at Chao Kuan in shock and said, "So, what should I do?" "Of course it's to find yourself again." Chao Kuan said, "You must remember that you don't owe Shanshan anything. On the contrary, she owes you. She owes you the debt of gratitude for raising her. So from now on, you must live for yourself, eat the delicious food you want, wear the clothes you like, buy the cosmetics you want. In short, do whatever makes you happy. Don't let others drag you down. Only in this way can you find your true self again." In this world, Bai Jing saw a completely different version of herself. She was wearing her favorite clothes, wearing her favorite jewelry, taking confident strides, and her face was filled with a smile from the bottom of her heart every day. Free and unrestrained, living completely for herself. Spontaneous and carefree. The whole person seemed to glow, so radiant and charming. After a moment of shock, Bai Jing looked at Chao Kuan uncertainly and said, "Am I really going to have a chance to be myself again?" Chao Kuan gave Bai Jing a reassuring look. "Of course you can. You're only 37 years old, which is the most fertile and juicy age for a woman. There are plenty of unmarried women of this age in big cities. Besides, if you can charm a 18-year-old, doesn't that show your charm? So the opportunity has always been there in front of you, it's mainly up to you whether you want to find yourself again." Bai Jing looked at Chao Kuan in a daze, thoroughly impressed by his words. She pursed her lips and said, "Chao Kuan, meeting you is definitely the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. I want to be myself again, I don't want to live for other people anymore, I want to live for myself." Chao Cohen nodded. No problem, I absolutely support you 100%. Bai Jing then let out a low moan, her smile a little shy as she asked, how long will it be before Shan gets back? Well. Chao Cohen smiled and said, it's dinner time, and the restaurant is busy. I gave her 200 yuan, so she should be able to cook 4 or 5 dishes. If you also factor in the time it takes to get in and out of the community, it'll probably take an hour at most. Only an hour? Bai Jing's eyes filled with shyness, and she bit her lip and said, isn't that a bit too short? Chao Cohen laughed and said, it's okay, just think of it as a small snack before dinner. When we go out for a stroll in the evening, we'll have a proper dinner. Chapter 34, Meeting Huang Mao's Parents. An hour later. Wang Shanshan returned to Chao Cohen's home with 5 dishes. Chao Cohen was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and Bai Jing was not lying on the bed anymore, but was busy washing bed sheets and other things. Seeing this, Wang Shanshan's heart immediately felt a lot lighter. As long as Bai Jing wasn't lying on the bed, but was busy doing things, it meant that she was no longer angry. And this could be seen from Bai Jing's rosy face, which was full of a smile. If she was still angry, she wouldn't be smiling so happily and contentedly. Mom, why did you suddenly wash the bedsheets? Didn't you just change them yesterday? Wang Shanshan placed the groceries she had bought on the coffee table in the living room and skipped over to Bai Jing, who was washing the sheets in the washing machine. Oh, I accidentally got them wet. Bai Jing smiled and patted Wang Shanshan's head, saying, I might as well wash them and get a new set. That's a good idea. Wang Shanshan didn't think much of it and said with a smile, Mom, just let the washing machine do its job. I bought all your favorite foods today, so let's go eat. Okay. 8 p.m. A happy dinner was over, and as usual, Bai Jing went for a walk, followed by Chao Cohen. Wang Shanshan was left alone at home. Wang Shanshan sat on the sofa watching TV. It looked like she was watching TV, but her eyes were vacant, and her thoughts were obviously wandering. After a while, Wang Shanshan shook her head in puzzlement. For some reason, she always felt that her mother was different from before. The atmosphere at dinner was very harmonious today. The 3 of them were chatting and laughing, and Wang Shanshan could tell that her mother was really happy. But for some reason, she just felt that her mother was different from before. And she couldn't put her finger on what had changed. It just felt like, although her mother's state and mood were both quite good, she seemed to be further away from her. Forget it, maybe it's just that there's been too much going on these past few days. In the end, she couldn't tell what had changed about her mother, so Wang Shanshan simply attributed it to the many things that had happened in the past few days, and then put the matter out of her mind and watched TV. 1 o'clock in the morning. Just like last night, it wasn't until then that Chao Cohen and Bai Jing returned. It seemed that they had gone for a night run again, and Bai Jing's face was flushed, obviously having experienced some strenuous exercise. And Wang Shanshan didn't find anything unusual about it. With such a big change in the family, it's normal for my mom to vent her emotions and pent up feelings through exercise. The only thing that's not so good is that she might have come back a little too late. But it's not a big deal. After all, with Chao Cohen by her side, nothing bad will usually happen. Thinking about this, Wang Shanshan really wants to give herself a big thumbs up. She feels that the one thing she's done right in her life is taking Chao Cohen in as a lapdog. He's really useful. You can always use him when you need him in any way. Of course, there are also disadvantages. That is, this lapdog's appetite has been fed by himself. After what happened in the private room of the coffee shop today, she feels that Chao Cohen will not be impressed by her little sweet treats in the future. In other words, if she wants to sweeten Chao Cohen in the future, she will have to at least do the same as she did in the private room of the coffee shop today. Otherwise, it will be difficult for her to have an effect on him. The next morning, Chao Cohen left home with Wang Shanshan. The two had an appointment with Huang Mao's parents to talk things over. Although Wang Shanshan could only come up with 800,000 yuan, which was a far cry from the 3.5 million demanded, it was her last resort. She had to try, whether it worked or not. As for Bai Jing, she had an appointment at a nearby beauty salon. Since she was awakened by Chao Cohen's words yesterday and decided to be herself again, Bai Jing simply stopped pretending. She didn't want to save Wang Yifu, not from the bottom of her heart. Because she felt that the years she had lived with Wang Yifu had not been happy, nor had they been that happy. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of Wang Shanshan, she might have divorced him long ago. Therefore, she would not go with Wang Shanshan to discuss compensation with the victim's family. Comparatively, she cared more about her own face. There were still faint bruises on the parts of her body that Wang Yifu had hit. She needed to get a facial to get rid of the bruises quickly and take care of her smooth, tender skin. Although Chao Kuan said that she was as tender as an 18-year-old girl, and even more supple and juicy than them, her age was still there. So, she could never neglect her skin care. Wang Shanshan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded when she learned that Bai Jing was not going with her to talk to Huang Mao's parents about compensation, but instead was going to get a facial. Her father was still being held in custody at the police station, and his life was still in the balance, but her mother was going to get a facial? Was that appropriate? However, in the face of Wang Shanshan's confused and shocked expression, Bai Jing didn't even bother to explain, but just gave her a smile, and then left the house with an easy and confident stride. Chao Kuan said that she is an independent individual who lives for herself, so she would not bother about Wang Shanshan's affairs anymore. And saving Wang Yifu was Wang Shanshan's own choice, which rightly belongs to her own affairs. Therefore, she will definitely not interfere. And Wang Shanshan obviously did not know that at this time, Bai Jing had already regained herself with Chao Kuan's help. Therefore, she was confused until she left the house with Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan, what the hell is my mom thinking? We're going to talk to the victim's family about compensation, and she's going to get a facial. Is she out of her mind? Hearing Wang Shanshan's complaints about Bai Jing, Chao Kuan almost couldn't stop laughing. He had only told Bai Jing this last night, saying that she needed to find herself again and stop living for other people. Unexpectedly, Bai Jing had been so obedient that she had drawn a line with Wang Shanshan today. You save your father, I'll do my beauty treatments, and we won't interfere with each other. If things continue to develop in this way, Chao Kuan feels that he doesn't even need to provoke them, and that these two, mother and daughter, will soon turn on each other. What a pair of extraordinary mother and daughter to look forward to. Thinking about this, Chao Kuan smiled bitterly. Perhaps Aunt Bai has some kind of hardship in her heart. What hardship could she have? Wang Shanshan said discontentedly, after all, today is about my father's life and death. Even if she has some kind of hardship, she can't just ignore everything and go straight to get a facial. Chao Kuan nodded with a smile. It's okay, don't be angry. Although Aunt Bai didn't come, I'm still here for you. Don't worry, I definitely won't abandon you. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan felt slightly moved. Well, you're the best. Fortunately, you're here, otherwise, I don't know what I would have done on my own. 20 minutes later. In a coffee shop in Xia County, Chao Kuan took Wang Shanshan's hand and walked over to a window seat. Two people were already sitting there. A man and a woman, judging by their age, both in their early 40s. At the moment, these two were scowling and glaring at Wang Shanshan and Chao Kuan with a vicious look. These two were the parents of the victim, Huang Mao's parents. And this was not the first time Chao Kuan had met them. In his previous life, Chao Kuan had accidentally killed Huang Mao, and at that time, he had already met these two. Chapter 35, Now, I'm in charge. Facing the fierce glare of Huang Mao's parents, Wang Shanshan was obviously a little timid. She grabbed Chao Kuan's hand and was about to hide completely behind him. Chao Kuan, on the other hand, faced the fierce glare of Huang Mao's parents with a face that showed no emotion at all. After spending 10 years in a prison for serious criminals, he had seen all kinds of fierce and evil glares. The current glare from Huang Mao's parents was nothing more than child's play to him. Not only was there not the slightest hint of menace, he also found them cute and friendly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chao Kuan gently reassured Wang Shanshan, then took her hand and walked over. You two are Huang Jianren's parents, right? Chao Kuan took Wang Shanshan by the hand and naturally and graciously greeted Huang's parents. Huang Jianren's father snorted and said, so you're the family member of Wang Yifu? Not yet. Chao Kuan smiled lightly, pulled Wang Shanshan out, and said, This is my uncle Wang's family member, Wang Shanshan, my uncle Wang's daughter, and I, her suitor. Wang Shanshan timidly looked at Huang Jianren's parents, bowed her head, and bowed. Auntie and uncle, I'm sorry, I know it's useless for me to say anything now, but on behalf of my father, I sincerely want to say sorry to you. Don't be afraid. Huang Jianren's mother said angrily, We dare not accept your family's sorry. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. My son's life must be paid for with your father's life. Wang Shanshan had just graduated from high school after all, and although she had some accomplishment and talent in terms of White Lotus and green tea, she was still a bit too inexperienced in the face of this kind of situation. Seeing Wang Shanshan, who was completely at a loss for what to do after being rebuked by Wang Jianren's mother, Chao Kuan gave a shallow smile, ignored the gaze of Huang Jianren's parents across the table, and directly pulled her to sit down first. The two of you. Chao Cohen said, "We are meeting today to discuss the letter of understanding, so I won't say too much unnecessary words. The compensation amount of 3.5 million you proposed, we definitely cannot afford it. In that case, you should lower the compensation a bit, to 800,000. If it's 800,000, we can still try to scrape together the money." What? After hearing Chao Cohen's words, Huang Jianren's parents were stunned. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. Just 800,000 and they want their letter of understanding? That's just a dream. Once a letter of understanding is issued, it basically means that Wang Yifu will not be sentenced to death. Wang Yifu will not die, but what about their son? Isn't it the same as saying that 800,000 yuan buys their son's life? Are you joking with us? Huang Jianren's father said with a fierce look in his eyes, 800,000 yuan to buy my son's life? Then if I offer 1.6 million yuan now, can I buy your lives? Chao Cohen smiled lightly and said, "Family member, don't get excited. I know that this compensation amount definitely won't meet your requirements. But how much compensation we can pay you is not up to you to decide. It also depends on how much we can come up with. That's too little compensation." Huang Jianren's mother angrily said, 800,000 is absolutely impossible. At least 2.8 million is our bottom line. If it's less than that, you can just wait to collect the body of the murderer. We absolutely won't give a letter of understanding. Time passed by little, and it was half an hour in the blink of an eye. In fact, before coming here, Wang Shanshan had already expected that there was almost no hope of negotiating a settlement after the compensation amount was lowered from 3.5 million to 800,000. However, she never imagined that it would be so desperate. The unyielding and aggressive attitude of Huang Jianren's parents gave her a suffocating sense of oppression. Fortunately, Chao Cohen was there to help her out front, otherwise she felt like she would have been crushed by Huang Jianren's parents at that moment. 2.6 million. Huang Jianren's father said firmly, "This is our final bottom line, less than this amount, you can just let Wang Yifu die." After half an hour of soft persuasion, finally, the compensation amount stopped falling when it reached 2.6 million. This was Huang Jianren's parents' final bottom line. From 3.5 million, it was reduced to 2.6 million, a drop of 900,000 yuan. It had to be said that this was already a very substantial reduction. However, Wang Shanshan's face did not show the slightest hint of joy. Because, whether it was 2.6 million or 3.5 million, it made no difference to her. She could not pay either way. Seeing that the compensation had been reduced to this amount, which was already the bottom line for Huang Jianren's parents, Chao Cohen glanced at Wang Shanshan beside him and said, "Shanshan, why don't you go out and take a break for a while?" Wang Shanshan was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Chao Cohen was telling her to go out at this time, but it was exactly what she wanted. Because if she stayed any longer, she really felt like she was going to suffocate. Wang Shanshan didn't say anything, just nodded at Chao Cohen and then got up and left the cafe. And it wasn't until Wang Shanshan had left that Chao Cohen stretched and then looked back at Huang Jianren's parents. "Okay, now, we can talk formally." "What?" Huang Jianren's parents were full of astonishment. Now we're just starting to talk formally? What was the point of the previous half hour? Don't waste our time. Huang Jianren's mother said, 2.6 million is our final bottom line, don't even think about getting our letter of understanding for less. No. Chao Cohen crossed his legs, pointed his finger at Huang Jianren's parents, and smiled. "It seems that you two still don't understand the situation. It's not you who call the shots, it's me." "You call the shots?" Huang Jianren's father's eyebrows knitted together. "Who do you think you are? You're just a suitor of a murderer's daughter. Do you really think you're someone? Kid, let me make something clear. I want to talk to you, so you are a person. But if I don't want to talk to you, you don't even have the qualifications to sit here and talk to me." After listening to Huang Jianren's father's rude reply, Chao Cohen gave a faint smile and took out his mobile phone. Plugging in the earphones, Chao Cohen opened a video on his phone and then handed it to Huang Jianren's mother, indicating for her to take a look first. Huang Jianren's mother looked at Chao Cohen suspiciously, but she eventually took it and plugged the earphones into her ears. Next to him, Huang Jianren's father took the initiative to lean over and put one earbud in his ear, and they watched together. As the video began to play, after just a few seconds, the two men's faces sank. Even as the video continued to play, the two men's faces grew heavier and heavier. Finally, when the video reached 3 minutes in, Chao Cohen reached out and took the phone back from the two men. This was the original video of Bai Jing being dragged into the alley and forced to have sex by the three men with yellow hair that night. The first 3 minutes included how the 3 men with yellow hair dragged Bai Jing in, how they threatened her, and started to take off her clothes. The part after the 3 minutes was the part where Bai Jing was formally bullied. There was no need to play this part. After all, Huang Jianrun's parents were people who had seen it all, and they knew what would happen next without watching. Chapter 36, Both Sides Win. The Huang Jianrun parents, who had been arrogant and aggressive, looked as if they had been hit by a frost after watching the 3-minute video, and their momentum suddenly disappeared. In fact, they were both at a loss at this point. Chao Koan, on the other hand, still looked carefree and unconcerned. It was as if, from beginning to end, everything had been under his control. Under the watchful eyes of Huang Jianrun's parents, Chao Koan slowly put away his earphones and took a sip of coffee in front of him. It wasn't until then that he looked at the two of them and spoke. The woman in the video is called Bai Jing, and she is Wang Yifu's wife. So, do you now know the whole story? Because your son, together with others, raped Wang Yifu's daughter-in-law first, so Wang Yifu went to your son to settle the score. However, he had drunk a little wine at the time and lost his temper, accidentally killing the person. If this is the case, and if Wang Yifu hires a good lawyer, what do you think the court will decide? Huang Jianrun's parents looked at Chao Koan in shock, and no one spoke up. Chao Koan smiled slightly and continued, if this situation arises, the judge will definitely hand down a lenient sentence. After all, your son forcibly took another man's wife, so don't even think about the death penalty, life imprisonment, or anything like that, it's 100% impossible. I'll take a wild guess, if the lawyer hired by your son does an average job, Wang Yifu should get 3 to 10 years, and the most likely sentence will be 8 or 9 years. If he behaves well again and his sentence is reduced, he'll be released in 5 or 6 years. And this is only if the lawyer is average. If the lawyer does a good job, he will probably be sentenced to 3 or 4 years, and if he behaves well, he will be released in about 2 years. So, do you two understand now? Chao Koan wasn't just talking nonsense. He had seen too many cases like this during his 10 years in prison. Let's take the case of a prison buddy he knew. His name was Zhang Wei, and his family was from the countryside. He had lost both parents and had a younger sister. Since the family had no way to make money, he went out to work to earn money, leaving his younger sister at home to study. Later, his younger sister was raped by a local hooligan. When Zhang Wei returned and learned the news, he was naturally furious, but considering that his younger sister had not yet married and her reputation could not be ruined, he did not report it to the police. However, because of this incident, Zhang Wei's mood must have been extremely upset, so he drank a lot of wine during that period of time. As a result, one day after finishing his drink, he happened to bump into the yellow-haired thug. When enemies meet, they are extra enraged, so he went straight up and fucked the yellow-haired guy. As a result, he accidentally fucked him to death. It can be said that Zhang Wei's case is very similar to Wang Yifu's current situation. In the end, Zhang Wei was only sentenced to 5 years. Plus he behaved well, and he was released from prison after only 4 years and 3 months. Chao Koan can also list a whole bunch of similar cases. As long as the judge is a humane one and the lawyer is a bit competent, cases with special circumstances like this one will not be given heavy sentences. Therefore, Chao Koan is not bluffing. Wang Yifu's case can be serious or not. If it's serious, it could be the death penalty. If it's not, as long as they release this video, have Bai Jing come out and testify, and hire a good lawyer to put the story together, they simply won't be able to sentence Wang Yifu to more than a few years. As Chao Koan finished speaking, the atmosphere between the three of them fell eerily silent. Both Huang Jianrun's father and mother were at a loss for words and didn't know what to do. Their son had been beaten to death, and the other person might only get a sentence of 2 or 3 years? Wouldn't their son have been beaten to death for nothing? No one could accept this. Finally, Huang Jianrun's mother spoke first. She said in a weak voice, "No way, kid. Stop talking nonsense here. How could someone who killed someone get such a light sentence? Is my son's life not worth anything?" Chao Koan shrugged and smiled, "Ma'am, I'm sorry to tell you, but sometimes, human life really is worthless. Let me give you an example so you can understand." As he said this, Chao Koan looked out the window at a woman passing by. "If your husband was molesting this lady, and at that moment, I accidentally hit your husband a little too hard to stop him, and he died, guess what sentence I would get?" Huang Jianrun's mother opened her mouth, but didn't say anything, because she didn't understand. Chao Koan smiled slightly. "Don't you think I would get a few years in prison?" But in fact, not only would I not be sentenced, I would also be commended for being a hero. Similarly, your son and the other two men, when they were molesting Wang Yifu's wife, if I suddenly appeared and accidentally killed all three of them in the process of stopping them, then their deaths would have been in vain. Not only would I not pay a dime in compensation, I would not bear the slightest bit of responsibility. Even so, I would still be praised for being a hero. You have to understand that the law protects the good, not the bad guys like your son who force themselves on people. As long as I hand this video over to the police, Wang Yifu will not be given a heavy sentence, and your son's death will be meaningless. Chao Kuan's words once again silenced the room. Huang Jianrun's mother looked at Chao Kuan unhappily. She tried to speak several times, but didn't know how to refute him. Finally, Huang Jianrun's father spoke. Huang's father stared into Chao Kuan's eyes and said, "Young man, you just said that if you hand over the video, Wang Yifu will definitely not hand down a heavy sentence. My son will almost certainly die in vain, right?" Chao Kuan nodded calmly. Absolutely true. So, what if you don't hand it over? Huang's father asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan's mouth curled up. Mr. Huang is no doubt a businessman, and he has hit the nail on the head. Obviously, if I don't hand it over, Wang Yifu will definitely hand down a heavy sentence, either death or life imprisonment. Whether it's life or death depends on whether you two will give a letter of understanding. Seeing that Chao Kuan had brought it to this point, both Huang Jianrun's father and Huang Jianrun's mother understood at the moment. Whether Chao Kuan would hand over the video or not would depend on whether they understood. Huang Jianrun took a deep breath and said, "Little brother, let's be honest. Name your price. My son's death cannot be in vain." Chao Kuan didn't waste any time and directly held up 3 fingers. 3 million. Give me 3 million, and the two of you and I will keep this video a secret. If the price is less than that, this video will appear at the police station today. In addition, I have one more request. Wang Yifu cannot be sentenced to death. In other words, you must issue a letter of understanding, and just use the price I previously discussed with you, 800,000. After hearing Chao Kuan's words, even Huang Jianrun's father, who is a businessman and has seen a lot of ups and downs in the business world, could not help but take a cold breath. Damn it! Both sides win? Unexpectedly, this seemingly harmless and sunny young man is actually such a ruthless character. Chapter 37, The Family Bracelet. Compared to Huang Jianrun's mother, Huang Jianrun's father has, after all, experienced many storms in the business world and still has considerable insight. Therefore, after listening to Chao Kuan's price and his demands, he keenly realized that this young man who seems so sunny and upright definitely has ulterior motives. First of all, he is taking advantage of both sides, and this is 100% certain. Although he only asked for 3 million from them, in reality, he also took the Wang Shanshan family's share. Because he had asked for 800,000 in exchange for a letter of understanding. In other words, the Wang Shanshan family would pay 800,000 to them. However, they would not actually become the owners of this money. The 800,000 yuan will only pass through their hands briefly before being transferred to Chao Kuan. Not only that, they will also have to pay 2.2 million yuan in subsidies on top of the 800,000 yuan. So, Chao Kuan may seem to be just taking advantage of them, but in fact, he is getting the best of both families. Secondly, he could easily have rescued Wang Yifu, but why didn't he? Instead, he cooperated with them and let him rot in prison. What was the point of doing that? Is it just for the 3 million? No. It's definitely not that simple. Based on Huang Jianrun's father's years of experience in reading people, he can basically be sure that Chao Kuan is actually not very interested in the money. Because when he quoted the price of 3 million, his expression, eyes, and tone of voice were all too calm. This is definitely not the calmness of someone who is interested in money. At the very least, he definitely is not very interested in the 3 million. But if he wasn't after the money, what was he after? People? It's time to say what needs to be said. This woman, Wang Shanshan, is really quite something. Whether it's looks or figure, she definitely belongs in the top echelon of perfection. If Chao Kuan likes her and wants to make her his woman, that's completely understandable. But then there's no need to leave Wang Yifu in prison. In fact, he should even rescue Wang Yifu. After all, once he and Wang Shanshan become a couple, Wang Yifu will become his father-in-law, and they will become family. There is no reason to let his own family member rot in prison. Besides, Wang Yifu is in his prime and can still earn money. Wouldn't it be nice to let him out of prison early so that he can earn money to support the family? Unless. A bold idea came to mind, and Huang Jianrun's heart took another cold breath. Shit. Is it possible that Chao Kunta wasn't after Wang Shanshan? Or, he wasn't just after Wang Shanshan herself? Is it possible that he also wanted to take Wang Yifu's wife Bai Jing with him? Huang Jianrun's father had just watched that video earlier, so he remembered it very clearly. Wang Yifu's wife Bai Jing was really a very exquisite young woman. Whether it was her appearance or her plump figure, she was in no way inferior to Wang Shanshan. In fact, compared to Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing is even more mature and intellectual, with a charm unique to a young woman. So, is it possible that Chao Kuan wants to take this mother-daughter pair down together? If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Why did he refuse to save Wang Yifu when he clearly could have? Nonsense. He not only had his eye on Wang Yifu's daughter, but also on his wife. Would he have rescued Wang Yifu and ruined the good things between the three of them? Why did they agree to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000 yuan? Because this 800,000 yuan is all the property Wang Shanshan's family has. Once it is taken out, the mother and daughter will become helpless and poor people with no money. At this time, they are the most in need of support. If Chao Kuan enters the scene at this time and becomes the support for the mother and daughter, then it will not be long before the mother and daughter serve him for life. Thinking about this, Huang Jianrun's father felt even more that his guess was correct. What a ruthless character! In order to toy with someone else's wife and daughter, he even went so far as to let someone else spend the rest of their lives in prison. This kind of person definitely belongs to the ruthless characters who do not hesitate to kill. Fortunately, he is not opposed to him, and the two of them even belong to the same camp. After all, they both have the same enemy, Wang Yifu. Otherwise, if they were to be opponents of such a person, Huang Jianrun's father felt that he would have to sleep with the lights on in the future. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a short period of time, and Huang Jianrun's father immediately said, "No problem, we can give you the 3 million you want, but we hope that you will also keep your promise and not let this video appear in the police station." Hearing her husband say this, Huang Jianrun's mother was stunned for a moment. Promise? Just so easily? Shouldn't he write an undertaking not to bargain anymore? This is 3 million yuan, which is not a small sum for them. Moreover, their son was beaten to death, and they still have to pay 3 million yuan, and they can't even get Wang Yifu, the murderer, sentenced to death. This sounds like a total injustice. Don't you need to think about it some more? Lao Huang, I think this matter. Huang Jianrun's mother just wanted to say a few words, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Huang Jianrun's father. That's enough, you don't need to worry about this matter, just listen to me. As he spoke, Huang Jianrun's father gave her a gentle wink. Upon seeing this movement from Huang Jianrun's father, Huang Jianrun's mother immediately shut up. The couple had some secret signals that ordinary people don't know about. The signal released by Huang Jianrun's father means danger between the two of them. Once Huang Jianrun's father releases this signal, Huang Jianrun's mother has to unconditionally obey his arrangements. After all, in such urgent matters, Huang Jianrun's father still has to be more vigilant. Watching the little actions between the two, Chao Kuan smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Huang, don't worry. As long as the 3 million is in hand, this video will never appear in the police station, I promise." As he spoke, Chao Kuan twirled a string of wooden beads that he was wearing on his wrist. He had bought them for 8 yuan from a street vendor the night before, saying they were made of sandalwood. Chao Kuan took off the string of beads and said, "Mr. Huang, my ancestors have been collecting these beads for almost 200 years, and it's been my generation's turn to collect them. Selling them for 3 million yuan is not too much, is it?" Huang Jianrun's father's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. "You piece of junk, it's obviously brand new, how dare you say you've been winding it for over 200 years? Besides, was winding beads fashionable over 200 years ago?" Of course, although he thought this in his heart, Huang Jianrun's father couldn't say this out loud. He nodded with a smile and said, "Not too much, absolutely not too much. This thing called manipulating objects for fun is like Harry Potter to 1,000 people. To someone who doesn't like it, it may not be worth even $1, but to someone who does, it may be worth thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. This string that Brother Chow has is exactly what I like, and for that reason, I am willing to pay 3 million for it. I just don't know if Brother Chow can bear to part with it." Chao Kuan laughed heartily, and immediately threw the string in his hands over. "Since Mr. Huang likes it so much, it doesn't matter if I part with it. I'll sell it to you for 3 million. My bank account number is." Chapter 38, The Confused Wang Shanshan. 5 minutes later. Chao Kuan looked at the bank's prompt for the 3 million yuan to arrive and smiled as he put away his phone. Huang Jianrun's parents, on the other hand, had no smile left on their faces. So cautious. So cautious. On the transfer record, Chao Kuan had them specifically state that it was a transaction to buy beads, not some shady Ponzi scheme. He is not giving himself the slightest hint of a flaw. The origin of every cent is clearly marked, and he is not afraid of any investigation. Then shall I ask Wang Yifu's daughter to come in and we can talk some more? Chao Kuan smiled. Good. Huang Jianrun's father nodded with a busy smile. Let's talk some more. 10 minutes later. At the entrance to the coffee shop, Wang Shanshan walked in with a half-eaten ice cream cone and an innocent expression. She was already ready to go shopping. After all, she was not stupid. With this attitude from Huang Jianrun's parents, it was impossible for them to issue a letter of understanding for less than 2.6 million. And she could not come up with 2.6 million. So, she had already given up hope. Since the negotiation was not going to work out, she might as well go shopping. As it turned out, before she could go shopping, Chao Kuan called her back with a phone call. She actually didn't want to come back. The atmosphere was depressing again, and there was no way to change the outcome. What was there to talk about when she came back? But Chao Kuan had called her, so she had to come back. After all, this was ultimately her family's business. What happened, Chao Kuan? Did you have a falling out? Wang Shanshan asked in a low voice as she came up to Chao Kuan. No, quite the opposite. Chao Kuan smiled and said, Huang Jianrun's parents have agreed to pay 800,000 yuan in compensation and issue a letter of understanding to your father. What? They agreed? Wang Shanshan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. How is that possible? How could they possibly agree? Wasn't the minimum 2.6 million? How could they agree to 800,000? Looking at Wang Shanshan's shocked expression, Huang Jianrun's father smiled and said, Miss Wang, you really should thank this Mr. Chao properly. If he hadn't been speaking so highly of you, there's no way we would have issued a letter of understanding for 800,000. Wang Shanshan was a little dazed and said, So, you really agreed? We agreed. Huang Jianrun's father said, When will you pay us the 800,000 yuan? We will issue the letter of understanding to your father then. The four of them chatted for a while in the coffee shop, but Wang Shanshan was in a daze the whole time, and she didn't even come back to her senses when Huang Jianrun's parents left. At this moment, there was only one question in her mind. That was, how did they agree? They had clearly agreed on a bottom line of 2.6 million, but how did it become 800,000? It's only 800,000. It's equivalent to buying their son's life for 800,000, and they just accepted it? They must be crazy. They drive BMWs worth over $1 million each, so how could they agree to such a measly 800,000? And looking at Wang Shanshan's dazed expression, Chao Kuan could hardly hold back the corners of his mouth. He had said that Wang Shanshan was selfish by nature, and now it had all come out. When she had learned that the other party would never issue a letter of understanding for 800,000 yuan in compensation, Wang Shanshan had been a good daughter who was intent on saving her father, full of filial piety. She had even hated the idea of immediately stuffing the 800,000 yuan into the other party's hands and kneeling down to beg them to issue a letter of understanding. Because she knew that the other party would never agree. And when the other party had really agreed to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000 yuan, she had instantly gone dumb. Because her so-called eagerness to save her father was actually all fake. What if she used up all the family's assets to save Wang Yifu? Her university tuition, birth fees, and the need to buy cosmetics, pretty clothes, etc., all of these things require money, so where would this money come from? Therefore, Chao Kuan knew early on that, between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan was the one who would be most reluctant to part with this money. However, since she loves to act and put on airs, Chao Kuan simply decided to indulge her and satisfy her image as a dutiful daughter. Moreover, even if she wanted to, she couldn't not pay out the 800,000 yuan now. Chao Kuan said, Shan, let's go eat. Wang Shan looked at Chao Kuan blankly, her expression still a little dazed, and said, Chao Kuan, tell me, why did they agree? Chao Kuan was puzzled for a moment. What's wrong, Shan? Shouldn't you be happy that they agreed? Haven't you always wanted them to issue a letter of understanding? Wang Shanshan came back to her senses and stammered, Yes, I definitely wanted them to issue a letter of understanding, but didn't they say the minimum was 2.6 million? How did they agree to 800,000? It's because your filial piety moved them. Chao Kuan said with a broad smile, Actually, after you left, I didn't say anything to them at all. I just told them about what had happened to you over the past 2 days, and how you had really tried everything to save your father. You even went so far as to fall out with your mother. And when they heard that your family could only afford to pay 800,000 yuan at most, and that you wanted to use the whole sum to save your father, they were completely moved by your sincere feelings as a daughter. They didn't expect that you would go to such lengths to save your father. It was your filial piety that touched them. So, they finally agreed to issue an apology to Uncle Wang for 800,000 yuan. After hearing Chao Kuan's explanation, Wang Shanshan at the moment could not help but give herself 2 big slaps in the face. Damn, is this couple sick? They won't even let you pretend. If you just act like this, how can they take you seriously? She spent all 800,000 yuan, and she eats and drinks whatever she wants. Do you guys have any brains? Okay, Shanshan. Chao Kuan didn't seem to notice the frustration on Wang Shanshan's face, and happily said, today finally has some good news. Let's go, I'll treat you to a nice lunch. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan gave a bitter smile and said, Chao Kuan, maybe we should forget it. I just ate that ice cream, and my stomach is a little upset. I want to go home and rest first. Really? Chao Kuan asked, concerned. I'll keep you company. Do you want to go to the hospital first? No. Wang Shanshan hurriedly refused. I just feel a little uncomfortable, I want to rest for a while alone. You go ahead and eat, I'm going home first. After saying that, Wang Shanshan didn't wait for Chao Kuan's reply, and turned around and hurriedly left. Chao Kuan, looking at Wang Shanshan's departing back, couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth rise. Want to back out? Dream on, I'm not going to give you that chance. With that, Chao Kuan took out his phone and called Bai Jing. Hello, Aunt Bai, have you finished your beauty treatment? Really? Then I'll come and find you? Ha, okay, I'll go and book a room first and wait for you. I'm free this afternoon. Chapter 39, Chao Kuan's Surprise. An hour passed. In room 1108 of the Blue Flag Hotel in Shi County, Chao Kuan opened the door from the inside. Seeing Bai Jing standing outside the door, and some food in her hands, Chao Kuan smiled and let her in immediately. You said you had a surprise for me. What is it? When Chao Kuan called Bai Jing before, Bai Jing asked him to book a hotel first, saying she had a surprise for him. However, when he saw Bai Jing, Chao Kuan didn't notice any surprise either. She was the same as when they had parted in the morning. She was still wearing a white blouse, a black skirt that hugged her hips, black stockings, and a pair of shiny black high heels. Where was the surprise? She couldn't have had a facial and her face become more delicate, could she? That wasn't a surprise. Smiling, Bai Jing placed the food on the small table in the room and said mysteriously, Guess. Guess? Chao Kuan looked Bai Jing up and down carefully, shook his head and said, I really can't tell the difference. You look the same as you did this morning. Oops. Bai Jing pouted, extended her arm, rolled up the sleeve of her shirt and said, Feel. Chao Kuan was suspicious, but he reached out and felt Bai Jing's arm. Ha! As soon as he touched her arm, Chao Kuan's expression immediately changed. To be honest, there was no part of Bai Jing's body that he had not touched before, but as soon as he touched her arm today, he immediately felt a difference. Bai Jing's arm seemed smoother and more delicate than before. Looking at Chao Kuan's surprised expression, Bai Jing smiled and said, Did you notice? Chao Kuan nodded with a smile, it seemed smoother than before, so did you apply some essential oil? What? Bai Jing couldn't help laughing, who would put essential oil on their body, do they want to keep their clothes? It's for hair removal, I did a full body hair removal program at the beauty salon, the whole body. Seeing Bai Jing emphasize the whole body, Chao Kuan's expression became even more interesting. Wow, no way, is it the kind of whole body I imagined? Bai Jing smiled and bit her lip, it's the kind of whole body you imagined, are you surprised? It really is. Surprised, of course I'm surprised. Chao Kuan exclaimed excitedly. Woman, you're playing with fire a bit, do you know that this will increase your attack speed by 20% and your durability by 20%? You better watch out, you might not be able to handle it. Bai Jing giggled, really? You better not say you can't do it and then not do it. Impossible. Chao Kuan said, what I say, I can definitely do, this afternoon, you just wait and see. After a while of playing with Bai Jing, Chao Kuan came to the table with her to eat. While eating the grilled fat kidney, Chao Kuan asked, how does it feel to be yourself again? Bai Jing even stopped eating when she heard this. She was full of happiness and said with emotion, it's wonderful, it's great. She looked into Chao Cohen's eyes and continued, "Really, Cohen, you don't know. When I finish getting a facial and come out of the salon, letting the sunshine shine on me, I feel like I've been reborn. Do you know how many years ago I first started wanting to get facials? But every time I saw the price tag of 1,000 yuan, I would talk myself out of it, saying, you're a mother, what's the point of getting facials? You might as well buy your kids some food and clothes with that money. For many years, I have been living for the sake of others. Today, I finally live for myself, and I realize that living for myself is so happy and wonderful. Therefore, Chao Cohen, I no longer want to live for the sake of others. I hate the old me, I want to be my true self and live for myself." Looking at Bai Jing, who was moved to tears, her eyes were a little moist. Chao Cohen smiled and helped her wipe them away, saying, "Come on, I believe in you. As long as you take this brave step and cut yourself off from your old self, you will definitely be able to be yourself again." Cut myself off from my old self? Bai Jing keenly noticed that Chao Cohen had said something he hadn't before, and immediately asked, "Chao Cohen, what do you mean by cutting yourself off from your old self?" "It's exactly what it means." Chao Cohen said, "You don't really think you can just be yourself again, do you? Don't forget, you're still Wang Yifu's legal wife. If you want to be that free, carefree person who lives only for herself, you have to break off your relationship with Wang Yifu first, don't you?" When she heard Chao Cohen say this, Bai Jing suddenly had a flash of insight. Right. She almost forgot that she was still Wang Yifu's wife. Regardless of how Wang Yifu would ultimately be sentenced, right now, she was not truly free and unfettered. Because, as a family member of Wang Yifu, if anything happened to him and he needed anything, the first person the police would look for was her. And she would definitely have to prepare for that and clean up the mess, continuing to clean up Wang Yifu's mess. Thinking about this, Bai Jing felt a sudden and inexplicable wave of nausea and disgust. Why? Why is it so hard for her to want to live for herself? Why are these people like leeches, clinging to her and sucking the life out of her? She just wants to live for herself, to be that free and unfettered person again. Why can't they just leave her alone? As if he could sense Bai Jing's inner pain, Chao Cohen took her soft hand and said, "Actually, I have a surprise for you today too." Bai Jing looked at Chao Cohen, and the excitement and joy she had felt at first were gone from her face. She forced a smile and said, "What surprise?" Chao Cohen smiled slightly and said, "An opportunity to cut yourself off from your old self once and for all." What? Bai Jing was taken aback, her eyes brightening up immediately. She couldn't wait to ask, "What opportunity? How can I cut myself off from my old self?" Chao Cohen indicated to Bai Jing not to get excited and said, "San and I met with Huang Jianrun's parents today, and the negotiation results are in. They have agreed to pay Wang Yifu 800,000 yuan in compensation and issue a letter of understanding." With that, Chao Cohen gave a general account of the final compensation negotiations with Huang Jianrun's parents. Of course, he avoided the important issues and glossed over some of the unspeakable deals, which he automatically passed off. Although the 800,000 yuan is your joint property with Wang Yifu, and you get half of it, Wang Yifu has come to this point because of you. What I mean is, why don't you just take the 800,000 yuan and give Wang Yifu a new letter of understanding to save his life? In this way, both in your heart and in terms of your relationship as husband and wife, you have done everything you can for him, and you can formally break up with him. Moreover, by doing so, you will also be able to fulfill Shan Shan's wish. You know that she really wants to save Uncle Wang. Therefore, after doing this, you can say with a clear conscience that you don't owe Wang Yifu or Wang Shanshan anything, whether it's to Wang Yifu or Wang Shanshan. And that will be the time when you cut off the past and welcome the new life. Chapter 40, Stupid Daughter. Although Bai Jing had previously told Wang Shanshan not to take her half of the family fortune, how could she really not take it? If she didn't take it, what would she eat and drink, and how would she live in the future? The reason she said that was the same as Wang Shanshan's. She also felt that Huang Jianrun's parents would never agree to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000 yuan. As long as the 800,000 yuan was not spent, she would still own half of it. She was just saying it for show, and nothing would actually change. But now it's different. Chao Cohen and the others have reached an agreement, and the other party has agreed to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000 yuan. So the 400,000 yuan that belongs to her is gone. If this happened before, Bai Jing would definitely refuse without even thinking about it. No way. She'll lose the house, the money, everything. She and Wang Shanshan will be left alone as two women. What will they eat, drink, live in, and do? And what about Wang Shanshan's university tuition fees, living expenses, and accommodation fees? So, if the situation were reversed, Bai Jing would definitely not have agreed, because she had too many practical considerations to make. But now, she doesn't want to think about any of that. She just wants to cut herself off from her past self and embrace her new life. Especially Wang Shanshan, she's had enough of this stupid daughter. All the family money has gone to saving her father? Good. What a filial daughter. What a filial daughter. Bai Jing just wanted to ask, with no house and no savings, where would she, the mother, live, what would she eat and drink? She was filial to her father, but what about her mother? She just ignored her and let her fend for herself. Since the daughter had already gone this far, there was nothing the mother would be reluctant to do. She didn't want such a daughter. In any case, Bai Jing would no longer tolerate Wang Shanshan leeching off her. In fact, she never wanted to have anything to do with these two Wang family members in her life. She decided to cut all ties with them. And she also wanted to see what her stupid daughter would do next. Next, university would start soon, and she had used all the family money to save Wang Yifu, so where would she get the money for her living expenses, university tuition, accommodation fees, etc.? She wouldn't expect her mother to pay for them, would she? Sorry, there is none left. Not a single drop. As for Wang Shanshan's maternal love, it has completely ended today. From now on, she is Bai Jing living for herself, and no longer Bai Jing living for others. When her thoughts reached this point, Bai Jing felt as if she had opened up the two major energy channels, and her body felt relaxed and her thoughts clear. She smiled at Chao Kuan and said, "Kuan, you are absolutely right. This is indeed an opportunity to completely break with the past. Although I may be in a difficult situation as a result, I feel that it is all worthwhile in order to find myself again and start a new life. So, to my new life, cheers." Seeing Bai Jing use water instead of wine and raise her glass, Chao Kuan gave a bright smile and raised his glass of water as well. Cheers. 3 p.m. Chao Kuan and Bai Jing appeared at Bai Jing and Wang Yifu's home. At first, Bai Jing planned to sell the house first and raise 800,000 yuan, and then ask Huang Jianren's parents for the letter of understanding. However, Chao Kuan couldn't wait that long. In this year of the real estate downturn, houses are not that easy to sell. It's possible that the house won't sell for 6 months. To avoid any more complications, Chao Kuan simply called Huang Jianren's parents over. The house would not be sold, but would be transferred directly, and with Bai Jing's savings, it would be considered 800,000 yuan. Mr. Huang, you have seen the condition of the house. It is a good house with a good layout, and you can also check the price online, so there is no problem with directly using the house to pay for the money, right? Chao Kuan acted like a real estate agent, showing Huang Jianren's parents around the room. After hearing Chao Kuan's question, a wry smile appeared on Huang Jianren's parents' faces. If anyone else had asked this question, Huang Jianren's parents would have definitely said no. Because the current housing market is trending downward, there is still a gap between the market price and the actual transaction price. For houses that are said to be priced at 600,000 or 700,000 yuan, the actual transaction price may only be 500,000 or 550,000 yuan. No one would agree to such a clear loss. However, this person is Chao Kuan, and they really couldn't say no. After all, they had just made a shady deal with Chao Kuan at noon, and it was only just afternoon, the day was still young, and if they didn't give him face at this time, what if he threw a fit? The loss would be even greater. Haha, no problem. They've already taken 2.2 million, it's not a big deal for a few tens of thousands of dollars. Huang Jianren's father smiled with a face of leather but a heart of flesh and said, "Nowadays, houses are all about money. Transferring ownership is almost the same as paying for it. The difference is that selling a house is slower, while directly using it to pay off a debt is faster." Chao Kuan nodded. "Mr. Huang, do you think these, plus the savings in my Aunt Bai's family, can cover 800,000 yuan? Huang Jianren looked a little embarrassed. He groaned for a while, and finally looked over at Bai Jing. Of course, he wasn't leering at Bai Jing, but at the gold earrings in her ears, the gold necklace around her neck, and the gold ring on her hand. Chao Kuan's face must be given, but he can't be too gullible. Bai Jing's family's house and all the savings really can barely reach 800,000, so he definitely has to find some extra money. Bai Jing was no fool. As soon as she saw the parts of her body that Huang Jianren's father was looking at, she understood immediately. Without any further ado, she reached up and took off the gold earrings in her ears, the gold necklace and the gold ring, and handed them to Huang Jianren's father. Huang Jianren weighed them in his hands and estimated that they were worth about 10,000 yuan. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll reluctantly accept that all of this together is worth 800,000 yuan. Let's go, I'll write you a letter of understanding. A letter of understanding is not something that can be written on a piece of paper. It is best to write it under the auspices of the public security authorities. Since the letter of understanding will eventually have to be submitted to the public security authorities anyway, it is best to go directly to the police station and leave it there after writing it. 4 p.m. Huang Jianlun's parents were the first to leave the police station. With the letter of understanding written, they could say that they had no further involvement in the case, and could only wait for the court's verdict on Wang Yifu. Chao Kuan and Bai Jing were still waiting at the police station. Because, the reason for their trip was not just the letter of apology, but also the matter of Bai Jing breaking up with Wang Yifu once and for all. However, they could not meet with Wang Yifu in person, and had to entrust a lawyer to deliver their message. The lawyer they had hired, the same one as last time, had already gone in to talk to Wang Yifu. Xiao Kuan, what if Wang Yifu refuses to agree to the divorce? She'll lose her house, her savings, and even her jewelry. Bai Jing has paid any price to cut ties with the past, to be true to herself, and to start a new life. Now, the final step is to divorce Wang Yifu. If Wang Yifu doesn't agree, that would be so upsetting. Chapter 41. Your head is buzzing, isn't it? Don't worry. Seeing Bai Jing's uneasy expression, Chao Kuan took her hand and comforted her, saying, I think my uncle Wang will agree to the divorce. Things have come to this point, and whether they get divorced or not is no longer up to Wang Yifu. Having spent 10 years in prison, Chao Kuan has seen this happen all too often. The husband serves his sentence in prison, and the wife simply goes to court to file for divorce, and one divorce leads to another. Chao Kuan just had a chat with the lawyer and told him about the situation, asking him to convey it to Wang Yifu. If Wang Yifu agrees to the divorce, then he can still get a divorce in a decent, friendly, and dignified manner. If he doesn't agree, in 6 months at the most, he will receive a notice directly from the court informing him that he has been divorced. At that time, it won't be as dignified as it is now. Therefore, after knowing that the result cannot be changed, Wang Yifu will choose a more dignified way to break up, right? Meanwhile, in a room at the police station, Wang Yifu looked at the lawyer in front of him in shock, his expression appearing to be extremely moved. She spent all the money on getting me a letter of understanding? That's right. The lawyer nodded. The letter of understanding was written at the police station, just a short while ago, so I was there the whole time. Ms. Bai Jing gave the apartment under your names as collateral to Huang Jianren's parents, and she also gave them all of your savings of more than 200,000 yuan. In addition, there were also her gold earrings, gold necklace, gold rings and other jewelry. All of these things, totaling 800,000 yuan, were handed over to Huang Jianren's parents, and they then issued you a letter of understanding. In other words, you can sleep peacefully from now on. With this letter of understanding, I cannot guarantee 100%, but I can be 99% sure that you will not be sentenced to death. After hearing the lawyer's words, Wang Yifu sat there in a daze, without any reaction for a long time. He didn't know what kind of mood he was in at this time. Happy? I guess so. After all, he would not be sentenced to death. However, he was not happy at all. Especially after learning that Bai Jing had used the family house, savings, and even her jewelry to buy a letter of understanding for him, an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. He knew how much money the family had. Therefore, he knew very well that with this letter of understanding, Bai Jing had lost everything. She had no place to live, no savings, and not even a decent piece of jewelry. She had lost everything. So, is this the end of her relationship with him, which had lasted for 10 or even 20 years? In an instant, Wang Yifu suddenly felt that he had failed as a man. A woman who had been with him for so long had ended up penniless. At that moment, Wang Yifu suddenly felt at ease about Bai Jing's affair with the 3 men. Although she had wronged him, he had also failed her in the end. Comparatively speaking, he had wronged Bai Jing more. Seeing that Wang Yifu had gradually recovered from this emotion, the lawyer continued. In addition, there is one more thing to tell Mr. Wang. Ms. Bai Jing feels that the fate of the 2 of you has come to an end, so the marital relationship between the 2 of you should also end here. As if anticipating this outcome, Wang Yifu nodded calmly. A woman who has followed him for so long has ended up with nothing. As a man, what face do I have left to keep her by my side? Besides, I will spend the rest of my life in prison, while Bai Jing is still young and has a long future ahead of her. She deserves a new start. I agree to a divorce. Wang Yifu said, only that I can't go out right now, so I can only write a divorce agreement and ask you to handle it for me. The lawyer nodded and said, there is no problem with that. Since Mr. Wang has no objections, please write it. I don't think you two have any property disputes now, so it shouldn't be too much trouble. Wang Yifu smiled bitterly. Of course, all the property the two had was exchanged for a letter of understanding from him, so what property dispute was there? 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Yifu finished writing the divorce agreement and handed it to the lawyer. It was only at this point that it seemed like he thought of something, and he asked, "By the way, lawyer, after our divorce, what about our daughter Wang Shanshan?" Wang Yifu wanted to ask who Wang Shanshan would be awarded to, but before he could finish asking, the lawyer interrupted. "Mr. Wang, I know that your daughter Wang Shanshan has already reached the age of 18, and legally she is already an adult. Therefore, your divorce with Ms. Bai Jing has nothing to do with her. Since she is an adult, the issues of custody and who will raise her and who will take care of her are no longer relevant. If she wishes, she can live on her own." Wang Yifu opened his mouth, but in the end he just nodded. Next, the lawyer talked to Wang Yifu about other things for a while, and only ended the conversation after making sure that there was nothing else on his side. In the police station's restroom, Bai Jing saw the lawyer come out and hurriedly greeted him. "Lawyer, how is it? Did he agree to divorce?" The lawyer smiled, nodded, and took out the divorce agreement written by Wang Yifu. "Ms. Bai, Comrade Wang Yifu agrees to end your marriage, but due to special circumstances, he is unable to come with you to handle the divorce paperwork. I will have to do it for him. Also, the Civil Affairs Office is still open at this hour, so if we hurry, you should be able to get your divorce certificate today." Hearing this, Bai Jing was almost moved to tears with joy. She hurriedly said, "Lawyer, there's no time to lose, so let's go to the Civil Affairs Office right now." 5:30 p.m. Xia County, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Bai Jing looked at the divorce certificate in her hands and could no longer hold back her excitement. She pressed the certificate tightly against her chest, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. It was the taste of freedom. It was the taste of being unchained and unrestrained. She was free. She had finally cut herself off from the past, and from now on, she could finally live for herself. Zhao Cohen looked at Bai Jing's excited appearance and said with a smile, "Aunt Bai, let's go home and tell Shanshan the news. She'll be so happy when she finds out that Uncle Wang has already obtained the letter of apology." Zhao Cohen was so excited when he thought about Wang Shanshan. He really wanted to see the expression on this woman's face when she found out what had happened this afternoon. She lost her house, her savings, and instantly became penniless. Her head must be buzzing. Chapter 42, Mother and Daughter Cut Off All Ties. Meanwhile, at Zhao Cohen's place, Wang Shanshan was watching TV while stuffing her mouth with snacks. "I'm so angry. Zhao Cohen, you stupid dog, how could you be so insensitive? You know I'm not feeling well, so I didn't have lunch with you, and now it's almost time for dinner, and you still haven't brought me any food. Do you want me to starve to death? Humph, I'll give him 1 hour. If he doesn't bring back lunch, I'll never let him lick me again." Wang Shanshan felt like she had a particularly bad day. The main source of her frustration was the negotiations with Huang Jianrun's parents. She had racked her brains, but never imagined that Huang Jianrun's parents would actually agree to issue a letter of understanding in return for 800,000 yuan in compensation. Come on, she just wanted to create the image of a dutiful daughter. As this story spreads, everyone will know that she, Wang Shanshan, is a good woman with a sense of duty. She is willing to give up her entire fortune to save her father's life, leaving herself with no way out. How touching! An image of a dutiful daughter who is not greedy for money and only values emotional bonds is definitely secure. These are all shining points that can add crazy points to her score. Once Huang Jianrun's parents agreed, it directly disrupted all her rhythms. It is impossible to create the image of a big filial daughter with feelings. After all, she was only pretending, and she never really wanted to use the 800,000 yuan to buy a letter of understanding. Moreover, not only is it impossible to create the image of a big filial daughter, it could even backfire and bring her into disrepute. Because, now it is the other party who has agreed, and she has not. If this gets out, it will become known that Wang Shanshan is a miser who would rather watch her father be sentenced to death than give up the money to save him. If this kind of reputation spreads, it will definitely deal a fatal blow to her. In fact, because of this alone, she can forget about marrying into a wealthy and powerful family. Fortunately, this stain on her reputation has not yet been confirmed. She has not yet said no, and she will not say no. Because she still has her mother. She will definitely let her mother say such heartless things, and she must ensure that her image is not affected. And, her mother will definitely say it. Because she is about to start university soon, and the tuition fees, living expenses, accommodation fees, and everywhere else is going to need money. How could her mother possibly agree to give up all 800,000 yuan in exchange for a letter of understanding? She is still young, she can be ignorant. Can her mother still be ignorant? Just as Wang Shanshan was watching TV, showing off her snacks, and thinking about all this in her head, suddenly, the door opened and Chao Kuan and Bai Jing walked in. Seeing that Chao Kuan had returned empty-handed, Wang Shanshan's expression fell. This damned lickspittle, what's wrong with him? Does he not know that I didn't eat lunch? He didn't even bring back any food. Fine, just wait, I'll never let you lick me again. This unhappy thought flashed through her mind, and suddenly, Wang Shanshan, as if she had discovered something, suddenly lost her voice and shouted out. Mom, where's your necklace? Wang Shanshan remembered clearly that when Bai Jing went out for a facial, she was wearing a very pretty gold necklace around her white neck. However, now her neck was empty, the necklace was gone. Could it have been lost? That necklace was worth several thousand, nearly 10,000 yuan. And as soon as she discovered the disappearance of the necklace, Wang Shanshan noticed that Bai Jing's pair of gold earrings were also gone. Even the gold rings on her body were gone. Huh, what's going on? Where is all this jewelry on her? Why is it all gone? Could it be that she was robbed? Facing Wang Shanshan's shocked expression, without waiting for Bai Jing to speak, Chao Kuan, as if to offer his services, preemptively spoke up. Shan, I have good news for you, we already have Uncle Wang's letter of understanding in our hands. What? Wang Shanshan's delicate body trembled as if she had seen a ghost, and she hurriedly looked at Chao Kuan, word by word. What did you just say? I got my father's letter of understanding? Yes. Chao Kuan said with a happy face, this afternoon, Aunt Bai and I went to take care of this matter. Saying this, Chao Kuan recounted what had happened this afternoon. From mortgaging their house to Huang Jianrun's parents, to transferring all their savings to Huang Jianrun's parents, to Bai Jing giving all her jewelry to Huang Jianrun's parents. Finally, he told them how Huang Jianrun's parents had issued a letter of understanding to them at the police station. Throughout the whole process, Chao Kuan told the story in great detail, afraid of missing a single detail. After listening to Chao Kuan's account, Wang Shanshan felt dizzy and almost fainted. They had lost their house and money, and even Bai Jing's jewelry? Then, how would they live next? Also, university is about to start soon, where will she get the tuition, living expenses, accommodation fees, etc.? Wang Shanshan held back her dizziness and looked at Bai Jing with a trembling voice, saying, Mom, what Chao Kuan said isn't true, is it right? Our house is still there, and so is the savings, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's eyes flashed with a fierce look of disgust. What are you pretending? Wasn't it you who cried and screamed, willing to borrow money to save your father? Now that you have your father's letter of apology, and you're acting like this, who are you trying to disgust? Chao Kuan was telling the truth. Bai Jing said flatly, our house, our savings, are all gone, just to get your father a letter of apology. Besides, isn't that what you've always wanted? Hearing her mother's affirmative answer, Wang Shanshan stumbled and almost lost her balance, falling onto the sofa. She looked at Bai Jing blankly, as if she were looking at a stranger. After a few seconds, she said harshly, Bai Jing, are you sick in the head? We lost the house, we lost the savings, I'm about to start university. Do you know what I'm going to do for tuition fees and living expenses? How am I supposed to go to this university? Looking at Wang Shanshan's hysterical face, Bai Jing could no longer control her anger and slapped her. A fierce slap on Wang Shanshan's face stunned her. Bai Jing stared viciously into Wang Shanshan's eyes and said, word for word, Wang Shanshan, listen carefully. No matter what, I am your mother who raised you for 18 years. You may not care about me, but you must respect me. In the future, if I hear you speak rudely to me again, I will smash your face. In addition, you have reached the age of 18 and are already an adult. You can go to university and do whatever you like, it has nothing to do with me. Even if you don't go to university, you can go to work in society, screw screws in a factory, work as a hostess in a karaoke bar, or sell yourself. That is your freedom. Remember, in the future, what happens to you has nothing to do with me. I will no longer care about you. I can't live for you anymore. After she finished speaking, Bai Jing made a clean U-turn and left angrily. Chapter 43 Chao Liling, the target. In the room, Chao Kuan watched the entire scene of the mother and daughter breaking off their relationship, and almost couldn't help applauding. Wonderful. It was wonderful. especially by Jing's hard slap on Wang Shanshan's face, and the words she said with a fierce stare in Wang Shanshan's eyes. That expression, that anger, and that deep disappointment buried in the bottom of her eyes, it was absolutely amazing. It was so exciting to watch. Abby felt so good inside. It was even better than 10 times of ejaculation. Of course, while being an audience member, Chao Koan did not forget his other identity. Seeing Bai Jing leave angrily, Chao Koan hurriedly went on stage to perform. "And Bai, and Bai." Chao Koan shouted twice in a row at Bai Jing's back, then immediately turned back to look at Wang Shanshan, who was still in a daze, covering her face with her hands. "Shanshan, you've really gone too far." "Ha?" Wang Shanshan came back to her senses and looked at Chao Koan blankly. "She's being unreasonable? Bai Jing lost her house and her savings, and she's calling me unreasonable? Do you know how much Aunt Bai has sacrificed for you?" Chao Koan said with a heavy heart. "Because of you, Aunt Bai has lost everything, her home, her savings, and she's reduced to nothing. Just to fulfill your wish to save your father, Aunt Bai has given almost everything she could, and yet you are calling her crazy. Wang Shanshan, don't forget, it was you who cried out for Uncle Wang to be saved. Now that he has been saved, you are turning around and saying that Aunt Bai is wrong. You are a hypocrite, trying to play both sides. I'm really disappointed in you, Ba." After saying this, Chao Koan didn't give Bai Jing the chance to speak, and he strode out after her. "Aunt Bai, Aunt Bai." And Wang Shanshan, staring blankly at Chao Koan's departing back, she froze for 2 or 3 seconds, let out a scream, and threw the snack she was holding on the ground. "It's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. I can't live like this anymore. My mother wants to draw a line between herself and me." And Chao Koan, this lickspittle, actually said that she was a bitch who could do both, and that he was disappointed in her, and he even spat on her. Why should he? He's just a lickspittle, what right does he have to talk about her? She's already been very generous to let him lick her, and yet he actually had the nerve to turn it around and talk about her. Has he forgotten that he's just a lickspittle? Damn it! In the living room, Wang Shanshan tore her hair with both hands and angrily crouched on the ground. Why, how did it turn out like this? In the community. Just before leaving the community, Chao Koan finally caught up with Bai Jing and grabbed her arm. "Aunt Bai, stop for a second, where are you going?" Bai Jing was full of grief and grievance. Looking into Chao Koan's eyes, she said, "Chao Koan, where do you think the point of me keeping her is?" Chao Koan opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Bai Jing burst out laughing, and said with clenched teeth, "I might as well have kept a dog. At least it knows to wag its tail at me. Really, the biggest mistake of my life was raising such an ungrateful brat." Chao Koan frowned, and said in a concerned tone, "Aunt Bai, don't be like this. Shan Shan is probably just a little too happy, so she's a little indiscreet with her words." Happy? Indiscreet with her words? Do you believe that yourself? Bai Jing shook her head with a bitter smile, then took a deep breath and sighed, "Forget it. From now on, she can take her own path, and I can cross mine. I've done enough for her already." After saying that, Bai Jing looked into Chao Koan's eyes and continued, "Chao Koan, I don't feel like eating. I'm annoyed and confused right now. Will you accompany me for a walk?" Chao Koan nodded with a serious expression, "No problem, let's go. Aunt Bai, I'm here for you." Half an hour later, Chao Koan and Bai Jing arrived at her in Wang Yifu's home. To be precise, it was now Huang Jianrun's parents' home. However, because there were still some things belonging to Bai Jing, Wang Shanshan and Wang Yifu here, Huang Jianrun's parents gave Bai Jing and the others 3 days to pack up. During these 3 days, they packed up all the clothes, bedding and other things that belonged to them. After 3 days, Huang Jianrun's parents will come with someone to change the door lock, and at that time, the house will completely belong to them. Therefore, Bai Jing and the others have the right to use the house for the last 3 days. In the bedroom, Chao Koan looked at the wedding photo hanging above the bed and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. In the photo, Wang Yifu was wearing a neat suit with a bright smile on his face, while Bai Jing was wearing a white wedding dress, smiling coyly as she leaned against his chest. It's so sweet, so happy, so sweet. Unfortunately, things have changed, they're divorced, and one of them will spend the rest of his life in prison. It really is hard to predict the future. Seeing Chao Koan staring at the wedding photo on the wall, Bai Jing tentatively asked, "What's wrong? You seem a bit emotional." Chao Koan said, "Why is the world so unpredictable? Just the other day, Uncle Wang was fine, but now he's gone to prison. Time flies, and it's already 1 in the morning. At Chao Koen's place, Wang Shanshan picked up the bag of snacks she had thrown on the floor and started eating again. After a long period of negativity, she finally picked herself up again. Since the situation had become like this, she could only face it bravely. And now, the first difficulty she faced was how to pay for university tuition, living expenses, etc. She definitely wanted to go to university, and Wang Shanshan had never wavered from that. Because, the price of a girl who has gone to college is completely different from that of a girl who has not. With her looks and figure, she can easily find a good husband from a good family if she gets a college degree. However, if she only has a high school diploma, then no matter how good her looks and figure are, it will be difficult for her to find a good husband from a good family. Therefore, going to college is something she must do no matter what. However, due to the actions of the idiot Bai Jing, she has now lost the capital to go to college. So, how should she get the money she needs to go to college? Ask Bai Jing for it? Forget it, this woman is probably poorer than herself now. Besides, she has already said those cruel words, so she won't go lick her face to ask for it. So, there is only Chao Koen left. Wang Shanshan thought about it and felt that in the end, she would have to start with Chao Koen, the lickspittle. First of all, Chao Koen is rich. Although Chao Koen grew up with his grandfather left him a lot of money when he died. Once, Wang Shanshan secretly saw his bank account balance, and it was more than $1 million. This is also the reason why she has been hanging out with Chao Koen for so many years without explicitly rejecting him. A dog who can freely dispose of more than $1 million and is willing to spend money on himself is crazy to reject. Secondly, Chao Koen is her dog, and the only way to get money is from him. Wang Shanshan is not without richer classmates, with several apartments at home, and families that make millions from business. But they are not her lapdogs, and she cannot get money from them. Besides, even if she gets money from them, she has to pay it back. But it's different with Chao Koen. The money she gets from him, she doesn't have to pay back. After all, he is her lapdog. Chapter 44, Continuing the Abuse over the Phone. Facing the predicament she was currently in, Wang Shanshan only took a short time to sort things out. And she quickly found a solution. However, it wasn't as simple as she had thought. If Chao Koen was still the same lapdog he had been before, then it would indeed be very simple. She would only need to use a little manipulation, and Chao Koen would be so happy to do her bidding that he would happily bear the cost of her 4 years of university tuition and living expenses. But now, Chao Koen is obviously not the same dog she used to have. After all, he has even told her that he is very disappointed with her and has even said bye to her, which shows that he is clearly on the verge of losing control. If she doesn't take some measures, Chao Koen will probably break free from her leash completely. Therefore, the most urgent task is to quickly calm Chao Koen down and tighten the leash on him. Otherwise, once she lets Chao Koen, the lickspittle, break free, that will be the beginning of her nightmare. Thinking about this, Wang Shanshan stuffed the last bite of her snack into her mouth and reluctantly picked up her phone. Unexpectedly, Wang Shanshan, the great and powerful, would one day stoop so low as to submit to Chao Koen, the lickspittle. Bai Jing, it's all your fault, you brainless stupid woman, if you weren't such a moron, I wouldn't have to go this far. Wang Shanshan angrily cursed a few times, and finally dialed Chao Koen's phone number. 1 ring. 2 rings. Until the phone rang many times, and even Wang Shanshan was about to give up, the phone was answered. Hello, Shanshan, what's wrong? Listening to Chao Koen's voice on the phone, Wang Shanshan's brows couldn't help but frown. Chao Koen, what are you doing? Oh, I'm at the internet cafe. Chao Koen laughed, not sleepy today, so I'm hanging out at the internet cafe. Oh, you're at the internet cafe, Wang Shanshan said. Ha. Chao Koen laughed sheepishly, and volunteered, by the way Shanshan, why aren't you asleep yet? It's already 1 a.m. How can I sleep? Wang Shanshan pouted, in a tone of voice that betrayed her resentment, my mom is going to disown me, by the way, where is she? Oh, Aunt Bai. She and I have long since parted ways. We're not together anymore, so I don't know where she went. Oh? Mom isn't with Chao Koen? Hearing Chao Koen say this, Wang Shanshan perked up a bit, and her courage grew. Hey, Chao Koen, you give me a good assessment. Do you think my mom is a big idiot? Really, I've never seen such a dumb person. She actually gave away everything in the house and exchanged it for a letter of apology. Hey, do you think she has any brains at all? Calling her stupid is insulting the word stupid. She's just a complete idiot. Don't you agree? Seeing that she had finished speaking, Chao Koan did not respond from across the table, but just kept running around. Wang Shanshan frowned in displeasure. Hey, Chao Koan, what are you doing? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Oh, I'm listening, of course I'm listening. Chao Koan stammered a little, but Shanshan, I think you're taking this a bit seriously. Seriously? Wang Shanshan's tone suddenly rose quite a bit, saying, she's already made things this way, or am I being serious, saying she's a big stupid bitch is being kind? No, no, no. Chao Koan retorted, Shanshan, I don't think so. On the contrary, I think Aunt Bai did a very good job and was really quite loyal. Just think about what Aunt Bai did with the money. She didn't spend a single penny on herself, she used it all to save Uncle Wang. You have to understand, Aunt Bai and Uncle Wang were husband and wife, and they must have had very deep feelings for each other. How could Aunt Bai bear to see Uncle Wang die? Besides, Shan, Uncle Wang is your father. Aunt Bai is not saving a stranger. If others don't understand, that's fine, but how can you, as his daughter, not understand? You forget that it was you who cried out for Uncle Wang to be saved. Now that everything has turned out as you wished, you can't turn around and say that Aunt Bai is wrong. Shan, I really think you owe Aunt Bai an apology. In that case, I'll arrange it tomorrow, so you can properly apologize to Aunt Bai, okay? Hearing Chao Koan say this, Wang Shanshan's anger simply knew no bounds. Damn it! Is this toady really rebelling? How dare he reason with me? Is it so hard for him to just go along with what I say? Who needs him to reason with? No way! Wang Shanshan said angrily, Chao Koan, you saw what she did and said today. She is the one who wants to sever our mother-daughter relationship. I'm not going to lick her face and apologize. Besides, even if she is wrong, why should I apologize? She doesn't care about me, and I don't care about her. I'm ashamed to have such a stupid mother, and I'm too embarrassed to show my face. It's just as well that she wants to break off all ties with me. I'll definitely do as she wishes. Otherwise, she really thinks I want to maintain a mother-daughter relationship with a stupid bitch like her. She should take a good look in the mirror. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Koan coughed 3 times in a row, seriously saying, Shan, don't talk nonsense. Even when you're angry, you can't say things like that. Listen to what you're saying. If Aunt Bai hears you, she'll be so sad. I'm afraid she'll hear. Wang Shanshan said fearlessly, let her be sad. She deserves to be sad after doing such a stupid thing. If she really dies, I'll just take her to the crematorium and scatter her ashes. That's enough. Chao Koan interrupted, Shan, listen to what you're saying. You're still angry. Let's talk tomorrow when you've calmed down. I still have 10 kilometers to go, so I have to keep running. I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Shanshan opened her mouth, but nothing came out as she watched the phone get hung up. She finally gave up the idea of calling back. Forget it, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Chapter 45, the Yundong Special Zone is established, and her wealth doubles. The next morning. In the garden community, Chao Koan walked out with a relaxed and happy pace, humming a little song. It's hard not to be in a good mood. Yesterday, Wang Shanshan said those things on the phone, and Bai Jing heard every word. What a big idiot, what a stupid idiot, don't take a piss and look at yourself, and scatter her ashes and so on, she heard it all word for word. Although Bai Jing did not respond to any of this, Chao Koan could tell from the gradually increasing force that the mother-daughter relationship between her and Wang Shanshan was completely over. There was absolutely no chance of repairing it. Unexpectedly, the mother and daughter had just come to an end, and they were even at odds. Chao Koan really couldn't help feeling unhappy. Just then, suddenly, a phone call came in. Chao Koan thought it was Wang Shanshan, but when he took out his phone to look, the corner of his mouth immediately lifted. It was Lu Yuling. She was the female real estate agent who had provided him with personal service throughout the entire process of buying a house in Yundong District, Haicheng. In the days since returning from Haicheng, the two had occasionally exchanged a few words over WeChat. However, this was the first time that she had called him so early in the morning, like today. There was no doubt that something had happened. Because it was only 6 a.m., not even time to go to work yet, it was completely private time. As a member of the service industry, Lu Yuling could not help but know how upsetting it is to call someone at this hour. Therefore, it could only be that something happened that made her able to ignore the upset. And the only thing Chao Koan could think of was the news that Yundong District was going to become Yundong Special District. Other than that, he really couldn't think of any other news that would make Lu Yuling call him so early in the morning. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Kuan answered the phone. "Hello, Manager Lu. Don't patronize me." Lu Yuling's tone was even more excited than Chao Kuan had imagined. She said excitedly, "I'm alone right now." Chao Kuan smiled and changed his greeting. "Xiao Pai Kai, what's wrong?" "What's wrong?" "You're going to get rich." "You're going to get rich, do you know that?" Lu Yuling couldn't hold back any longer, her tone was incredibly excited. Just now, the country issued a notice that Yundong District would be designated as the Yundong Special Economic Zone. Do you know what this means? Oh my god, you're going to get rich, you're going to make a fortune. In just a short while, all the houses for sale in the entire Yundong District have been put on hold. In just a short while, 3 people have already called me, offering to buy any house in Yundong District, regardless of location or age, at more than 3 times the original price. Not only that, they also said that if I can help them close a deal, they will give me 10% of the commission directly. They're all crazy, the entire Yundong District is crazy, you can't imagine how crazy the housing prices in Yundong District are right now. Even as I speak to you, 2 more calls have come in. But I really don't have any properties, oh no, all the landlords are not selling, oh no. As Lu Yuling spoke, Chao Kuan couldn't help but notice the excitement in her voice. It's true. It was indeed the news of the establishment of the Yundong Special Economic Zone. However, because he had known the result in advance, Chao Kuan was not as excited as Lu Yuling. He said in a slightly surprised tone, "Really? The housing prices have skyrocketed several times. Should I sell quickly and make a profit and leave?" No. Lu Yuling hurriedly said, "Don't sell, you must stay calm. Although I really want you to sell, so that I can make a lot of money now, but the current housing prices are still far from the end, you must stay calm and don't be tempted by the immediate benefits." Wow! I didn't realize that Lu Yuling actually has a conscience and is quite considerate of herself. It seems that she is not the kind of woman who doesn't recognize her debts. Okay, let's say she is a good woman. Except for her husband, of course. I see. Chao Kuan said, "Okay, then I'll wait until the price of the house goes up completely before selling." As Chao Kuan finished speaking, there was suddenly no sound from Lu Yuling on the other end of the phone. Chao Kuan was a little surprised and tried to test the line by saying, "Manager Lu?" It was only then that Lu Yuling's voice came back, "Don't try it again, my husband isn't home." "Then why did you suddenly stop talking?" Chao Kuan laughed, "I thought your husband had suddenly returned and you weren't comfortable talking." "No, I'm just a little surprised." Lu Yuling wondered, "Why aren't you excited?" "I feel like I'm as excited as a dog right now, and you, a property speculator who has invested 23.8 million yuan here, shouldn't be more excited than me, but why are you so calm? Isn't this kind of news enough to make you excited?" "Oh. This." Chao Kuan smiled and licked his lips, saying, "No, I'm already very excited. Maybe I'm just used to not showing my emotions. In fact, I'm just as excited as a dog inside, just like you." Lu Yuling reluctantly accepted Chao Kuan's answer, and the two then made another wave of predictions about the rising housing prices in Yundong District. Of course, it was mainly Lu Yuling who badgered Chao Kuan to make predictions, and Chao Kuan basically didn't want to make predictions with her. What predictions? He basically had a good idea of how high house prices could go, and there was simply no need. After predicting the rise in house prices, Lu Yuling made some oblique remarks, the general meaning of which was that she hoped that all the houses Chao Kuan had in his hands would be handed over to her to sell in the future. In response, Chao Kuan readily agreed. The houses were going to be sold anyway, so it didn't matter who sold them. Besides, Lu Yuling wasn't trying to take his money by sharing his profits, she just wanted to earn the 1.5% agency fee from the buyer. If he refused such a request, he felt that he would be acting dishonestly. After all, Lu Yuling was not the kind of woman who would renege on a deal, and he definitely couldn't be the kind of man who would renege on a deal either. So, he told Lu Yuling very clearly that the properties in his hands were only authorized to be sold to her, and they belonged to her own exclusive listings. In response, Lu Yuling happily kissed Chao Kuan more than 10 times on the other end of the phone. Chapter 46, A Stab in the Back from One's Own Mother. Because of the delay caused by Lu Yuling's phone call, Chao Kuan's breakfast shopping, which would have taken half an hour, ended up taking an hour. By the time he returned with the breakfast to the home that was still temporarily occupied by Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, Bai Jing had already gotten up and started cleaning, humming a tune and in a visibly good mood. Seeing this, Chao Kuan put the breakfast down and said, "Aunt Bai, actually, if you want to cry, just cry out loud." I definitely won't laugh at you. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing, who was washing up, froze for a moment and then burst out laughing. Xiao Kuan, you don't think that I'm forcing back the pain inside and pretending to be happy, do you? Isn't that so? Xiao Kuan said innocently. Since you heard what Shan Shan said on the phone last night, you've been very glum. So, Aunt Bai, don't treat me like a stranger. I can also be someone you can lean on when you're vulnerable. Bai Jing nodded with a smile. Xiao Kuan, I know you're thinking of me, but I'm really relaxed and happy right now. Yes, when I heard Shan Shan say those things last night, I was really angry, disappointed, and even a little desperate. After all, how could 18 years of mother-daughter love be broken off so easily? Even if you raise a dog for 18 years, you will still have feelings for it. I definitely still cared about her deep down. So when I heard what she said, it really hurt. However, thanks to her words, I was suddenly awakened. It turned out that I thought she couldn't live without me, but that was just what I thought. In fact, she didn't care about me at all, and she didn't need me. If that was the case, why did I flatter myself? So, I finally completely cut ties with the past today, and this life of not having to consider anyone but myself fills me with strength and anticipation for the future. So, Xiao Kuan, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not putting on a happy face, I'm truly happy from the bottom of my heart. Sure enough. Xiao Kuan nodded slowly. In fact, last night, Xiao Kuan realized that Wang Shanshan's phone call had completely pushed the relationship between the two of them to an irreparable abyss. The reason he said that just now was purely a test of Bai Jing's reaction. And as expected, the relationship between the two of them was indeed completely over. At the very least, Bai Jing had completely given up on this mother-daughter relationship. Thinking about this, Xiao Kuan revealed a smile and said, "So that's it, I thought you were putting on a happy face." "How could that be?" Bai Jing laughed and said, "I'm genuinely happy now, you can't imagine how relaxed I am right now." Without dwelling on this issue any longer, Xiao Kuan and Bai Jing simply had breakfast, and Bai Jing immediately began packing. Although she had previously moved clothes and other things to Xiao Kuan's house, it was only a portion. Most of them were summer clothes. The vast majority of her autumn and winter clothes were still in this house. Xiao Kuan sat aside and watched Bai Jing pack for a while. As if he had thought of something, he said, "Right, Aunt Bai, what are your plans next?" "Next?" Bai Jing stopped packing and thought for a moment. "I want to go for a walk and live somewhere else." Xiao Kuan narrowed his eyes. "Live somewhere else?" "Yes." Bai Jing said, "Actually speaking, I feel quite miserable myself. I was born in Xia County, grew up in Xia County, got married in Xia County, and have lived here my whole life. I have never left this small county. So, I want to go somewhere outside Xia County, to a big city. I don't want to be trapped in this small county my whole life." As Bai Jing spoke, Xiao Kuan could see the kind of anticipation and yearning in her eyes for the future. He believed that she was speaking her mind. But, what a coincidence! Haicheng happens to be a first-tier city second only to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. So, why not let Bai Jing go to Haicheng? Moreover, the university Wang Shanshan applied to was Haicheng University, so the mother and daughter could continue to love and hate each other in Haicheng. How exciting! Of course, Xiao Kuan admitted that letting Bai Jing go to Haicheng, apart from allowing the mother and daughter to continue to love and hate each other, was indeed a little selfish. Thinking about this, Xiao Kuan said, "Aunt Bai, do you want to go to Haicheng?" "Haicheng?" Bai Jing snorted and said, "Isn't that the city where my rebellious daughter is going to university? Why would I go there?" "No way." "But I'm also going to university in Haicheng," Xiao Kuan said. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's movements of tidying up her clothes stopped again. She looked at Xiao Kuan with a smile and said, "What, don't want to be apart from Aunt Bai? Are you willing to?" Xiao Kuan asked in return. Bai Jing laughed twice. She picked up the mineral water next to her and took a couple of sips, thinking, "If you want me to go." "Of course I want to go too, but this is a bit beyond my plan." "What do you mean?" Xiao Kuan asked curiously. Haicheng is a first-tier metropolis that rivals Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Bai Jing explained, "The cost of living in such a big city is definitely outrageous. You know my situation now, so where do I have the spending power for that? Therefore, the big city I plan to go to is just a second or third-tier city, not a real first-tier city like Haicheng. In those second or third-tier cities, I am confident that I can make enough money to support myself, but in a first-tier city like Haicheng, to be honest, I really don't have confidence. Not to mention that the rent in a place like Haicheng is at least a few thousand yuan a month, and I probably can't afford to rent a place just for that. So, I'd better go to a second or third tier city near Haicheng, one that's close to Haicheng. If you miss me, come visit me on Saturdays and Sundays when you're not in class. I'll cook something delicious. And when you get a girlfriend, you can bring her along, and I'll help you keep an eye on her. These days, young girls are so good at pretending. They're all green tea bitches and white lotus bitches. They're more capable of evil than we were in our day. If no one else says it, let's just say about my rebellious daughter. You've been courting her for 3 years, but she simply sees you as a big nuisance, and has never once thought about being with you. She just wants to take advantage of you. Chapter 47, The Good Person by Jing. At the beginning of Bai Jing's words, Chao Kuan felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said. After all, in a first-tier big city like Haicheng, the pressure of life is indeed great. She lives in a nearby second or third-tier city, and it is a very reasonable arrangement for him to go see her on Saturdays and Sundays. There is nothing wrong with him asking her to go out with him in the future, and to keep an eye on him. After all, as such a close relative, it is only reasonable for her to help him keep an eye on him and prevent him from being cheated on by girls. However, Chao Kuan did not find the last part of Bai Jing's speech so reasonable. After all, they were only mother and daughter in name, so was it appropriate to expose his daughter's hypocritical appearance like that? Isn't this a bit too hasty? She has just severed her relationship with Wang Shanshan as a mother and immediately starts stabbing her in the back. But Chao Kuan likes it. This kind of plot where a mother and daughter turn on each other and stab each other in the back, especially when it happens to Wang Shanshan's family, he simply wants to applaud. Beautiful. So beautiful. She is worthy of being a mother, and this stab, vicious and experienced, has immediately hit Wang Shanshan's vital spot. Of course, Chao Kuan could not show his inner feelings at the moment. He pretended to be shocked, staring at Bai Jing in disbelief, and said, "And Bai, are you joking with me?" Seeing Chao Kuan's appearance at the moment, Bai Jing seemed to be unable to bear it, frowned, and sat down next to him. "Chao Kuan, I know you really like Shanshan, and you have even been courting her for 3 years, but Aunt Bai really can't hide it from you anymore. Shanshan has never taken you seriously. She only sees you as her lapdog, and she only wants to take advantage of you. She has never wanted to be responsible for you. Even at home, when she mentions you, she just calls you her lapdog, she doesn't even bother to call you by your name. So, you should just give up. Shanshan is not a good woman, she really isn't right for you. If you continue, you will get hurt." This father and daughter, sigh. A heavy sigh at the end. Bai Jing seemed to not know what to say. Chao Kuan, however, was only interested in her last sigh. Because it involved a piece of information he had learned in his past life, and there were some points in this information that he still had doubts about. And now, it was likely to be his chance to solve these doubts. Chao Kuan made a dazed look as if he had been struck by lightning. After a few seconds, he said, "So, Shanshan never wanted to be with me?" Bai Jing couldn't bear to nod. "Never, she just took you for a big victim." Then, Chao Kuan wanted to say something but stopped, his expression as if he couldn't accept it. How could she do that? It's that dog Wang Yifu. Bai Jing gritted her teeth and said, "In fact, when you first pursued Shanshan back then, Shanshan told us as soon as she got home. What I told Shanshan was that in high school, you were absolutely not allowed to fall in love. But that bastard Wang Yifu taught her to hang around with you, under the pretext of testing you. In fact, Wang Yifu just wanted to save money for his daughter's living expenses and buy more cigarettes for himself. Because they knew I would never allow this, they kept it a secret from me. When I found out that they had been secretly blaming you for everything, more than 2 years had passed, and you were both in your 3rd year of high school. I was very angry, but in the end I did nothing because you were less than 4 months away from the college entrance exam. If I interfered at this time and asked Shanshan to apologize to you and explain everything, it might backfire and not only affect Shanshan's studies, but also possibly affect your studies. So I ordered Shanshan to keep everything as it was and not say anything to you until after the college entrance exam, such as that we weren't a good match and that you should stop pursuing me. After all, it's already been very unfair to treat you like a scapegoat for 3 years. If I say something like that to you before the college entrance exam, it will definitely affect your mentality and study very much. Maybe it will make you perform poorly in the college entrance exam, and you may even fail. If that really happens, then Shanshan will have committed a great sin. Fortunately, I made this arrangement, because Shanshan really planned to tell you before the college entrance exam that it's not suitable and that you should stop pursuing her. So, I'm quite happy about this." After listening to Bai Jing's words, Chao Kuan was silent for a long time. Unexpectedly, there was such insider information. Moreover, Bai Jing played the role of a good person. It seems that the news he obtained in his previous life is most likely true. So, Chao Cohen murmured, was it also Aunt Bai's arrangement that Shan Shan treated me better during that period of time? Bai Jing thought for a moment, shook her head and said, I don't know about that, but after I found out about this, I often told her one thing. That is, give you a little bit of sweetness, so that you will be even more unable to leave her. In fact, that's not really what I was thinking, I just felt that I couldn't let you be a fool for 3 years for nothing, so if I can let you take a little bit more advantage, then so be it, it'll be considered that you didn't lick her for nothing for 3 years. Holy shit! It really was Bai Jing's arrangement. Chao Cohen was speechless. He still remembered that during the second half of his senior year, Wang Shanshan seemed to have started to approve of him. Normally, Wang Shanshan forbade the two of them from engaging in any intimate behavior. But during that period of time, she didn't refuse any small actions such as holding hands, putting an arm around her waist, or taking the opportunity to squeeze her perky buttocks. Chao Cohen thought that Wang Shanshan was moved by him and had started to accept him. It turned out that she had just received orders from her mother and deliberately sent him warmth. This is fucking. However, this also proves that Bai Jing's character was not as bad as it seemed. It also basically proves that the information he obtained in his previous life was indeed true. In his previous life, Chao Cohen had always been resentful that he was wrongfully imprisoned. He couldn't understand why, even though he had clearly saved Bai Jing, the three of them would turn on him and frame him for the crime and send him to prison. Later, he found an opportunity to investigate the so-called truth. It was the 4th year of his imprisonment. A new prisoner arrived in the prison, from a wealthy family, and immediately sought his protection. As is the case in a prison for serious criminals, no one was protected, and the outcome was generally very miserable. Chao Cohen agreed to be his protector in prison, but made one request. That was to have the prisoner's family investigate from the outside the fact that he had been wrongfully imprisoned 4 years ago, and find out why Bai Jing's family had repaid his kindness by framing him for imprisonment. The family of that prisoner investigated this matter for a full 3 months, nearly 4 months, and hired 4 or 5 private detectives, spending a total of more than 2 million yuan. In the end, they gave a result that Chao Cohen didn't quite believe. Because, in the results they gave, Wang Shanshan was the mastermind behind the plot to frame him, Wang Yifu was the supporter, and Bai Jing was tricked into it all. Chapter 48, The Truth About the Previous Life. To explain why I say this, we need to go back 10 years to the previous life, to the night when Chao Cohen acted courageously. That night, Bai Jing was saved from the 3 thugs by Chao Cohen's bravery, and she returned home safely. When Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan learned of what had happened to her, they were naturally outraged, especially Wang Yifu. As a man, his wife had almost been gang raped, and this was absolutely not something that could be easily forgiven. It has to be said that in this regard, Wang Yifu was quite the man. He immediately wanted to go back to that alley to see if the 3 punks were still there, and if they were, to beat them up again. Wang Shanshan, worried that her father Wang Yifu would be no match for the 3 punks, went with him, so that if things got bad, she could at least help make a phone call to the police. In the end, when the father and daughter arrived at the alley, they were shocked to discover that one of the thugs, Huang Jianrun, had died not long after Chao Cohen and Bai Jing had left. In other words, Huang Jianrun had been beaten to death by Chao Cohen. Huang Jianrun's parents had also arrived at the scene and were crying bitterly over their dead son. As soon as he saw this, Wang Yifu definitely didn't dare to do anything to beat up the 3 thugs. As for Wang Shanshan, as she watched Huang Jianrun's parents hugging Huang Jianrun's corpse and kneeling on the ground crying, a vicious plot to harm others for personal gain suddenly popped into her head. From the clothes Huang Jianrun's parents were wearing and the way they were crying over Huang Jianrun's corpse, it was not difficult to see that Huang Jianrun's family was very wealthy and his parents loved him very much. Therefore, they definitely want to avenge their son. However, Chao Cohen was a hero who acted bravely to help others. Even if their son was killed, it was a meaningless death and they would not be able to avenge their son. Therefore, a malicious plot popped into Wang Shanshan's head. If Chao Cohen did not act bravely to help others, would they be able to avenge their son? First, Huang Jianrun's family must be very wealthy. If they can be made to pay a price of 1 or 2 million to satisfy their desire for revenge for their son, they will definitely have no objection. Second, Chao Cohen is the breadwinner of the family, and even if he is wrongfully imprisoned, no one will help him appeal from the outside. If he is sentenced to death, everyone will be happy, and it will be over and done with, saving him from possible retaliation in the future. Finally, Chao Cohen had a lot of money on him. No one knew about it, but Wang Shanshan had secretly glanced at it and saw that it was more than 1 million yuan. If they could get their hands on the money Chao Kuan had on him, their family would take off like a rocket. As the saying goes, people die for money, and birds die for food. Wang Yifu was immediately tempted by Wang Shanshan's evil plan, and even went to discuss it with Huang Jianrun's parents right away. As Wang Shanshan had predicted, Huang Jianrun's parents didn't care about right or wrong. All they knew was that their son had been beaten to death, and they wanted revenge. If Wang Yifu could satisfy their need, they were willing to pay 2.2 million as compensation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan immediately made the decision to frame Chao Kuan. Regardless of whether Chao Kuan's more than 1 million in savings could be obtained, the 2.2 million from Huang Jianrun's parents alone would be enough to make them stop being human. What's more, in the negotiations that followed, Huang Jianrun's parents also agreed that the compensation ultimately paid by Chao Kuan would all go to Wang Shanshan's family, which further strengthened the idea of framing Chao Kuan in the minds of the father and daughter. However, framing Chao Kuan was not as simple as Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan had imagined. Because Bai Jing would never have agreed to it. So, the father and daughter ended up concocting a hoax. When they got home, they told Bai Jing that after Chao Kuan left, he went back and beat up 3 more people, but this time he went too far and accidentally killed them. Now the situation had become serious, Chao Kuan had become a murderer, and they had to help him, otherwise he was dead. Bai Jing became anxious when she heard this. After all, Chao Kuan had done this because of her, so she definitely had to help him. But how? Then, Wang Yifu pretended to ask his friends and brothers for advice, and finally found a way to help Chao Kuan. The solution was that the police must never find out that Chao Kuan had killed someone on his second return. Because this was intentional homicide, which was unsolvable. Therefore, Bai Jing needed to make a false statement, saying that the 3 thugs were asking her for directions, and Chao Kuan rushed up and fought with the 3 of them. In the end, 1 person died in the melee. In this situation, it is slightly better than the one where Chao Kuan returned a second time before killing someone, and some reasons for misunderstanding can be added. However, Bai Jing did not agree at first. Why not just say that Chao Kuan fought with the 3 thugs to save her? And Wang Shanshan's answer was that if they said that, Chao Kuan would be considered a hero, would kill someone for no reason, and would not be subject to any legal punishment. However, he returned a second time and only then killed the person, which was a clear case of intentional homicide. They could not let Chao Kuan escape legal responsibility. Moreover, if they testified in this way, the family of the deceased would definitely hate their family, and perhaps one day in the future, they would accidentally run over and kill one of them while driving. Upon hearing Wang Shanshan's words, Bai Jing was also worried about retaliation from the family of the deceased, and ultimately gave false testimony that slightly favored Chao Kuan. In other words, the 3 thugs were asking her for directions at the time, and as a result, Chao Kuan may have misunderstood and rushed over to fight with them. Later, Chao Kuan was arrested for the crime of murder. And Bai Jing never knew what she had done from beginning to end. Because Chao Kuan was arrested for murder, no one was allowed to visit him before the legal verdict. Like Wang Yifu now, not even family members were allowed to see him. Therefore, Bai Jing never had the chance to see him. If the two could meet and confront each other, Bai Jing would have known that she had been deceived by Wang Shanshan and Wang Yifu. Not only had she failed to help Chao Kuan, she had also personally sent him to prison for life. This is why it is said that Wang Shanshan was the mastermind. Because it was she who came up with this diabolical plan. And Wang Yifu was the supporter, needless to say, supporting Wang Shanshan's diabolical plan throughout. As for Bai Jing, she was tricked without knowing it, so there's no need to explain too much. However, in his previous life, Chao Kuan always had doubts about Bai Jing. Bai Jing got herself framed and imprisoned, but it was because she was kind? That's ridiculous. Besides, the father and daughter were both so bad, but their mother was a good person. It would have been more appropriate for the whole family to be bad, wouldn't it? Therefore, until he was reborn and returned, until today, Chao Kuan never fully believed the results of that investigation. The point he didn't believe was Bai Jing. He didn't believe that Bai Jing was tricked. He firmly believed that Bai Jing was also a bad person. However, today, after Bai Jing had said those words to him, Chao Kuan suddenly felt. Damn it! It seems that the result of the investigation, which cost more than 2 million yuan and involved 4 or 5 private detectives, is probably true. Bai Jing was probably really tricked. After all, someone who could order Wang Shanshan not to let her state of mind or studies be affected before the college entrance exam was over could not be all that bad. What's more, she even asked Wang Shanshan to give her some more benefits, which made her even more of a good person. Chapter 49, Innate Bitch Holy Body. Chao Kuan, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Chao Kuan fell silent after he finished speaking, Bai Jing thought that the news had hit him too hard for him to bear, and reached out and waved it in front of his eyes. Chao Kuan came back to his senses and looked at Bai Jing, smiling foolishly. Damn it! The emotion of revenge was suddenly incoherent. Before this, he had always treated Bai Jing as a bad woman. He had no qualms about causing her family to break up, sending her husband to prison, and turning her daughter against her. She deserved to be punished for betraying him in her previous life and framing him for a crime he didn't commit. And now that he has done such a thing to Bai Jing, he is telling him that Bai Jing was actually a good person. This joke is too big. Of course, this thought only lingered in Chao Kuan's mind for 0.05 seconds before he put it behind him. Because, whether Bai Jing was a good person or not, Chao Kuan would definitely take revenge on Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan. Therefore, Wang Yifu's imprisonment, Wang Shanshan's homelessness, destitution, and falling out with her mother are all bound to happen. In other words, the current outcome has nothing to do with whether Bai Jing is a good or bad person. The only thing that matters is that Chao Kuan was indeed a bit too violent before, and more or less treated her like an animal. Therefore, he decided that he would be a bit gentler in the future. After all, she was a good person. Of course, apart from that, there was no way he could ever retaliate against her in the future. With Chao Kuan's positive outlook on life, it was fine if he didn't know, but if he knew that the other person was a good person and then went after them, he would feel guilty. Although it might only be a little bit. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chao Kuan gave a smile and said, "Aunt Bai, thank you for telling me all this, you really are a good person." A good person? Hearing Chao Kuan's assessment of himself, Bai Jing almost couldn't stop laughing. With the development of the internet, all kinds of fashionable buzzwords have emerged, but a simple and honest comment like good person has not been heard for a long time. In fact, at some point, to describe someone as a good person is just as insulting as anything else. Just think of Aunt Bai as a good person. Bai Jing said with a smile. Anyway, don't waste any more energy on my rebellious daughter, she never wanted to be with you in the first place. But if you have some special feelings, now is a good opportunity. Chao Kuan didn't understand for a moment, puzzled. Aunt Bai, what do you mean? What do you mean by special thoughts? Bai Jing gave Chao Kuan a look of understanding, and said, why, after pursuing my rebellious daughter for 3 years, are you so willing to be toyed with? This. Chao Kuan murmured with a serious face. Stop pretending. Bai Jing laughed and pushed Chao Kuan, saying, at least half of the reason you pursued her was to think about her. Chao Kuan suddenly smiled embarrassedly and said, Aunt Bai, it's less, at least 90%. Bai Jing gave Chao Kuan a shallow wink and continued, this rebellious girl, I still know her relatively well. She is now facing an imminent difficulty, that is, she has no money to go to college. And she definitely can't count on me because our relationship is over. Even if she comes to me, I won't give her another penny. The only person who can help her now is you, so she will definitely get the money she needs for college from you. So, you must be smart, and don't just give her the money because she says a few nice things to you and acts cute. You must always remember that she has always treated you like a big victim and has never wanted to be with you. If you really want to help her, you must make her pay the price. As for what the price is, it depends on your own thinking. I personally think that 3 years of licking dogs has not been in vain. Now is your chance to eat the meat. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, you may not get such a good chance again. Hearing Bai Jing's completely self-serving remarks, Chao Kuan was momentarily a little dazed. It was as if he and Bai Jing were the family, while Wang Shanshan was just a complete outsider. Chao Kuan laughed and said, Aunt Bai, this is not good. How can you teach me to treat my own daughter like this? Bai Jing gave a faint smile and said, just consider it the last time I help her. Because someone like her who plays with other people's feelings is bound to get into trouble sooner or later. It's not a bad thing to let her suffer a little at your hands. At most, she'll suffer a little at your hands, but at someone else's, she could lose her life. So, I really want her to make a big mistake with you. Only in this way will she wake up. Oh. So, Bai Jing was thinking along these lines. Chao Kuan nodded slowly, understanding what she meant. However, he wanted to tell Bai Jing that Wang Shanshan would not just suffer a little if she was with him, she would probably also lose her life. But Aunt Bai, what if Shanshan decides not to go to university and doesn't come to me for money? Impossible. Bai Jing said with certainty, I know her too well, no matter how difficult it is, she will definitely go to university. If you don't believe me, just wait, she will definitely come to you tonight to ask you to pay for her tuition and living expenses. As soon as Bai Jing finished speaking, suddenly, a phone rang. It was Chao Kuan's phone. Chao Kuan took out his phone and saw that it was Wang Shanshan calling. Bai Jing gave a smug expression. See, what did I say? She'll definitely ask you for money. Answer the phone and listen to what she has to say. Chao Kuan answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, Shanshan. Hello, Chao Kuan, where are you? Wang Shanshan's voice sounded a little coquettish, saying, Why didn't you come home last night? I was scared and didn't dare go to sleep at home alone. Bai Jing gave a disgusted snort and whispered, Listen to her prattle on. She's got a lot more nerve than I do. She can sleep through thunder and lightning. With such a meddling mother around, it was hard for Chao Kuan not to laugh. He forced back a smile and said, Oh, I was at the internet cafe yesterday, so I stayed up all night. Well, there's nothing much, I just missed you. Wang Shanshan said, I haven't seen you all night, I was a little worried about you. Bai Jing rolled her eyes and whispered again, Look, she's starting to use tactics. First she makes your relationship ambiguous, and then she brings up the money. Generally, a man who wants to save face will be embarrassed to refuse. Damn it, where did this rebellious girl learn these bitch tricks? Is she a born bitch? Chapter 50, No More Dog Licking. If you ask who in the world knows women best, then there is no doubt that it must be a woman. Because only a woman knows a woman best. If you ask, what kind of person knows a woman better than a woman? Then there is only one answer, and that is a woman who is also a woman's mother. With Bai Jing as the mother, all the so-called tricks of a bitch that Wang Shanshan performed on the other side of the phone were ruthlessly exposed and debunked. Even Chao Kuan had the sense that he was watching a clown in a trance. And this clown is Wang Shanshan. Finally, after chatting for a while, Chao Kuan hung up the phone. Wang Shanshan's need for money had been made very clear over the phone, but in the end she didn't say it outright, instead asking Chao Kuan to go home first and talk about it when he got home. Chao Kuan put his phone in his pocket and lit a cigarette while looking a little troubled. Aunt Bai, what do you think I should do when I get back? Bai Jing smiled and said, Just follow your heart. If you still have feelings for her, take this opportunity to get back at her. You can't let this rebellious woman toy with your feelings for 3 years for nothing. If you're extremely annoyed that she toyed with your feelings for 3 years and want to get back at her, then no matter what she says, don't give her a penny. Because the current situation is that getting money is the most important thing for her, and as long as you don't give her money, it will definitely be a disaster for her. Chao Kuan nodded with a cigarette in his mouth. He thought about it for 2 seconds, stood up and said, I understand, Aunt Bai, I'll go back first. After saying that, Chao Kuan walked away. Just as Chao Kuan opened the door and was about to leave, Bai Jing suddenly shouted from behind. Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan stopped in his tracks and looked back at Bai Jing. Bai Jing gave Chao Kuan a fist-pumping sign of encouragement and said, Stand up and pedal, and teach this rebellious girl a good lesson. Chao Kuan's body trembled, and then he gave Bai Jing an okay sign and left in big strides. Half an hour later, Chao Kuan returned to his own place. At this time, the room was clean and tidy, and Wang Shanshan, wearing a JK suit and white stockings, was kneeling on the sofa watching TV. Chao Kuan had once really liked Wang Shanshan's outfit and had told her that he liked it best. However, since then, Wang Shanshan had never worn it again. Today, she finally did. If she had worn a ponytail. It seemed that Wang Shanshan, who was watching TV attentively, had only just noticed Chao Kuan's return. She pursed her lips, hurriedly got off the sofa, and came running over in 2 steps, throwing herself into his arms. Chao Kuan, where have you been? I thought you didn't want me anymore, too. Watching Wang Shanshan, who had thrown herself into his arms, and the ambiguous words she had spoken, Chao Kuan's mouth slightly lifted. Heh, bitch's tricks. Because Bai Jing had just taught him, Wang Shanshan's tactic was to first make the relationship ambiguous, and then mention the money. It mainly exploits men's weakness for face. Bai Jing directly classified this trick as a bitch's trick. Because only a bitch would do such a thing, a good woman would never do such a thing. Chao Kuan patted Wang Shanshan's back comfortingly and smiled, It's okay, don't cry. Feeling Chao Kuan's hand patting her back twice in the words he spoke, a bad thought suddenly rose in Wang Shanshan's heart. It's going to go bad. She had thrown herself into his arms, but why was he being so perfunctory in comforting her? He normally didn't have the chance to hug her like this, and now she was practically throwing herself at him, so he should at least hold her tightly. Wang Shanshan lifted her tearful eyes and said pitifully, Chao Kuan, what's wrong with you? Chao Kuan gave a faint smile and let go of Wang Shanshan. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, sat heavily on the sofa, and took a deep drag. Seeing this, Wang Shanshan's eyebrows nearly twisted up. Something's wrong. Chao Kuan's mood and state at this time were obviously not right. Besides, she had worn his favorite clothes, but his eyes had barely lingered on her. Damn it, what the hell is going on? It feels like Chao Kuan, this lickspittle, has already gotten out of my control. In the living room, after a few seconds of silence, Chao Kuan exhaled a light white cloud of smoke and said, Shan, do you know that I really like you? Oh no. Seeing Chao Kuan suddenly start with this, Wang Shan had a bad thought pop into her head. Could it be that he knows something? Wang Shanshan hurried over to Chao Kuan and said, Yes, I know you really like me, but as you know, I'm a slow burner, so you need to give me more time and patience. Are you getting impatient again? Chao Kuan laughed and looked into Wang Shanshan's eyes and said, Wang Shanshan, are you really a slow burner, or are you just stringing me along and taking advantage of me? It's over. As Chao Kuan said these words, Wang Shanshan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He already knew everything. It must be Bai Jing who told him. Because, apart from Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, no one else knew about this. And Wang Yifu was currently either in the police station or had been transferred to a detention center, so Chao Kuan definitely couldn't get in touch with him. That left only Bai Jing. Especially since she and Bai Jing just broke off their friendship last night, and Chao Kuan even went after Bai Jing. It's 100% certain that Bai Jing told him. Unexpectedly, this bitch is so ruthless. She's broken off her friendship with me, so be it, but she's also ruined her own hand. Fine. Bai Jing, just you wait. From now on, I, Wang Shanshan, will be your sworn enemy. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me and repent. These thoughts flashed through her mind quickly. Wang Shanshan put on a pitiful and innocent look and said, Chao Kuan, what do you mean? How could I take you for a fool? Did someone gossip in your ear? You mustn't believe it. Even though she had been exposed, Wang Shanshan still stubbornly refused to admit it. Because, sometimes, even if everyone knows something, they just can't admit it. Once they admit it, there is no room for compromise. Chao Kuan took a smoke expressionlessly and said, The truth is, you and I both know what it is. To be honest, if I didn't really like you, you would have been kicked out of my house by now. So, for the sake of the last shred of affection I still have for you, let's not argue about this anymore and let's both save face. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Chapter 51 10,000 yuan, 8 hours. In the living room, where the atmosphere was dull and oppressive, neither Chao Kuan nor Wang Shanshan said anything. In fact, the only sound in the entire living room was Chao Kuan smoking. Wang Shanshan looked at Chao Kuan and felt like she was about to despair. She had been confident that she could take Chao Kuan down as her lapdog and make him obediently pay for her university tuition and living expenses for 4 years. However, Bai Jing's stab in the back completely ruined her plan. Now that Chao Kuan knows that he has been taken advantage of, he will definitely not bear the cost of her university tuition and living expenses. So what is she going to do next? Where is she going to get the money? You have to know that the tuition for Haicheng University is more than 20,000 yuan a year, plus living expenses, accommodation fees, and some other expenses during the week, etc., so it would take at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a year. With so much money, even if she went to borrow it, she might not be able to borrow it. Moreover, even if she borrowed it, it would only cover the first year's expenses. What about the second, third, and fourth years? What about the remaining 3 years? Finally, after a quick analysis in her mind, Wang Shanshan finally fixed her gaze on Chao Kuan. There was no other way. Apart from Chao Kuan, she really couldn't find anyone else who could help her at this time. So, she had to go to him, even if it was with a heavy heart. Having made up her mind, Wang Shanshan put on a pitiful look, and tears flowed down her face. Chao Kuan, I'm sorry, actually I really am not what you think I am. I know, someone must have told you something, and you won't believe anything I say now, but believe me, I didn't really treat you like a big wronged person. No one is emotionless, you have been good to me for 3 years, how could I just treat you like a big wronged person? In fact, I have always had you in my heart, it's just that. Before Wang Shanshan could finish, Chao Kuan suddenly reached out and interrupted her, saying, That's enough, Wang Shanshan. Don't say any more useless nonsense. I'm not going to believe you again. Wang Shanshan looked at Chao Kuan in disbelief, and with a whoosh, she covered her face and burst into tears. This time, Wang Shanshan cried with great sorrow, because this time, she really was crying. However, she was crying about her own future. If she couldn't get any money from Chao Kuan, then she definitely couldn't get any money from anywhere else. Without money, she definitely couldn't go to university. And without the gold plating of university, how could she marry into those upper-class families in the future? Her whole life's destiny was about to be rewritten at this moment. Leaving Wang Shanshan to cry on the side, Chao Kuan didn't speak until he had finished smoking the cigarette in his hand and extinguished the butt in the ashtray. Alright, stop crying. You make it sound like I've done something to you. Since I really liked you once, I can help you one last time. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately stopped crying and looked up at Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan looked Wang Shanshan in the eye and said, "Are you currently unable to afford college?" Wang Shanshan nodded eagerly. Yes. Her biggest problem right now is that she doesn't have the money to go to college. I can help you with that. Chao Kuan said bluntly, but it won't be free anymore, you need to pay a price for it. After all, I can't be a fool anymore. After hearing this, Wang Shanshan's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. She knew that after Chao Kuan found out that she was taking advantage of him, he definitely wouldn't help her for free anymore. But what price did he mean by paying a price? It's not going to be a high interest rate, is it? Wang Shanshan gathered herself together, sat up straight and said, "What price do you want me to pay?" 10,000 yuan for being my girlfriend for a day. Chao Kuan said. Wang Shanshan looked at Chao Kuan blankly and nodded slowly. She was not a child, so of course she understood what Chao Kuan meant by girlfriend. She didn't want to agree. In her plan, her body had to remain intact and be given to her future husband from the upper class. Because men are very possessive creatures, and no one wants their wife to be touched by other men. Therefore, for Wang Shanshan, a complete body is also one of the necessary conditions for marrying into high society, and it may even be more important than going to university to get a gold-plated degree. However, after a short period of thinking, she finally agreed. Because a complete body can be repaired in the hospital, but if she misses this opportunity to go to university, she may really lose the chance to get a gold-plated degree. Of course, before agreeing, she still had some questions she needed to ask. For example, how does Chao Kuan calculate a day? Since their relationship had already become like this, Wang Shanshan didn't care anymore. She wiped her eyes and spoke as if they were conducting business. 10,000 yuan for being your girlfriend for a day, right? Then I have a question. How do you calculate a day? It's calculated by the hour. Chao Kuan said, there are 24 hours in a day. If I only need you to be my girlfriend for 1 hour, then you still owe me 23 hours of girlfriend time, and the day won't be over until those 24 hours are used up. After hearing Chao Kuan's explanation, Wang Shanshan's eyes widened. You can calculate it like that? If you calculate it like that, then you're being too cheap. Because Wang Shanshan knew without having to think that Chao Kuan would only use this girlfriend time when he wanted to. Even if it was 1 hour at a time, it would take at least 24 times to use up a day's girlfriend time. And a day's girlfriend time was only worth 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for 24 times was equivalent to 416 yuan per time. This price was not as good as those hair salon girls with average looks and education. She, Wang Shanshan, is at least a prospective college student and also the school beauty queen who dominated Xia County No. 1 middle school for 3 years. How can she be so cheap? Thinking about this, Wang Shanshan refused without hesitation. No, if it's calculated for 24 hours a day, that's too much for me. I don't agree. Let's just calculate it by the hour. 10,000 yuan for 5 hours. I'll be your girlfriend for 5 hours for 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for 5 hours is equivalent to 2,000 yuan an hour, a price Wang Shanshan can barely accept. 10 hours. Chao Kuan said that 5 hours was too little. Then 6 hours. Wang Shanshan said that 10 hours was too much. 6 hours was no good. Finally, after some bargaining, Wang Shanshan and Chao Kuan settled on 8 hours. For 10,000 yuan, she would be Chao Kuan's girlfriend for 8 hours. This price was barely acceptable to both Wang Shanshan and Chao Kuan. Chapter 52, The Final Deal with Wang Shanshan. After agreeing on the price with Chao Kuan, Wang Shanshan immediately moved on to the next stage. Now that the price has been agreed, let's talk about how much girlfriend time you want to buy. 10,000 yuan for 8 hours is just the unit price, not the only deal. If Chao Kuan only buys 10,000 yuan worth of girlfriend time, Wang Shanshan doesn't even need to continue the conversation. After all, 10,000 yuan would not make much of a difference in the face of her high university fees, and she would still not be able to scrape together enough money to go to university. Chao Cohen was also well aware of this, so it was destined not to be a 10,000 yuan transaction. Facing this question from Wang Shanshan, Chao Cohen lit another cigarette and thought about it for a while before throwing the question back. Forget it, you tell me. How much do you want to sell your girlfriend time for? Seeing that Chao Cohen had thrown the question back to himself, Wang Shanshan was not polite and started calculating seriously. The tuition fees at Haicheng University are more than 20,000 yuan a year, and if you add living expenses, accommodation fees, and the occasional purchase of cosmetics and pretty clothes, it would be at least 50,000 yuan a year. And, with that money, you can only live a relatively ordinary life. You won't suffer, but you won't enjoy the finer things in life either. If you want to live a more comfortable and more fulfilling university life, then you will have to spend more money on top of that. At least 20,000 yuan more. If the total cost is 80,000 yuan a year, then one can basically live a relatively comfortable life in college. And 80,000 yuan a year is 320,000 yuan for 4 years. Hiss. Calculating this price, Wang Shanshan herself couldn't help but take a cold breath. What a large sum of money. With such a large sum of money, would Chao Cohen really agree? After all, 320,000 yuan. This is really not a small amount of money. But if she doesn't let Chao Cohen pay up all at once, he won't want to do this kind of deal in the future, so who else is she going to get the money from? So, to be on the safe side, she has to get all 4 years of college tuition paid up at once. As for whether Chao Cohen will agree, they can negotiate. After all, he has to buy at least 240,000 yuan worth of girlfriend time. 240,000 yuan, which is 60,000 yuan a year, is the most basic college expense she has calculated, and it can't be lower than this. Thinking about this, Wang Shanshan looked at Chao Cohen and said, "How about 320,000? Can you buy 320,000 hours of girlfriend time at once?" Wang Shanshan's tone was full of obvious negotiation flavor. After all, she felt that 320,000 was also a very large sum of money for Chao Cohen. However, what Wang Shanshan didn't expect was that Chao Cohen's expression did not change at all. In fact, he just nodded slightly and agreed. "No problem, then I'll buy 320,000 hours of girlfriend time from you. Will it be prestige or a bank card?" Unexpectedly, Chao Cohen agreed so readily that Wang Shanshan regretted it a little. If she had known, she would have let him buy more. After all, an extra 10,000 yuan would only buy an extra 8 hours, which would pass in the blink of an eye. However, Wang Shanshan only thought about it like this and did not let Chao Cohen buy more. Because she was worried that if she showed such an insatiable face, it would make Chao Cohen change his mind. So, 320,000 is 320,000, let's take it first. Besides, it's not like this is the only transaction they can do. If he wants to buy it again in the future, she can continue to sell it to him. Of course, this possibility is a bit small. Because for 320,000, he can buy 256 hours of girlfriend time from her. That's more than 1,000 yuan per hour. It's better to spend this unwarranted money on getting a girlfriend in college, regardless of the number of hours, and not spend a penny. So, this is basically a one-time deal. 5 minutes later. Looking at the text message on her phone reminding her that the bank had received the 320,000 yuan, Wang Shanshan's heart finally settled completely. With this money, she basically won't need anything else for the next 4 years of college. Next, Wang Shanshan and Chao Cohen added some rules to this transaction. The first of these was that once the deal was done, there was no going back. In other words, from now on, 320,000 yuan belonged to Wang Shanshan, and Chao Cohen had 256 hours of girlfriend time. No matter who wanted to go back on their word, they couldn't. They had to see the deal through. This was the unanimous opinion of the two. Wang Shanshan was worried that Chao Cohen would go back on his word and demand the money back. Chao Cohen, on the other hand, was also worried that Wang Shanshan would change her mind and take back the 256 hours of girlfriend time she had sold him. Next, there were some other terms. For example, Chao Cohen could only use the girlfriend time when it was convenient for Wang Shanshan. He couldn't just call her out and use it when she was in the middle of a class. Also, the relationship between the two could not be seen in public, and they had to protect their image on campus and in the eyes of their respective classmates. In addition, neither of them is allowed to interfere with the other's relationships. In other words, Chao Cohen can date a girlfriend in college, and Wang Shanshan cannot interfere, and if Wang Shanshan finds a boyfriend, Chao Cohen cannot interfere either. In addition, there are also a lot of other trivial matters. In short, the two discussed these rules and regulations for nearly an hour before they finished. And the first thing they did after finishing was Chao Kuan asked Wang Shanshan to tie a double ponytail. 6 p.m. Cao Kuan hummed a happy tune as he walked out of the house. After spending the whole day at home, his mood had become much more cheerful. After coming downstairs, Cao Kuan took out his phone and directly dialed Lu Yuling, the real estate agent in Haicheng. As soon as the call connected, before Cao Kuan could say a word, Lu Yuling's excited voice rang. 5 times, it has already increased by 5 times. Cao Kuan, you are going to make a killing, the houses you bought have already increased by 5 times. Hearing Lu Yuling's excited voice, Cao Kuan's mouth corners rose. It's only 5 times, is it worth making a fuss? You have to know that the place he bought is the central location of the future Yundong Special Zone, where the starting price is 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, the news about the Yundong Special Zone only came out today, and everyone is still a bit hot-headed. Wait a couple of days. When everyone calms down and starts analyzing the terrain of the Yundong district, that's when the houses Cao Kuan has in his hands will really start to rise in value. Because at that time, anyone who isn't blind can see that there is no land for the Yundong Special Zone to develop westward, and there are restrictions on development north and south, so the only way is to develop eastward. And if it develops to the east, the originally most remote eastern suburbs of Yundong district will suddenly become the center of the future Yundong Special Zone. By that time, the value of these houses in Cao Kuan's hands will at least increase tenfold. It's even possible that it will increase 20-fold. Chapter 53 Arrangements for Beijing. Really, it has already increased 5-fold? Cao Kuan said in a slightly surprised tone, that's good, it seems that I will really get rich this time. Lu Yuling, on the other side of the phone, was silent for about 2 seconds before speaking, listening to Cao Kuan's perfunctory tone of surprise. So, you didn't call to ask about the price of the house? Lu Yuling had thought that Cao Kuan had called specifically to ask about the price of the house, so as soon as she spoke, she told him the good news that the price had gone up 5 times. However, it wasn't until she heard Cao Kuan's perfunctory tone of surprise that she realized that he hadn't actually called to ask about the price of the house. Because there was no change in his tone of voice at all in response to the 5-fold increase in prices. It was clear that he didn't care whether the prices had gone up 5-fold or not. So he must not have called to discuss the price. Oh, there was something else. With that, Cao Kuan took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and continued, when you called me this morning, what was the highest multiple you predicted for the price of housing? 9 times. Lu Yuling said, I predict that the price of those houses you bought will increase by 9 times at most. However, this cannot be achieved in a short period of time, you have to wait for a year or two. 9 times, and you have to wait a year or two? Cao Kuan laughed and exhaled a puff of smoke. It seems that Lu Yuling has been in real estate for so many years and has achieved nothing. If you replace her with someone more professional in the real estate industry, they would have long since discovered how central that location is. 9 times. Cao Kuan said, let's do this, I'll guarantee you a bottom line of 10 times. In other words, no matter what price my house sells for in the future, you'll at least get 10 times the agency fee you got before. If that's not enough, I'll pay the difference out of my own pocket. Hearing Cao Kuan's bottom line guarantee, Lu Yuling on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded. Damn it! What is this? The highest price she had predicted was only a 9-fold increase, but Cao Kuan was guaranteeing her a 10-fold increase. This was tantamount to just handing her money. Why was he doing this? Did he have a conscience and feel that he had been too violent with her the other day, so he wanted to compensate her? No, he couldn't have. Although it was quite violent, she really liked it, and Cao Kuan knew that she liked that kind of tune, so it was a mutual agreement, and they were both willing. Talking about compensation would only make things awkward for both of them. But if it wasn't about compensation, then why did he guarantee her a 10-fold return? Lu Yuling couldn't figure out why Cao Kuan was doing this, so she simply asked him directly. What's going on? Insuring me 10 times over is the same as giving me money directly. Is there something you want to tell me? Just say it, don't keep me in suspense. Cao Kuan laughed and said, as expected, I can't hide it from the clever and intelligent manager Lu. Yes, I do want to ask you for a favor. Lu Yuling on the other end of the phone laughed lightly. I knew it, I've experienced how hard it is to earn your money, so there's no way you'd be so kind as to send me money. You're doing this on your own, right? Cao Kuan said, I want to add a partner to you. I have a friend whose family has recently suffered a major change and wants to move to a different city. I want her to go to Haicheng, but I don't have any friends there, so I thought of you. Let her work with you first, of course, this is only temporary, and the main thing is for you to familiarize her with Haichung. After all my houses have been sold, I will find her a new job. You can decide how to sell the other houses and how to split the profits. For those houses, I will pay you 10 times the guaranteed agency fee. If it is not enough, I will make up the difference. And for the part that exceeds 10 times, you have to give the excess to my friend. Is that okay? After listening to Chao Koen's words, Lu Yuling just wanted to say, can she dare to say no? Chao Koen is the owner of those houses, and she is just an agent. If Chao Koen does not authorize her to sell them, she will not earn a penny. So, how can she have the capital to negotiate with Chao Koen? Whatever Chao Koen says goes. Look at what you said, what about guaranteeing me 10 times the base price or not? Forget it. Just tell her to come to me directly. That's good, I'm a little bored on my own. Together, we'll make as much money as we can, and we'll definitely split it 50-50. Lu Yuling is no fool. Someone who can make Chao Koen make such an arrangement must have an unusual relationship with him. If she really agrees to Chao Koen's arrangement, then her relationship with Chao Koen will ultimately be just a relatively good cooperative relationship. Once he has sold all the houses in his hands, and when there is any opportunity to make money in the future, Chao Koen will definitely not take her with him. Therefore, one must not place too much emphasis on the immediate benefits at this time, and one must take the opportunity to establish a good relationship with Chao Koen. Isn't he just trying to arrange for his friend? If you take good care of him, you will make money and split it 50-50. When things go well, when there is another opportunity to make money, will he not take you with him? Besides, in a sense, Chao Koen can be considered her benefactor. Just in the past few days, when buying a house, Lu Yuling made a full 350,000 yuan in agency fees. If it weren't for Chao Koen, where would she have made this 350,000 yuan? Although she paid a certain price for it, she was also very happy, and it was a super happiness she had never experienced before. In fact, she always felt that she had taken advantage of Chao Koen. Therefore, in the face of one's benefactor, how can one only focus on money? One must know how to repay kindness. Hearing Lu Yuling say this, Chao Koen laughed twice while smoking, and said, is it appropriate to split it equally? It's appropriate. What's not appropriate about it? Lu Yuling said, your friend is my friend, too. Since we're all friends, there's no reason not to split the money equally. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. By the way, may I ask what kind of relationship you have with this friend? This. Chao Koen sighed slightly and said, a relationship that can make me feel comfortable is more or less the same as yours. Upon hearing Chao Koen say this, Lu Yuling on the other end of the phone giggled. I understand. Then you can rest assured. The two of us have been through the same battlefield together, and we are even closer now. Don't worry, I must take good care of my best friend. With Lu Yuling's assurance, Chao Koen didn't dwell on the matter anymore. He finally reminded her of a few things to watch out for, and then ended the call. 7 p.m. In the garden community, the house that temporarily belonged to Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, Chao Koen opened the door with the food in his hands. At this time, the room had already been cleaned up, and Bai Jing was sitting on the sofa watching TV. And on the sofa were 2 large suitcases. It was clear that Bai Jing had packed all her things. She was ready to leave this small county town. Chapter 54, Trouble Collecting Debts. Back already? Seeing Chao Koen come back with food in his hands, Bai Jing, who was watching TV, came over with a sweet smile on her face, just like a wife waiting for her husband to return. As she took the food from Chao Koen, she teased, I thought you wouldn't come back tonight. Chao Koen had left early in the morning and didn't come back until now, having been gone for a whole day. Since he was able to stay out for so long, Bai Jing knew without having to guess that he must have struck some kind of deal with Wang Shanshan and been carrying out their deal. Otherwise, he would not have stayed out until now. Chao Koen laughed heartily and did not respond, which was considered tacit approval. Bai Jing smiled as she took the dishes out of the kitchen. As she poured the dishes bought by Chao Koen into the plates and arranged them, she teased, after being a lapdog for 3 years, you finally get to eat meat. It's not easy. Do you have anything you want to say? Do you want to give a speech about eating meat? Chao Koen smiled and took the chopsticks from Bai Jing's hands, saying, it's just so-so. After all, I can't compare to Aunt Bai. Bai Jing burst out laughing, hit him with the chopsticks, and then sat down opposite him. By the way, how did you talk to that rebellious girl? Bai Jing asked, while picking up a charred fatty kidney and placing it on Chao Koen's plate. This is what she had Chao Koan buy specifically, but she never eats it herself. Chao Koan thought about it for a moment, and without intending to hide anything from Bai Jing, he directly told her the details of their deal. After hearing this, Bai Jing's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in disbelief. 320,000? Bai Jing suddenly exclaimed in a tone as if she had seen a ghost. That rebellious girl took 320,000 from you? How dare she? Bai Jing and Wang Yifu had worked hard for 20 years and had only saved up 800,000 in assets. Wang Shanshan, on the other hand, has only been to university for 4 years, and yet she has the nerve to ask Chao Koan for 320,000 yuan. Did she go to university to study or to enjoy herself? She has absolutely no sense of financial responsibility. It's a good thing she's no longer my daughter, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford her university fees for 4 years. Maybe girls are more expensive, Chao Koan said with a smile. That's still 320,000 yuan. Bai Jing's hands trembled as she said, her university tuition was 23,000 yuan a year, and the accommodation fee was 1,500 yuan, so that's only 24,500 yuan. And for 4 years, that's 98,000 yuan. She actually took 320,000 yuan from you. Could it be that she spent 220,000 yuan on food and drink in 4 years? That's crazy. This rebellious girl is simply crazy. She's now completely out of luck. Bai Jing was so angry that she started breathing heavily. Chao Koan hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, you said you didn't care about her anymore, so why are you still so angry? I'm not angry with her. Bai Jing glared at Chao Koan and said, it's because of you. Chao Koan was stunned. Shit. Why is it still because of me? Bai Jing said with a frustrated expression, didn't I tell you to be careful of her? She's just a bitch. All she cares about is getting money from you, she has no feelings for you at all. I made it so clear to you, and you still let her get away with 320,000 yuan, how could you be so gullible? Ha! So that's what happened. Chao Koan laughed awkwardly, so, you're saying I gave her too much? More than too much, it was simply too much. Bai Jingdao said, I thought, at most you would give her 30,000 to 40,000, enough for her tuition and accommodation fees this year. As for living expenses, isn't there a work-study program at university? Let her earn it herself. As for the next 3 years of expenses, let her take out a student loan, let her work part-time, and let her earn it herself. As it turned out, I didn't expect that you would actually let her take 320,000 yuan out of your pocket. Alas, how can you be so gullible? This is still the case where I'm helping you. If I weren't helping you, you would be screwed by that rebellious daughter of yours. Really, I beg you, just trust me. Women really aren't many good things. Can't you stop being so easily fooled by women? Seeing Bai Jing's annoyed and angry expression, Chao Koan laughed and said, it's not like that. Besides, I didn't give the money away for free. I bought 256 hours of girlfriend time. Chao Koan didn't say anything, but once he did, Bai Jing got even angrier. Chao Koan, I really don't know what to say to you. Is she that good to you? You bought 256 hours. You could have bought 20 or 30 hours at most, but did you have to waste that much money? Besides, you won't have a girlfriend when you go to university. If you find a girlfriend, how is she going to compare with her? If you spend that money on your girlfriend, she'll love you to death. Seeing that he couldn't convince Bai Jing, Chao Koan could only say, hey. It's fine, don't get angry. The money's all gone, let's just eat. Can't you get a refund? Bai Jing said unwillingly, I'll go with you, and at most I'll leave her 40,000, and tell her to refund the 280,000 to you. If this rebellious girl dares not refund it, I'll slap her for being so rude to you. This is too much. Let's go and get a refund from her. With that, Bai Jing got up and wanted to drag Chao Koan to go find Wang Shanshan to settle the score. Seeing this, Chao Koan was simply helpless. He didn't even take the 320,000 yuan seriously, but Bai Jing was even more headstrong than him. Besides, the money really couldn't be refunded. It wasn't because of the clause with Wang Shanshan that couldn't be reneged on. Rather, behind the Wang Shanshan line, there was another big fish. A big fish that had killed him 3 times in his previous life. Even the scar on Chao Koan's face that crossed his nose was caused by this big fish. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have been killed by this big fish in prison in his previous life. And Wang Shanshan was the key to catching this big fish, so he had to keep Wang Shanshan firmly in his grasp. However, Chao Koan couldn't tell Bai Jing about this inside information. So, when he saw Bai Jing take his hand and insist on going to Wang Shanshan to settle the score and make her give back the money, Chao Kuan simply put his arms around her waist and carried her directly to the bedroom. 2 hours later, Chao Kuan came out of the bedroom with a cigarette in his mouth. Bai Jing, who had come out before him, had already reheated the food in the pot and was walking out of the kitchen in a nightdress. Bai Jing used her little finger to gather her hair behind her ear and said gently, "Wait a while, it will be ready in 3 or 5 minutes. By the way, are you really not going to find that rebellious girl to get your money back?" Chao Kuan frowned as he took a drag on his cigarette. "Why bring this up again? It's never ending, isn't it?" Bai Jing burst out laughing and quickly held her mouth shut. "I won't mention it again. Really, I'm just worried about your money, so why be so fierce and cruel?" Chapter 55, Mother and Daughter Go Head to Head. A debt collection storm was finally suppressed by Chao Kuan's use of force. After the food was heated, Chao Kuan and Bai Jing sat down again. "By the way, Kuan," Bai Jing said while eating, "I plan to leave Xia County the day after tomorrow. You know my situation. I don't have much money left, and I need to find a job quickly, otherwise, I won't be able to make ends meet. So, I won't be able to wait with you until the start of university." Chao Kuan did know Bai Jing's situation very well. She still had a total of more than 5,000 yuan on her, and as she had said, she really needed to find a job quickly, otherwise, she would indeed face a situation where she had no money for the next few months. "Have you found a good place?" Chao Kuan paused in the act of eating. Bai Jing's mouth curled up, and she said, "Well, I plan to go to Shiha City." Shiha City? Chao Kuan thought back for a moment, and quickly thought of where Shiha City was. Shiha City is next to Haicheng, to the south of it. However, unlike Haicheng, a first-tier city, Shiha City is only a third-tier city, barely a pseudo-second-tier city. Bai Jing continued, "Shiha City is not far from Haicheng, just an hour away by high-speed train. There are quite a few train services, in the morning, afternoon, and even in the evening, there are trains to and from the two cities. Moreover, I have already looked at some rental properties in Shiha City online, and the prices are really not expensive. A small one-person apartment with complete utilities and the ability to cook your own meals can be rented for 1,300 yuan. Compared to apartments in Haicheng that easily cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan or 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, it's practically a bargain. Moreover, this afternoon, I already sent my resume to several companies in Shiha City online, so after I go there tomorrow or the day after, I can just go straight to the interview." Chao Kuan didn't realize that while he was gone for the day, Bai Jing had already made basically all the arrangements. Cao Kuan swallowed a piece of chicken thigh and said, "Aunt Bai, actually, you don't need to rush. I still have some money here. If you..." Suddenly, before Cao Kuan could finish speaking, Bai Jing interrupted him with a sudden reach. "Chao Kuan, Aunt Bai knows you have some money. That rebellious girl told me that she saw your bank card balance and said it was over 1 million. But you have to know that you will need a lot of money in the future. You need to go to university, you need to have a girlfriend, you need to buy a house, you need to get married, all these things cost money. Besides, how can Auntie Bai use your money? If she does, what kind of relationship will we have? Auntie Bai hopes that our relationship is a pure friendship. If money is involved, this pure friendship between us will easily go sour." Seeing Bai Jing's serious expression, Chao Kuan nodded slowly and said, "I understand. Is it okay if I give you a ride?" "Of course, there's no problem with that." Bai Jing gave a bright smile and said, "It's really hard for me to carry 2 suitcases by myself. If you can give me a ride, I can just drop by and see where my rental house is, so that I won't get lost when I come to visit you in the future." The next topic of conversation was basically all about Bai Jing's impending departure from Xia County and departure for Shiha City. For example, what kind of house to find, what kind of job to find, how to get started, etc. They talked until midnight, and then washed up and went to bed. The next morning, at 8:30, Bai Jing and Chao Kuan went to his place together. Since Bai Jing still had some clothes and cosmetics here, she wanted to come over today to pack them up and take them with her. As it turned out, as soon as the two of them entered, they saw Wang Shanshan coming out of the bathroom. Seeing the way Wang Shanshan walked, Bai Jing silently gave Chao Kuan a thumbs up in her heart. Luckily, he is relatively easy to persuade. It's been a night already, and Wang Shanshan is still like this. It seems that Chao Kuan really stood up and left yesterday. That's right. There's no need to be lenient with this rebellious woman, she doesn't deserve it. And seeing Bai Jing come back, Wang Shanshan suddenly lost her temper. If it weren't for this woman taking it upon herself to mortgage all the family assets to Huang Jianren's parents, why would she not have the money to go to college? If it weren't for this woman stabbing her in the back, why would Chow Koen, this lickspittle, leave her? Originally, she could have easily gotten the money for college. As a result, it was because of this woman that she had to pay the price of 256 hours to get the money for college. What are you back for? The more she thought about it, the more she hated, and Wang Shanshan blurted it out. As the mother, Bai Jing naturally could not be intimidated by this rebellious daughter. What, this is your home? It's none of your business whether I come back or not. But you, every day in someone else's house, a man's house, you have no shame, but they do. Can you hurry up and get out of here? Don't sully their reputation, they're still single. Wang Shanshan didn't expect that her words would have attracted such a stormy response from Bai Jing, and she almost didn't know what to say in return. Chow Koen, who was watching from the side, nodded silently. The old are wiser than the young. Wang Shanshan thought that if she wanted to fight Bai Jing, she would have to train for at least 2 more years. At least, as things stood, the difference in their levels was quite large. Seeing this, Chow Koen quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Okay, you two, stop arguing. Saying this, Chow Koen looked at Bai Jing and said, Aunt Bai, your 11 o'clock train leaves at 11 o'clock, so hurry up and pack your things. Then Chow Koen looked at Wang Shanshan and said, Shanshan, you should also keep quiet. Aunt Bai is leaving today and may not come back to Xia County, so don't make her angry. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan froze for a moment, but still rolled her eyes at Bai Jing and snorted. Bai Jing, likewise disdainfully, rolled her eyes at Wang Shanshan and then went back to her room to pack her things. It was only at this point that Wang Shanshan came over to Chow Koen's side and whispered, Chow Koen, where is this woman going? She said she was going to Shiha City. Chow Koen whispered back, as for whether it's really Shiha City, we're not sure yet. Wang Shanshan was puzzled. What do you mean, you're not sure? Because Aunt Bai is going to look for a job. Chow Koen said, if she can't find a suitable job in Shiha City, she'll definitely have to move somewhere else. Oh. She's going to look for a job. Wang Shanshan nodded slowly, so it was to find a job. I thought she couldn't stand the loneliness, and in just a few days she had already found a new family and was going to get married. Chow Koen's face turned black, don't talk nonsense. If Aunt Bai hears you say that, she'll come out and beat you up. She wouldn't dare. Wang Shanshan glared, thinking that she really thought I was still afraid of her now. If she dares to touch one of my fingers, I won't hesitate to fight with her to the death. Just wait, I will settle the score with her sooner or later, humph. Chapter 56, Moving Cars Against Me. Because Chow Koen was there, although Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan didn't like looking at each other, in the end it was just a verbal conflict and they didn't fight. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when Bai Jing finally finished packing her things. When she was about to leave, Bai Jing seemed to have thought of something and stopped at the door, looking back at Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan, I'll give you a final warning, as the saying goes, those who do evil many times will die a violent death. You'd better put away your evil thoughts and behave yourself, or else you'll have something to cry about in the end. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. You're the one with evil thoughts, and you're the one who should behave yourself. Bai, I'm also warning you once, stop stabbing people in the back, or you'll be struck by lightning and killed when it rains. Seeing Wang Shanshan's angry face with her teeth bared, Bai Jing snorted, too lazy to waste any more words with her, and she walked away. Chow Koen, meanwhile, let out a sigh and shook his head, as if he was at his wit's end with the relationship between the mother and daughter. He too left, carrying his suitcase. Seeing this, Wang Shanshan chased after him to the door and shouted down the corridor. Bai, just you wait. Next time I see you, I'll show you what regret is. Seeing that there was no response from the bottom of the corridor after she shouted, and only the sound of high heels walking away, Wang Shanshan let out a huff and closed the door triumphantly. Remind me? If you have the heart to do that, you'd better think more about your own future. We've both been forced to leave our hometowns and go out to make a living, and we're both about to go hungry. Who are you to remind me? No matter what, my grandmother's bank card has 320,000 yuan in it, so I don't have to worry about food or drink. This is ridiculous. 11 a.m. At Xia County Station, Chow Koen, carrying 2 suitcases and a small bag, boards the train to Haicheng and Shiha City. Since Haicheng and Shiha City are next to each other, many trains stop at both cities. The train Chow Koen and Bai Jing are on make stops at both Haicheng and Shiha City. This trip went very smoothly, and there was no repeat of the previous situation where the seats were occupied. However, Bai Jing's slender figure attracted a lot of lecherous glances as they walked along. Wang Shanshan was able to sit firmly on the throne of the school flower at Xia County No. 1 Middle School for 3 years thanks to her looks and figure, and her mother, who is not inferior to her in looks and figure at all, and is even slightly better than her, naturally has an unbeatable figure. Especially Bai Jing, who was going on such a long trip for the first time today, had carefully applied her makeup and was wearing a sexy wrap skirt and black stockings, which attracted countless men. Even Chao Koan had observed that along the way, no man had failed to stare at her backside. Chao Koan could understand this. After all, such a perfect figure is really not common, and coupled with her high appearance value, she is truly the best of the best. No normal man could remain indifferent. After the two sat down in their places, Bai Jing looked at Chao Koan with some nervousness and some anticipation, and said, "Chao Koan, you said that Shihe City must be more prosperous than our Xia County, right?" Hearing Bai Jing's question, Chao Koan almost laughed. Is there any comparison? Their Xia County is a small, rundown county that ranks in the middle to lower half of all counties in the country. If all counties in the country were divided into 5 categories, Xia County would be in the 4th category. So, what is there to compare it to? Although Shihe City is a 3rd-tier city, barely a pseudo-2nd-tier city, it is still a city, after all, and it is simply not in the same league. Of course, Chao Koan also knew that Bai Jing had asked such an outrageous question because she was so nervous. A person leaves their hometown and goes to a foreign land to make a living, with an unknown future and an unknown set of circumstances to encounter. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. That's for sure. Chao Koan smiled and squeezed Bai Jing's hand, saying, "After all, Shihe City is a city, and Xia County is just a small, rundown county. How can we compare with them?" Bai Jing smiled and didn't say anything else, but just squeezed Chao Koan's hand even tighter. At that moment, a bald man with a broad back and broad shoulders, holding a mobile phone, sat down casually in the empty seat next to the aisle where Chao Koan and Bai Jing were sitting. It was not difficult to tell from his bulging short sleeves that he had a lot of muscles, a typical big muscle tyrant. Half of a tattoo was visible on his left arm, but since it was only half, and Chao Koan was not familiar with tattoos, he could not tell what it was. Seeing this bald guy sitting right across from himself and Bai Jing, Chao Koan narrowed his eyes slightly. Since this guy was bald and had distinctive features, Chao Koan still remembered him. When he and Bai Jing had boarded the train just now, this bald guy had been sitting in the last row of seats in the back of the carriage. Now, this bald guy had surprisingly sat next to them. Chao Koan didn't think that this was his seat. Damn, the train seems to be against me. I've only been on a high-speed train a few times. I hope this bald guy will calm down, otherwise, the probability of me getting into a conflict on the train is too high. Chao Koan encountered someone who was being unreasonable and occupying his seat on his first high-speed train ride. He politely asked the other person to move, but the other person didn't pay him any mind. There was nothing he could do, so he used a slap to ask the other person to leave. The second time he took the train was when he returned from Haichang after buying a house. Something happened on that trip too. The two people next to him started arguing and things escalated to the point where they started to fight. Although it had nothing to do with him, it did affect him, and the leg of his trousers got wet from someone splashing water. However, it was just an insignificant little thing, so he didn't dwell on it. He just switched to an empty seat to make room for the two people and let them fight to their heart's content. This time, it was his third ride on the high-speed train. If he had another run-in with this bald guy, the probability of him having an accident on the high-speed train was almost 100%. Calm down, don't let me scold you in such a tender moment. Chao Koan prayed in his heart while playing with Bai Jing's soft little hands. However, Murphy's Law told him that what he feared would come true, and praying was useless. Just as he sat down less than half a minute ago, the bald guy opened his mouth wide and directly looked across the aisle at Bai Jing, leaning over. "Hey, beautiful, add me as a friend." Hearing such an opening, Chao Koan felt a curse in his heart and directly closed his eyes in silence. Damn it! It seems that the high-speed train really hates me. It seems that in the future, I have to take the high-speed train less. Chapter 57: The Smell of Death. The unexpected approach, coupled with the fact that the bald man looked a little more fierce and stronger than ordinary people, took Bai Jing by surprise as she was not prepared for it. Even Chao Koan could clearly feel that when the bald man approached her, Bai Jing's body couldn't help but tremble, and the hand he held in his hand tightened even more. "Oh, no. No, I'm married, thank you." Looking at the bald man's large frame and fierce appearance, Bai Jing quickly waved her hand with a forced smile. The bald man, looking at Bai Jing's appearance, even his speech trembled a little, and the smile on his face became even stronger. "She's scared. She's a pushover. According to surveys, among the many incidents of sexual harassment, the fact that the victims are afraid to speak up or resist is what encourages such behavior. In fact, fear is the main factor that makes such incidents more serious. For example, if a woman does not resist when a pervert rubs his crotch against her buttocks on the bus, but instead chooses to hide in fear, it will only make the pervert feel more aroused. The pervert may have only intended to rub his crotch, but because of the woman's fear and cowardice, the pervert takes it a step, or even 2 or 3 steps, further. It can be said that fear is an aphrodisiac for such criminal acts, not only in this situation, but at any time and any place. At this moment, Bai Jing's reaction in the eyes of the bald man was like a lamb to the slaughter. So what if she's married? The bald man licked his lips in a lewd smile, rolled up the short sleeve of his tattooed arm, exposing more of the tattoo and making him look even more intimidating. I just want to make friends with you and get to know you. Let's hang out sometime. The more friends you have, the more opportunities you have. When you're out in the world, you have to rely on your friends. Looking at the bald man's lewd expression and the way he rolled up his sleeve to reveal the tattoo, Chao Koan was speechless. Why would anyone think that having a tattoo would make them look like a tough guy who was not to be messed with? The problem is that a large majority of people do agree that people with tattoos are not to be messed with. Come on. Go to a prison for serious criminals and you'll see that no one who is really tough has tattoos. Only those who have no confidence in themselves and need to bluff and scare people will get tattoos. In the prison for serious criminals where Chao Koan is, none of the tough guys in the top ranks have tattoos. In fact, there is a uniform term for these tattooed people in their prison for serious criminals. Scumbag dogs. In prison, these kinds of people are often destined to be the lackeys, at the bottom of the food chain. They belong to the status of being kicked and slapped whenever someone feels like it. Of course, every now and then, a tough guy will pop up. Chao Koan remembers that it was either his 4th or 5th year in prison when a guy with tattoos all over his body came in. He was very strong and quite tough. However, after less than 3 months, one night, the skin with tattoos on his chest and back was forcibly peeled off. Almost all the skin on his upper body was peeled off, which was really miserable. Later, he stayed in the hospital for half a month, but still died in extreme pain due to a severe infection. There was nothing he could do. The instrument used to skin him was an iron piece that Chao Koan usually used to scrape his feet after soaking them. It was covered in rust and was extremely unsanitary. Of course, the instrument belonged to Chao Koan, but he didn't do it. He was only there as a technical advisor, occasionally pointing out how to cut and incidentally witnessing the entire skinning process. For this, he was locked in a small darkroom for a week. It was simply a wrongful death. He didn't even lift a finger. Of course, compared to those who were locked up in a small darkroom for 10 days and a half, or even a month, his punishment was light. Beauty, don't be silent, just add me as a friend, I'm not a bad person. In this way, if you add me as a friend, I'll transfer you a 200 renminbi red envelope. I really just want to make friends with you. What a big fate it is to meet in the same car. There's a saying, it takes 100 years to meet someone on the same boat, and 1,000 years to sleep together. Since we met on the same bus, it means we slept together at least 100 years ago. This means that we were husband and wife in our previous life. If you add me as a friend, we might be able to continue our previous life's marriage. Chao Koan had wanted to see how Bai Jing would react to this situation. However, after the bald guy had said those words, he could no longer hold back. Damn it! It takes 100 years of good karma to get on the same boat, and 1,000 years of good karma to share the same pillow. Is that how you interpret it? You're going to mislead the children like this. Do you know that? What are children? Children are the future of the motherland. This is tantamount to indirectly destroying his dearest motherland. In this situation, Chao Koan believes that no descendant of the dragon, no one with the blood of Yanhuang flowing through their body, can tolerate it. Anyone who harms my motherland must be punished, even if they are far away. Moreover, the distance between the two of them is not far, just separated by an isle and Bai Jing. This makes it even more necessary to punish them. Watching Bai Jing blushing with embarrassment from his remarks, and even looking like a little sheep that doesn't know how to respond, the bald guy became even more excited. Just as he was about to continue to increase the intensity of his verbal output, he saw Chao Koan, who was sitting inside, stand up, step past Bai Jing, come to the aisle, and then punch him in the face. Don't look at Chao Koan's figure, which is far less burly than this bald man, and even his legs are not as thick as his arms. The difference in body type is very great, but when he smashed down with this punch, the bald man seemed to be inflated, and his face slammed onto the ground with a loud sound. With an expressionless face, Chao Kuan bent down, grabbed the bald man by the nape of the neck, and directly lifted his body weighing more than 200 pounds. Facing the bald man's somewhat dazed eyes, Chao Kuan threw an uppercut straight at his face, and with a loud bang, knocked him flying nearly a meter in the air. After landing again, the bald giant's mouth and nose were already full of blood, with 2 front teeth missing and his nose bleeding profusely. Chao Kuan squatted down and calmly looked at the bald giant's dazed eyes and said, "Hey, Baldy, it takes 10 years of cultivation to be in the same boat, and 100 years to sleep together. That's not how you interpret it. Who taught you Chinese?" Facing Chao Kuan's calm eyes, for some reason, the bald man felt as if he was facing off against a prehistoric behemoth. It was as if, with just a gentle snap of his jaws, the other party could chew him to pieces. Even being stared at by these eyes of Chao Kuan's, Guanto felt like half of the blood in his body had turned cold and wasn't circulating much anymore. It was the smell of death. It was definitely the smell of death. The instinct of survival began to sound the alarm crazily within Guanto's body at this moment, making him understand all of a sudden that he had provoked a ruthless character that he simply couldn't provoke. If he didn't handle this well, he would be killed in the next second. This person really would kill him. Chapter 58, What a Bitch! The alarm of the survival instinct made Guanto, who was still a little dazed, suddenly come to his senses. At this moment, Guanto didn't care about his bleeding nose and his mouth that was leaking air. He forced himself to get up and begged, "Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please let me go, I really was wrong, I beg you." Chao Kuan spread his hands and said calmly, "Let you off the hook? Are you blind? I don't have a horse." After saying that, Chao Kuan grabbed Guanto's neck and directly lifted him up, dragging him to the back of the carriage. However, after just taking 2 steps, Chao Kuan seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked back at Bai Jing. Facing Bai Jing's shocked, and still shocked expression, Chao Kuan smiled, revealing a smile like a spring breeze. "Wait for me for a while, I'll be back in a while." After saying this, Chao Kuan turned his head and resumed his expressionless look, dragging the bald man, who weighed more than 200 pounds, and continued to the back of the carriage. And wherever he went along the way, all the passengers automatically fell silent. Even so, many passengers did not dare to look directly at him, and only dared to sneak a glance at him with the corner of their eyes as they watched him pass by. My goodness! How did he do it? In terms of body type alone, the bald man was at least several sizes larger than Chao Kuan, weighing at least 230 to 400 pounds. However, despite his weight, Chao Kuan, who was of average build, casually dragged him along, as if he were carrying a dead dog, by the neck with one hand. How strong must his arms be? If he punched himself, he could probably knock himself out or even kill himself, right? Ignoring the stares of the passengers in the carriage, at the moment, Chao Kuan looked like a king patrolling his territory, his eyes arrogant, not giving a damn about the people around him. Soon, Chao Kuan dragged the bald man to the back of the carriage. At this time, a girl with heavy makeup and dressed somewhat like a little tomboy, about 23 or 24 years old, was sitting in the back row, staring blankly as they walked step by step. This is the bald man's accomplice. When Chao Kuan got on the train just now, he saw this little girl fooling around with the bald man. Chao Kuan threw the bald man next to the little girl like he was a dead dog, and said indifferently, "What's the relationship?" The little girl twitched, suddenly came back to her senses, and said with a trembling voice, He is my boyfriend." Boyfriend? Chao Kuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you know what he went there for?" The young girl was completely shocked by Chao Kuan's condescending aura, and she answered whatever he asked, nodding her head busily. He said that woman, no, yes, your companion, is a very exquisite beauty, and he wanted to have fun, so he went over to chat her up. Then why didn't you stop him? Chao Kuan asked. The little tomboy, stuttered for a while and didn't say it. Chao Kuan looked at the bald man and said, "You speak." The bald man's nose was still bleeding. He was trying hard to cover his nose with his hand while stammering, just. He said just 3 times in a row, but he never said what the reason was. Chao Kuan was impatient and slapped him in the face. The blood flowing from the bald man's nose increased. "If you say another fucking word, I'll slap you to death, speak." After receiving this slap from Chao Kuan, the inner defense of the bald man completely collapsed. He covered his face and whimpered like a little girl weighing more than 200 pounds. "It was her who told me to go, because your companion, Xiong, is bigger than her, his waist is thinner than hers, his butt is more perky than hers, and he is also more handsome than her. She was jealous, so she told me to go molest him." "Oh. I see." Chao Kuan looked at the little tomboy and said, "Really?" The little tomboy's mouth fell open, and she was about to cry. Yes, I'm sorry. I was just joking. I'm sorry. Chow Koen cursed. Sorry doesn't help. You don't look very good, and you have a bad heart. If I don't teach you a good lesson, you'll go astray in the future. With that, Chow Koen gave the little delinquent a wink and said, Go wait for me in the bathroom. I need to teach you a good lesson and show you what the 4 beauties and 5 virtues are. The little delinquent looked at Chow Koen with tearful eyes and pleaded, I really was wrong. Please, I really know I was wrong. Suddenly, before the little hooligan could finish speaking, Chow Koen grabbed her hair and pulled her off her seat. Chow Koen violently tugged the little hooligan's hair, making her face him, and whispered, Damn it, can't you hear what I'm saying? Go wait for me in the bathroom. If I hear one more word from you, I'll smash your skull in. Facing Chow Koen's gaze at that moment, the little hooligan trembled with fear, as if she had seen a ghost. Then, she dared not say a word, and almost crawled, before she entered the bathroom next door. Chow Koen looked at Guangto, reached out and patted him on the face, and said, Watch the door. After that, Chow Koen walked into the bathroom and locked the door. Soon, the faint sound of a woman's oath came from inside. I swear, from today onwards, I will be a useful person to society, and a person who contributes to the country. An hour later, Chow Koen walked out of the bathroom. At that moment, Baldy's nosebleed had stopped, but he was still covering his nose with his hands. When he saw Chow Koen come out and the way he was looking at him, Baldy got the creeps and quickly ducked inside. Seeing this, Chow Koen muttered, Damn, haven't you even taken a basic moral education class? I really don't know how you two idiots ended up together. With that, Chow Koen reached out and slapped Baldy. Remember, this time I'm helping you with your education for free, but if there's a next time, I'll have to charge you. After saying this, Chow Koen didn't even look at Baldy again, and he walked back to his seat. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that the little tomboy came out, her face red and her eyes timid and cowardly, not even daring to look at Baldy. Seeing this, Baldy clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to admit, You too. The little delinquent shook her head quickly, No, nothing. He just gave me a lecture, telling me to behave myself, not to stir up trouble, and to be a person who contributes to society and the country. The bald guy's teeth were clenching with anger. He felt like the entire carriage was looking at him and laughing at him. But when he thought about Chow Koen's cold eyes, he shuddered from the bottom of his heart. Who the hell was this guy? Why did he have such a terrifying stare? What had he been through? In the end, Baldy seemed to have lost his backbone, and he became a lot softer. He said weakly, Let's get off at the next stop. The little tomboy nodded with pursed lips, still keeping her head down, afraid to make eye contact with Baldy. Chapter 59 By Jing and Lu Yuling meet. On the other side. Bai Jing, who was anxious as an ant on a hot pan, hurriedly greeted Chow Koen when she saw him coming. Chow Koen, are you okay? While saying this, Bai Jing also looked up and down anxiously. Chow Koen smiled brightly and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Bai, for worrying you. I'm fine, I'm doing great. Seeing that Chow Koen was safe and sound, Bai Jing immediately changed her expression and whispered, Why? You didn't do anything with that girl in the bathroom, did you? What if she called the police? You're so impulsive. Chow Koen laughed, put his hands on Bai Jing's shoulders, and told her to sit down. Aunt Bai, don't worry, this girl has some problems with her moral character. I just gave her a good lecture and taught her a lesson in moral character. What could possibly have happened? Really? Bai Jing asked suspiciously, Then why do you smell like that? Oh, that's the smell of the train toilet, don't worry, I promise you that it's fine. With Chow Koen's reassurances, Bai Jing felt much more at ease. Then, Bai Jing seemed to have thought of something and changed the subject again, saying, Chow Koen, I never realized how amazing you are. You actually knocked out that LSP with just 2 punches, that's awesome. Chow Koen laughed and said, Were you shocked? Bai Jing shook her head, staring into Chow Koen's eyes, and said, At first, I was a little shocked. It felt so cruel and violent, but now, I just feel so safe. That's right. Chow Koen said seriously, If I let Aunt Bai feel unsafe, then the whole point of my accompanying her on this trip would be defeated. Despite Chow Koen's repeated assurances, Bai Jing still felt uneasy. Because she honestly felt that the smell was not normal. Even until bald LSP and that little tomboy got off the bus, Bai Jing was not completely relieved. Finally, when it was 4 p.m., she saw that so much time had passed and nothing had happened to Chow Koen, and her heart was finally able to relax. As the tightness in her heart eased, she felt as if she could no longer hold on, and leaned against Chow Koen's shoulder, falling into a deep sleep. After all, she had spent the night chatting with Chao Koen about the development and future of Shiha City until late at night. If she hadn't been worried about problems on Chao Koen's side, she would have fallen asleep long ago. 5 p.m. On the high-speed train, Bai Jing was sleeping soundly, with her head resting on Chao Koen's shoulder, while holding his arm. Suddenly, Chao Koen nudged her and said, "Aunt Bai, we've arrived." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing immediately opened her eyes. Although her mind was still a bit fuzzy, she followed Chao Koen and packed their luggage, then queued up to get off the train. 10 minutes later. When Bai Jing followed Chao Koen out of the train station, she looked around and her expression was shocked. Is a third-tier city, barely a pseudo-second-tier city, really so developed? Not far away, there were tall buildings and huge advertising banners. Even the Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou shown on TV were nothing like this. Is this really a third-tier city? At that moment, a group of people hurried past the two of them. One of them said with annoyance, "I had the intention of investing in real estate in Haicheng 2 or 3 years ago, but my wife refused, saying that house prices had peaked. Now that's great, Yundong District has become a special zone. Damn, if I had bought a house in Yundong District 2 or 3 years ago, I would have made a fortune by now." The other person said, "It's no use talking about it now, you'd better hurry up and find a way to buy a house." Lao Jia was lucky. Yesterday, a young couple in Yundong District urgently needed money and wanted to sell their house. As a result, he was able to buy it for 50,000 yuan per square meter. This is a great deal. In a few years, the price will at least double to 100,000 yuan per square meter. He's made a good investment. Yes, yes. A group of approving voices said, Lao Jia has made a good investment, and we also have to hurry and find a way to buy one. Once this special zone is established, the future price of 100,000 yuan per square meter will not be a problem at all. Listening to a group of people discussing things about houses that she didn't understand, Bai Jing hurried past them, and when she looked over at Chao Koen, she was flustered. She said with a helpless expression, "Chao Koen, we got off at the wrong station. This is Haicheng, the next station is Shiha City." Seeing Bai Jing's helpless expression, Chao Koen's mouth slightly lifted, and he said, "We didn't get off at the wrong station. The place we came to is Haicheng." What? Bai Jing suddenly froze. Haicheng? They talked about so much yesterday, didn't they say Shiha City? Just as Bai Jing was wondering if she had said it wrong or if Chao Koen had heard it wrong, suddenly a voice rang out. "Mr. Chao, over here." Bai Jing looked subconsciously and saw a woman in a slim-fitting lady's suit, dressed very capably, waving at them while walking quickly over. And Chao Koen, who was by her side, also returned a smile to the woman at this moment and waved at her. Do they know each other? Are they here to pick them up? At this moment, Bai Jing felt her brain was not working fast enough. They had clearly agreed to meet in Shiha City, but now they were in Haicheng. Not only that, but Chao Koen had friends here in Haicheng to pick them up. When had he been to Haicheng? In an instant, Bai Jing felt Chao Koen's image suddenly become mysterious in her mind. Lu Yuling quickly walked up to Chao Koen and looked at Bai Jing first. After just one glance, Lu Yuling's eyes revealed a look of shock. My, what a young woman. That face, that figure, she's definitely a stunner. Lu Yuling hid her shock without a trace, smiled sweetly at Chao Koen, and reached out to him, saying, "Mr. Chao, it's been a long time." Chao Koen laughed, saying, "Don't pretend, we just split up a little while ago." Lu Yuling blushed and said coquettishly, "It's not just one day, it's like 3 autumns apart. After a while, it's been many years." As she spoke, Lu Yuling looked at Bai Jing again and exclaimed in surprise, "This pretty young lady must be Sister Bai, right? Are you really 37 years old? Chao Koen can't be lying to me, can he? With skin like yours, you can't possibly be 37. You're at most 30, and you don't look any older than me." Lu Yuling's words were not a compliment, but Bai Jing did have good skin. Moreover, in this regard, Chao Koen had a lot to say. He knew exactly how the skin of the two of them looked, even the skin in different places. If you judge age solely from skin, Bai Jing really did seem younger than Lu Yuling. Of course, it wasn't that Lu Yuling looked old, she was just showing the normal signs of aging. Bai Jing had naturally good skin. Although she didn't know the person in front of her at all, and she didn't know what the situation was, she could still tell that the other person was praising her. She let out a smile and hurriedly replied, No, what's so good about my skin? It's just so, not as good as yours." As she spoke, Bai Jing looked at Chao Koen and signaled for him to introduce them quickly. Chao Kuan then introduced the two of them, saying, Lu Yuling, a sister who works for herself as a real estate agent, I met her when I came to Haicheng to rent a house some time ago. Then Chao Kuan introduced Lu Yuling again, by Jing, I won't introduce her in detail, she is my closest sister of the opposite sex. Chapter 60, You're already here, do you want to leave? With Chao Kuan's introduction, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling formally got to know each other. After the two shook hands, Bai Jing leaned over to Chao Kuan and asked in a low voice. You came to Haicheng to rent a house some time ago? Although she was still a little confused about her current situation, Bai Jing was still able to capture the information she needed to capture. Moreover, what Chao Kuan said was not obscure, it was just a matter of directly confronting her mind. If she couldn't even capture this information, then there was something wrong with her mind. Well. Chao Kuan nodded with a very open mind. It's not a holiday, and there's not much to do. I came to Haicheng a while ago and rented a house near Haicheng University. The main reason is that I have never lived in a dormitory before, and I was worried that I would not be used to living with other guys. In case something goes wrong and I accidentally kill them, I might as well rent a suite outside and live by myself. Hearing Chao Kuan's explanation, Bai Jing's mouth twitched unnaturally. What an accident that I accidentally killed them. If Chao Kuan had said this before taking this high-speed train, Bai Jing would definitely not have believed him. However, after taking this train, she now believes it 120%. He is such a big muscle man, and she was beaten into a limp by 2 punches. She doesn't think that the freshmen at Haicheng University have stronger defenses than that big muscle man. It is possible that she really could be killed by one of his heavy punches. Because Lu Yuling has never seen Chao Kuan in action, she naturally doesn't believe his reason. What's with not being used to living with a guy? Lu Yuling teased, I think you're living in the school dormitory and you're worried about the inconvenience of dating a little sister, right? Chao Kuan laughed, and with a slap, he hit Lu Yuling's perky butt. It could also be an older sister. Lu Yuling's face flushed a little, and she pouted, don't be rude, let's go, let's get in the car quickly. After saying this, Lu Yuling took a suitcase from Chao Kuan's hands and walked in front of him. Bai Jing, on the other hand, looked back and forth between Chao Kuan and Lu Yuling several times with meaningful eyes. What's wrong, Bai Jie? Chao Kuan asked seriously. Bai Jing was taken aback and burst out laughing. Why, just after I came out of my hometown, I've gone from being Aunt Bai to Bai Jie? Hey, what does it have to do with your hometown? I've long wanted to call you Sister Bai. Chao Kuan said matter-of-factly, you're so young and pretty, even a little bit like my aunt would be fine, but you're too young, I really can't call you that. Besides, this is Haicheng, in a big city like this, if I called you Aunt Bai, at least a crowd of people would gather around, looking at me like I'm an idiot. Women, no matter how old they are never immune to compliments about their looks and figure. Bai Jing felt a little embarrassed by Chao Kuan's words, and her pretty face turned red. So she quickly changed the subject. Okay, don't be so glib. Originally, I thought you were an honest person, but I didn't expect. Hey, what's the deal with this Lu Yuling? What else could it be? Chao Kuan said casually, the few days I was here, her husband happened to be away, and I happened to have some free time, so we got to know each other a bit. Bye, let me show you the place I rented first. With that, Chao Kuan, carrying a suitcase in one hand and holding Bai Jing's hand in the other, strode after Lu Yuling. 6 p.m. Chao Kuan, Bai Jing, and Lu Yuling arrived at the house Chao Kuan rented near Haicheng University. When the three of them entered, everyone was shocked, except Chao Kuan. Holy shit! It's huge. And it's even a furnished house. The TV, refrigerator, washing machine, and air conditioner were all there. Lu Yuling was only slightly shocked because she was in the real estate business. Bai Jing, on the other hand, was so shocked that her mouth hung open. My goodness! The house is so well decorated. The floors, the chandeliers, the murals on the walls, the closets, and so on. Just at a glance, it is much more upscale than her previous home. And after taking a look around, Bai Jing was even more shocked. There were 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, 3 sunny bedrooms, and 1 bedroom facing north, which had been renovated into a study. That wasn't the point. The point was that each of the 3 sunny bedrooms had an air conditioner and a wardrobe. The beds and mattresses had also been bought a long time ago. In fact, the mattresses were high-end Simmons mattresses. She had heard the name Simmons for many years, but had never used it before. The mattresses she had at home were just generic ones that cost 800 to 900 yuan. It's too extravagant to rent such a nice house. Thinking about this, Bai Jing looked at Xiao Kuan and said, Xiao Kuan, it's not cheap to rent this house, is it? It's okay, 8,000 yuan a month. 8,000 yuan? Bai Jing's eyes widened. Compared to Bai Jing's surprise, Lu Yuling was obviously much more calm. Because she knew that Xiao Kuan, this dog man, had a lot of money right now. In just 2 or 3 days, he's made a fortune. The house, which was invested 23.8 million yuan, quadrupled in value yesterday. The rise had already slowed down, but for some reason, it started rising again this morning, and at a rapid rate. By the time Xiao Kuan and Bai Jing arrived in Haicheng, the price had already increased nearly 8 times. What is 8 times 23.8 million yuan? 190 million. Moreover, this upward trend is far from stopping, and the momentum is still strong. She can't say for sure about anything else, but after tonight, it will definitely exceed her prediction of 9 times. So, for him, 7,800 yuan a month is not even close to being considered money. Seeing Bai Jing's shocked expression, Xiao Kuan smiled and said, There's no way. This is the wedding home of a newlywed couple. The people spent 400,000 yuan on the decoration alone. If it weren't for the fact that the man was transferred out of town by his company, they wouldn't want to rent it out. Besides, the house is also large, with a full 160 square meters. The price isn't high. If it were in the city center, this house would cost at least 10,000 yuan a month, right, Manager Lu? Seeing that Xiao Kuan called her Manager Lu again, Lu Yuling laughed and rolled her eyes, saying, It's not really that expensive. If it was in the city center, for an area and decoration like this, it would be cheap at 20,000 to 30,000 a month, let alone 10,000. After all, that's the city center. Bai Jing, on the other hand, felt a little dizzy as she listened to the figures Lu Yuling casually mentioned. For a flat like this, the rent alone would be 20,000 to 30,000 a month, and she said it was cheap? My goodness! With a salary of just over 3,000 yuan a month in Xia County, wouldn't it be enough to rent a place for just 1 month a year? No way. This big city is simply not a place for humans to live in, so I'd better hurry up and go back to my own Shiha city. For 1,300 yuan a month, I can rent a very nice one-person apartment. This is such a contrast, I'm just full of happiness. Thinking about this, Bai Jing directly changed the subject and said, Xiao Kuan, then it's settled, I'll stay here for 1 day, and tomorrow I have to go to Shiha city. The expenses in your big city are just too scary. I'm afraid that after 2 days of fun, I won't even have the capital to stay in Shiha city. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuan laughed and said, Bai Jia, what are you thinking? You're already here, do you think I'll let you go? Don't even think about it, you've already been left behind in Haicheng.